to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Saw it, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
I can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 783. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just And then I sat back down. And then at one point, I think I said, hello. And then I said at 12:42, where are you? And then flip. I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello. Because they were still there. And then question. So the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June of 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions, specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that, and to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Did you pressure recollection take a look at the transcript register from?
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Pressure recollection?
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Same.
Thank you.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Ms. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer, at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure. That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
Oh boy. Hello all. Let's do a quick little intro. It is absolutely pouring. I did not dry my hair because if I'm walking in the rain, what's the point? It's just gonna be a frisball. So my hair looks crazy right now. So sorry about that. We're back. We've been busy. We've been busy little bees, so we haven't been able to stream trial, but we are back. We are going to put Jen McCabe. We're on day 8. Today is actually day 13, but we're on day 8, so we have some catching up to do. And I hope that you guys can hear me. Let me just double check. Oh my gosh, that would be so embarrassing. Okay, yeah, so it looks like you can. So we have some catching up to do. We're going to put her in better quality and also playback speed 1.5 because they talk slow. We're going to get into other witnesses as well. When we get into expert witnesses, we're going to boot, scoot, and boogie past their qualifications just to kind of save some time. They're experts. They're experting. They've been qualified. We don't need to really know all of the background just to kind of save some time. But yeah, we got stuff to do, we got stuff to do, and we have to catch up. So let's just jump right back into it.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45. The answer, at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you. You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. There at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay. Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
Jen McCabe is the only person who can.
I'd like to take a look at it. Yes, thank you.
No, it's not going to refresh. Jen McCabe is the only witness where looking at a report documenting her own words would not refresh her recollection. She's going to say, oh, I see it, but I don't remember saying that. It's absolutely downpouring. I have had it up to here with the rain.
Familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you. Because it's
I'm
somewhat
so
lengthy. See if that refreshes
I'm
your
so
recollection.
over this
Thank you.
rain. I'm so over it. I'm done. I'm done. It's cold. I don't mind a cooling rain during hot days. Oh, it's 85, 90, and then we're going to get some rain. It's going to cool off. And it's going to be great. But I don't like when it rains for 37 days in a row, and it is May, and it is 40 degrees again. I hate it. I hate it, and I'm suffering.
May I approach? Yes.
Suffering.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what
No.
happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
Yes.
Okay. You told Trooper Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's phone with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct? I'm going to like to be heard.
Right. We're done.
Okay, sidebar. We will get right through that.
Tom Beatty called or who you pressed the call. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you were also asked the same series of questions about, or a series of questions about the same events concerning that 4:53 phone call and the calls that you made shortly thereafter, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, you also, consistent with what you said to Trooper Prince, said, I spoke with Karen Reed on Kaylee's phone, I then spoke with Julie Albert, or I called Julie Albert, and then I called Tom Beatty, correct?
That objection sustained.
What did you tell the grand jurors about who you called or who you attempted to communicate with in those first few minutes after that 4:53 a.m. call?
I don't know exactly what I said on that day, but I know who I spoke to.
You said on that day, you spoke to Karen Reed, correct?
On which day? What are we
The
talking
day of the grand jury.
Okay.
That would be April 26, 2022.
I don't have the paper in front of me, so I don't know my exact words.
Well, I'm not asking you for your exact words, but did you tell them, as you sit here, do you remember telling the grand jurors under questioning by the Commonwealth that you spoke with Karen Reed?
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things. So to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate
Are
with
you kidding me?
in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't remember this. I'm sorry. I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memories, okay? Are you not? Okay.
Go ahead and answer that question. Answering these questions based on your memory is okay.
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers.
There's
So
so-
to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can
Clearly, it's a bit of a challenge. Clearly, it's a bit of a challenge. No shit, Sherlock, it's a bit of a challenge. You're making this so much harder than it actually is. I'm testifying based on my memory of what happened on the 28th, 29th, blah, 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 blah. No, you are also testifying on all the things that happened after. And I get it. It's been a long time. And I get it. There was a trial. And I get it. There was a grand jury. And you've said a lot of things. This is the result of you saying way too much. It's really hard to keep everything in line with each other. All of the things you said A, B, C, D, E, F, G twice, 3 times, 5 times over. It's hard to keep track. Maybe this could be a little trigger in your life to maybe shut up for a minute. Maybe stop saying so much to so many people. You've made so many phone calls. You've sent so many text messages. You've made so many, you've had so many conversations with officers and troopers and this and that. And you talk a lot. You talk too much. And when you're talking, are you talking truths or are you talking not truths? I don't want to say lies. Or are you talking not truths? Because this is the problem. This is the result of someone saying way too much shit constantly. When someone finally asks you about it, hey, what did you say here? You can't remember because God forbid it's just the answer for whatever, the same answer for that question every time you're asked it. What happened at this? Did you send this text message at this time? I couldn't remember. I've sent 12 million text messages within the 3 days of this event. It's just too much. You're talking too much. This is the result of someone talking too much. This is the result of someone talking too much and not wanting to get caught into a lie. They don't want to get caught in a lie because you talk so much. And maybe the things you said weren't truths. Maybe the things you said were stretched a wee bit. And you know that Alan Jackson is coming with receipts.
can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered because it's the same.
Yeah,
Yes.
refresh your recollection of what was
Tell us
transferred.
the right one,
Sure. 188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Mr. King. Refresh, I just have to do this for the record. Refresh your recollection, look at the transcript.
I'll look at it. Yes.
I'll take a look to make sure what I say next follows suit with this. And that's fine. And that is fine because I'm sure Alan Jackson has a contrary point to whatever she is about to say regarding the statement she gave for this report, right? So he's gonna be like, okay, yeah, refresh your recollection here. Here's a great opportunity to be like, oh, also, by the way, when you were asked the same exact question 2-3 months later, why did you respond with this way? Like, it's a great way to, it's not necessarily impeachment, but it's a great way to just sort of remind the jury she has been talking the most out of everybody. And is it actually possible that every single time she opened her mouth, she was saying something real, true, on point, factual?
Okay.
Yeah, approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
Did I refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beattie.
Oh, and Tom Beattie. I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report, like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beattie. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Why have you been questioned so many times?
Finish that answer?
Is a question I would be
Yes, I am.
asking as a juror.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying to. When the Commonwealth asked,
Are you finished? Are you done talking?
You didn't even have your recollection refreshed in. You said, talk to Karen Reed. Called Julie Albert. Called Tom Beatty, correct?
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record, then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds.
Oh,
Correct?
I'm not sure what it shows.
You
what?
actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail,
Are you?
I'm not sure. All I
kidding
can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning prior to waking her up.
but you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours. Correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned,
learned
it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then
Whoa. Settle down, you stupid dummy. Calling your sister a homeowner, 50% of the ownership of 34 Fairview, where John has gone missing from, was not important in your mind. What? You're terrible. That does not make you look good or relatable. That makes you look, I don't want to say like a liar. Because I don't think like deep down, I don't think Jen McCabe is a liar. I think she's just a little, I think she's just, she loves the attention. She's an attention seeker. She wants all of the attention. And I honestly think she's loving, and not in a, oh my God, this is exactly what I wanted type of way of the attention that she has gotten from this trial. But I think that there's a little bit of her that's like, yes, I am really important. I matter. I'm really important to this case. I'm really important to this case. And I was there and I did not do it. So I'm safe, and everyone has, like, I've been cleared, and I have the information. I control what other people can say. I made sure that everything I knew got injected into everyone else around me's memory. That's what I know. I know the most. But then sitting there and giving this, I was there through all of it. We did this, but Carrie took charge. No, gross. You did. You were part of the family group chats. Carrie wasn't. You were a part of so-and-so's and this and that, and the what is it, the D&Es and the chats and the news person and the restaurant and this and that, and that. Like, you were part of all the group chats. Carrie wasn't. You knew way more personally the officers and troopers and the grew up with than Carrie. I just think it's quite unfortunate that you can't, like, nail down that you were. I think it would be really powerful if Jen McCabe took the stand and said, I did not do this, but here's every single thing that I know, and I know a hell of a lot because I was there at the bar. I wanted Karen to come with me. We were having fun, hanging out with the girls, and the guys doing their own thing. I saw their van or the SUV, and then she called me, and here's all this information. Here's every single thing I know. And it's helping my prosecution just point the finger at Karen Reed. Here's every single thing I know. I know so much about this. And my confidence is through the roof because I know that there's no way anyone in this house. And this is the phone call I made. And yes, I called Nicole and she didn't answer. And that's when I started to get a little worried. Why I didn't go in the house? because I could see that there was nothing wrong. The cars were still there. The lights were off. It didn't have the vibe. I wanted to make sure John was okay. Da, 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 da. There are parts that will always feel a little weird, but if she sat there with confidence, I'm sure she would be able to pull some jurors to her side and be like, hey, look, like, you know, she knows what she's talking about. She knows what she's talking about. She's super cool. She's super chill. You know, she's just telling us everything that she knows. She's doing what we want from a witness. Hi, Vicky B. What's going on? But she's not. She's putting up a fight. She's putting up a fight. And even though she is not doing it vigorously, even though she's not doing it like with all of the emotes that she did last trial, I'd kind of rather have that, you know, than this, because this just looks dumb. This just looks dumb and feels dumb.
You testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because
And we'll just go back a
Hours
little
or days
bit.
later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Yes.
correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I didn't say it was nefarious.
Why would you use the word? Why would you even give the jury that word? Their brains just went, oh, maybe it was nefarious. Oh, maybe that is not good. Oh, maybe I should completely think again this witness and her entire testimony. Maybe I should take some notes. Maybe I should make sure I remember this when we're deliberating if Karen Reed is innocent or guilty, because for some reason, Jen McCabe thinks her phone calls are nefarious, or her lack of communication about her phone calls is nefarious.
Why would you use the word
Nefarious.
nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that
Just handing it
is
to
nefarious. And I
Ellen
feel like you're
Jackson.
insinuating it might be, and it's not.
Did you use that word because it sounds nefarious?
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Without context. 34 period.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th,
He's like, I'm gonna let that
By the way-
sit for a second.
you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that.
Oh my
is correct, yeah.
God.
Were you calling your sister's phone to
You don't have
alert
them
her
in
of
front of me.
something?
You shouldn't need
Is
to.
that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th, after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview.
What's more comfortable? Well, when I got the phone call, I was calling everybody. I called, Mark, April, January, February, May, June. If I missed one, I'm sorry. I was calling everybody, wanting anybody to answer. Or there's nothing nefarious about it. I just forgot. It wasn't important to me at the time. Which is more comfortable to like allow in as truth. Well, I called them, I called my sister, I called my one sister, I called this, I called that, I called this, I called that, and if I forgot any, like, I called 34 people. I just went down my phone list to get anyone to answer because my friend was missing. Or, well, I called, 3 people, and I'm going to tell you 2 of them. I called A and B. Okay, well, you also called C for 38 seconds. What'd you guys talk about? Oh, I mean, she didn't answer. It's nothing nefarious. Yikes. Big yikes. Big yikes.
Interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor. Did you not?
I did, yes.
The day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually, I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m.
Talk about how she could hear her screaming from inside her house, but no one at 34 heard anything. Talk about that.
or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come
Do
to my
you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mhm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened, and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Okay, so what did
Yes
you
or no?
tell him?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report where it communicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house. I object.
The objection is sustained and Marie strike that.
You also told.
Okay, we can decide that first.
All right, perfect. I'm writing a note. She's like, I know what I said. And I know what I said, and I know what I told him. So reading that, okay, so well, then what did you say? I don't remember.
In that same interview, you also. May I? Sure. Thank you. Ms. McCabe, during that same interview, you also told Trooper Proctor that while driving back to One Meadows, after you had been picked up by Karen at your house, while driving back toward One Meadows, that's actually when Miss Reed told you she had broken her taillight, correct?
Miss Reed told me in the morning at my house.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to now.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm asking is, what did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th? It's freshest in your mind.
That she had told me she had a cracked taillight when she called me.
You didn't tell him that she indicated she noticed her taillight had been damaged on the drive back to One Meadows after she got to your house.
She mentioned it then as well, but she also had told me when she was on the phone. That's why my husband yelled out that we shouldn't be driving with a cracked taillight.
But in fact, you did not tell Trooper Proctor that story. What you told him was she told you on the drive back to One Meadows after having picked you up, correct?
I told him she told me in the morning and on the drive back.
So if he didn't write that in his report, it's obviously incorrect. Gotcha.
Sustained.
Of course, that drive back to One Meadows would have been 5:30-ish or so, maybe even a little later, 5:35.
Approximately, yeah, I'm not sure.
Well after she backed out of the driveway and struck another vehicle at One Meadows, correct?
Do you know that? All
No, I have no idea.
right, next question.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor, when you first interviewed with him during that same interview on January 29th, you noticed that he was taking notes, obviously.
Yes, he was.
You told him about your observations of the taillight that day. Is that right?
Jen's hair? Whose hair? Jen's hair is herring. Oh, my hair is wet. Is it pouring by you? Because it's pouring here. So I just refuse to dry my hair. So it's gonna be like it's gonna be a weird day. It's gonna be a weird hair day for sure. Weird hair day. It's pouring. Like I can hear it on the roof, and it's bad. It's bad. I'm so tired of this rain.
I have to see the report, but I believe I told him about it, yes.
And that was literally the same day that you made the observations. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
He asked you to describe specifically what the taillight looked like.
Mhm.
And you did so, correct?
Could I see the report?
All I'm asking right now, I've got the report.
Okay.
If you need it, I'll give it to you. I'm asking about your memory. Okay. Did you tell him about what the taillight looked like?
If he asked me what the taillight looked like, then I would have told him what it looked like, yes.
And what you told Trooper Proctor on that day is that you, quote, saw a crack in it. Is that right?
I believe I said it was broken and cracked and it was missing pieces.
Isn't it true that what you actually said is we got out at John's house and looked at the taillight, back right taillight, saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he was taking notes, correct?
Ooh,
Correct.
Have you ever seen those notes?
that was interesting.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
You noted that he
That was interesting. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna put it into normal speed. Just watch her body language.
back right taillight saw a crack in it, correct?
I said that I saw it and it was cracked and it was missing pieces.
Whoa. She had like an eye block. She rolled her eyes. She had a lick lip. She had a hard swallow. That is a lot. it feels like the timing of it. I saw a crack and it was missing pieces. Come on, Jen. Come on, Jen. I know it's
You know that
early.
he's
You got
taking
water
notes,
there.
correct?
Take a
Correct.
drink.
Have you ever
That's it.
seen those notes?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection as to what you actually
so
told
slow
him in terms
after-
of that description to take a look at his notes?
1.5.
So
But
ask it
we need
differently. That's a state.
Sure. Do you remember exactly the words you used in describing that taillight to Trooper Proctor as you sit here today?
Again, the taillight was cracked and missing pieces.
Okay. I know that's what you're testifying to today,
Mhm.
Ms. McCabe. We're all aware of that. You've said it 4 or 5 times now. What I'm asking you is, what did you tell Trooper Proctor on January 29th? That's my question. Do you remember the exact words you used to him on the 29th?
I believe I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Do you know that, or are you guessing?
I'm not guessing.
Okay. Do you remember that specifically?
I remember describing it as cracked and missing pieces.
Do you remember saying it had a crack or she saw a crack in it?
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day.
Oh.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
Kanoni's
wouldn't.
gonna hate that. Miss
As you sit here
McCabe,
today,
we
are
can
you
do this
telling this
all
jury
day.
that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So
Why
it's very
are you
possible
doing
that
this,
that's how you
though?
described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was one way. Mhm.
Oh wow, it's so. It's starting to feel icky.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control in terms of the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family or friends?
I have multiple group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked.
Right.
Ask to approach. Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Or no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
May I approach? Yes. Oh, sure.
Indicate by identification.
The cross is back.
Did
I
you have
just
the extra
noticed
date
it.
of these chats? I just
I-
took the document away from you. I apologize.
That's okay. I didn't know.
May I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one of you?
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 1/29/22.
Okay. Is that chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And
Wait,
you recognize
Vicky,
this
I have a
text?
question. Victoria, I have a question. Victoria. So in the Babel, Moses, someone turns water into wine, right? Is there something in the Babel about is there something in the Bible about drinking? Jesus turns water into wine. Is there something in the Bible about drinking or over drinking or what something like that? The Babel. I feel like, right? Like I don't understand. If Jesus turns water into wine, and in church you drink wine as the blood of Christ, the life force of Christ. There's lot, it says not to be drunk. Okay. All right. And you're supposed to just sort of take it in and let your body take the blood. Very transubstantiation. Interesting. I have so many questions. Religion is just so curious to me. I'm so curious about religions. You can drink, just not to the point where you are wasted, to the point of needing AA. Interesting. Because that it does that like fall into like gluttony, like the sin of being gluttonous. Wow, that's very interesting. That's interesting because bread wine literally becoming his body and blood within you. It's a very Catholic way of thinking about it. I see. Because I don't know if she was about to be going to church, the day after. And you know what? Not my place to judge. I don't go to church. And the fact that you can't be operating in your right mind. Oh my gosh. Okay. There's so much. I just. Do you think, as someone who. There's a story in the Babel of daughters getting their father drunk and sleeping with him to make sure the line carries on. There's a lot going on. Do you think that her wearing this massive cross, which almost looks from this still, it almost looks like there's actually like a body on the cross. Like it's like there's so many layers, and the Babel is wild. It's giving right. It looks like there's almost like a figure on the cross on her neck. From this is still, or if you were a juror and you are someone who goes to church, reads the Babel, has their own relationship with a specific religion that uses the Babel, how would her, and knowing her history and her family and what they do and the drinking and the language that they use, wearing this cross make you feel? It's pretty ornate. Like it's quite intricate. There's a lot happening there. How would that make you feel? Like, would you be like, oh my gosh, she loves the Babel just like me, and so she's, we relate? Or would you go, bitch, why are you wearing that big ass cross? The hell? What the hell? I'd be wondering why her lifestyle isn't lining up with her words from what I'm hearing. Very interesting. Because like someone, you tell the truth, you're very neighborly, you want to make sure everyone's okay. Like, get that off your neck. It feels very, very try hard to me. It feels very try hard to me. Very, very try hard. I'm not digging it.
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask this be marked for.
Get my man's name. Get my man's name out your mouth.
Why don't I see you sidebar for a minute about this?
See you sidebar. Yeah, I would not be. I mean, I just have questions about things, and I'm like, wow, she shouldn't be wearing that. I don't know why. Oops. I don't know why she thought that was a good idea.
All right,
and
so
now
the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes.
I don't know who told her that
Thank you.
was
Thank
a
you, Your Honor.
good
Before I
thing.
proceed,
So, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications between, allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right. So now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the
Your turn. So funny. So basically, you need to listen, understand what's happening in these messages, comprehend them, and you need to lunch and 45 sitting watching here. Hey, you need to, if you believe that Jen was texting as Jen and Nicole was texting as Nicole, and their fingers were the ones typing these messages, then good. You can use these text messages to place state of mind in these current events. If not, ignore it. Basically, summation. But yeah, so let's get into these text messages.
January 29th text be published.
Jen McCabe
Yes.
had with Nicole, her sister, homeowner of 34 Fairview.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
And I can only
thank you.
see the caption, but Lily's.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? We'll take one bubble at a time.
Mr.
Thank you.
Cage, do you need
Captions
that
for
one, or
me
you will-
probably aren't
All right,
available
thank you.
yet.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be
Unfortunately.
a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the green bubble here, can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes,
The last 4 digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
yes,
Is that your phone number?
yes,
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
yes,
Is that your sister?
Gross.
yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes,
And if you look down on the bottom right corner,
She's not even, you didn't even capitalize Coco in your phone for your sister. You didn't even capitalize it.
of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1/29/22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:50. I'm sorry, 7:56 or 58. Sorry, I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
I'm sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
Any
This is
update
from you
about
to
what?
Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please.
Why would she have learned anything new?
Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please.
I don't want to text her.
Is this a text
the
from
case.
you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
Right.
Next text, please. What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. This
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay. Text me in AM or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring lights up for just a moment.
What is Nicole hearing? What are you waiting for Nicole to find out to
One
tell
of the texts,
you?
the third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document.
Okay.
8 pages.
I got multiple
total
pages
length.
in my hand.
There's a big page on bottom, 02148. Thank you. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
Lots of pages. She wants to know every single message on this page. Look at her taking her sweet time. That's good. Good.
May I stand at the stand for just a second?
You don't have a separate copy for
I do. I'm going to hand you this one and ask this to be marked. Just a couple foundational questions. Mr. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
Believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian, sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
You can
February
look at
1st,
the
yeah.
top one, nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
How does this be marked?
Same, for identification or in evidence?
In evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Brown?
Please.
Yes, that can.
48.
Good night.
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction regarding this is not to be used for the truth of what's in there, but simply as opposed to using the statement.
With the court's permission to publish, please.
Yes.
More
If we could start at the second
textages.
text down. Ms. Ward, can you make that a little bigger? I apologize. Thank you. Do you recognize what's depicted both on the screen and in your hand?
Yes.
Does it appear to be the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Taking a look at that first text, who is that from and who is it to?
Okay. All right. It's from Brian Albert, and it's to myself, my sister Nicole, and Matt McCabe, my
Yeah.
husband.
If you could orient us, please, and I won't do this with every single text, but orient us for the first text. What date and time is this text?
This is February 1st at 12:50.
So this is about 3
What
days
the
after
hell
the
is
event.
this? What is this? B Nan A. What the fuck is this?
Question.
Yes.
12:50 noon,
Noon. Yes.
just before 1 p.m.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Julie said Channel 4 is Zindini.
And that's from whom?
Brian.
So Brian Albert explain what that text means.
So Brian Albert is telling us that Julie
That's
told him
an R.
Channel 4 is Zindini.
Who's
An
Julie?
R and an
I'm sorry,
I.
Julie Albert.
Thank you. Let's go to the next text.
That's an R and an I. I thought that was BN. I thought it was like a bad, poorly spelled banana. It's BRIANA. Why is she not capitalizing these? This is very interesting. Interesting. Channel 4 NDE. Got it. All right, continue.
The next text.
That's funny.
Is this in response to the text you just read?
Yes.
The prior text mentioned Channel 4 and D&E. What is D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that is owned by Chris Albert.
Is that in Canton?
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's in Canton.
On the main street of Canton?
Yes.
Directly next door to what?
Waterfall.
Across the street from
Oh,
Waterfall?
sorry. CF McCarthy's. Yeah.
Thank you. Across the street from Waterfall, directly adjoining, they have an adjoining wall to CF McCarthy's, correct?
Yes.
And D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
Sorry. Well, that's interesting. This text is so interesting to me. We've known about this text since before the first trial, but this is a very interesting text message. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house. Now, this message is coming from Matt McCabe, right? So a couple of things here. Matt McCabe, what's her name? Jen McCabe's husband, right? Matt McCabe was the one to basically be like, in the morning after Karen called Jen, oh no, you shouldn't be going out in that, you shouldn't be going out in the snow. No, don't do it, right? Helping Jen take her time. He also with Jen was in no rush. They were making coffee, right? They were chilling, making coffee. Jen McCabe also said the guy on the 911 phone call. So there's a lot of like connections here that if the jury is paying attention, they're going to be like, wait, how much did Matt and Jen communicate about all of the events, right? So it's very strange to have the same language being used about John O'Keefe, a friend, a well-known human in their life. He was at their house. They were at his house a lot. They were not new to knowing each other. So this language here it's a massive red flag when it comes to the no, I don't want to say like the truthfulness, but like the reality of the situation, that even though they knew each other very well, even though everyone knew John O'Keefe and loved him, he was not family, just like Karen Reed. Even posthumously after death, he is the guy. It's terrible.
What does tell them the guy never went into the house mean to you? How did you take that?
I took that as John never came in the house.
Who's the guy?
John.
Who's the guy?
John O'Keefe.
Yes.
And the beginning of that sentence is tell them that the guy never came in the house, correct?
Yes.
And the sentence before that is ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yes.
So this is Matt McCabe directing that Chris ask questions of Channel 4, correct?
I wouldn't say directing.
Whatever word you want to use. He was
No, I'm saying that Matt.
suggesting
I mean,
I think
it was
we're
a
all looking
direct
to find out what
statement.
happened. So Matt was like, ask some questions. What do they know?
and also indicating
It's
that Chris
just
should
so
tell
rude.
them the guy never came in the house, right?
John never came in the house, correct?
Okay. Next
Oh,
text,
she
please.
does not want to say. She does not want to say the guy. She wants to keep saying John, even though we have you on the 911 call saying there's a man in the snow. There's a guy dying right here. But she's going to sit on the stand and say, oh, I needed to save time, and not say John O'Keefe.
Can you orient us? Who is this text from and who is it to?
Okay. This text is from Brian to myself, to Nicole, and to Matt.
Brian who?
Sorry, Brian Albert.
And this is in response to the text above that you just read, correct?
Yes.
Where Matt McCabe said, tell Chris to find out, get an update or something, and tell him that the guy never came in the house. This is
Yes.
in response to that text.
Yes.
And what does Brian Albert respond?
Exactly.
One word, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. This is a green box, so I presume this is you.
Yes, it is.
And this is to whom?
To Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
And what does your text read?
It means, oh my God.
It's OMG, but
Yeah.
it meant to be OMG, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I do a lot of errors.
God,
Which stands for oh my God.
Yes.
I do a lot
Next
of
text, please.
errors. IRL as well, outside of text form.
Who's this from and who's it to?
So this is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does that text read?
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Hold, please.
Next.
Hold, please. I assume it's just to eat. To eat? Why are air quotes necessary? Why are air quotes necessary? To eat? Gross. Gross. I hate all of these people. All of these people are so disinterested in making sure that their friend, Boston police officer, finds justice for his murder. They are so disinterested. Ask her what the deal is. What? Chill out. To eat
Next
ass.
text, please.
Stop.
before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on?
Is that a stroke
go
you're
back to that.
familiar with?
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please.
No. That's not what that text was.
Mental hospital.
That's not. No.
With
No. There is no. Okay. To ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital. So what the fuck did we go to school? How was the education system in Canton, Massachusetts? Because to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital. What the hell are you referring to? What are you referring to? So the last message, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is. And then the next text, allegedly, in this group chat is to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital. Who are you talking about? Are you just starting sentences in your brain and then finishing them in text form? I don't understand. To ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital. Are you saying that the news reporter is asking Julie or anyone if y'all heard if she is in a mental hospital? It doesn't make any sense. There is sense not being made here. There is sense not being made here.
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
Jingling,
This
jangling.
is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please.
Because the screen is on showing these text messages to the jury,
text
so
from?
they turn
Who's
the
it
lights off. So that they can
This
see
text
'em.
is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What
Why are
phone
you
referring to?
laughing?
Mine.
Who's on the other end of that phone?
Whoa.
February 1st, I believe.
Why are you laughing? Hold on. Oops. No, not this. I need this. Why, what is happening? Oh my God. Everything is broken. Why are you laughing? She looks awfully guilty. Getting your timeline right is awfully diabolical sounding. Yeah, a bit nefarious.
Text is from me to my sister Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie.
Who's Carrie?
Why are you laughing? What are you laughing about? What is fun? What in this text message reminded you? What is that? What did you just get reminded of? What part of your recollection was just refreshed with this text message? What the hell is going on?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
I laugh when I forget how to person myself. I just don't understand. What? Okay, cool.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who's
Why
on the
did
other
you-
end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
So that is a message seemingly referring to there was a phone call. See, this is like there's stuff missing. There's stuff missing. There's beginning, middle, and ends of sentences and context that's missing out of these conversations. I don't get it. I don't get it. You have started a sentence in your brain and you are finishing it in text form. And I handed the phone to Carrie. The fuck are you talking about? Okay. Give me some more information, please.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Miss McCabe?
2:55.
Everything that you guys have gone over
Who's the him?
as a team during your timeline matchup, during your we can be detectives and solve this on our own little moment, making sure everyone knows everything. Just stir in the pot of all the information available.
That you're referring to in this text.
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
Okay, I gotta put it back at 1.5
What's the
because I'm dying.
timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes,
And then you follow up with what?
all the stuff.
Next text, please.
What's all the stuff? I hate this. This is terrible. This is absolutely
Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's
an episode.
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Next text, please.
An episode of what?
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
Crazy.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about.
The previous text?
Yes.
Meaning like a thumbs up or a like?
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please.
He wanted to say that again. He wanted that.
Who's this?
Alan Jackson wanted the jury to hear that one more time. If she pleads out, it will end. If she doesn't, it'll be an episode. That text message, that text message. She liked that text message.
From and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text, please.
Mm-hmm.
Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
And that gives the vibe of how do they ever think they would pin this on Karen? I don't know. Right? Okay, so here's my brain. I think that's a fantastic question. Because here's my brain. I have the capacity within inside of my brain and soul to recognize that this could have been Karen Reed. She could have bumped him with the car. He could have slipped on some wet snow, hit his head, rolled over, whatever. But
Wild theory.
they have to prove it to the jury. Dan thinks she did it. And he's an idiot. Well, then what?
I'm just advocating for both sides.
So am I. So am I. That's crazy.
I will say there's a lot more conspiracy than I would see in any other case. So She definitely has a higher percentage of being innocent in most cases.
The only reason people even care about this case is because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. Did you see the wounds on his arm?
No. Well, I think you told me about that before. Didn't you?
Yeah. Has
Okay, no, they say they ran her. She ran him over, right?
bumped him with Lexus SUV, even bigger than yours, right?
They said that was the reason why he died. He got hit.
Right,
With a
he got-
You know, she had no dents on her car whatsoever.
She basically had went from like a cracked tail light to a fully missing like tail light encasement throughout the morning when she like woke up crazy. She did have some damage on the tail light. But okay, so stand next to so you stand next to your SUV, right? Your big ass car.
He might have tried to jump to avoid it
and have no injuries to the bottom half of his body, neck, shoulder
Oh,
down.
that's what it was. He had no injuries.
He had no
That's
injuries.
That's what I meant. I got it confused.
Right.
I
He had no injuries.
I thought it was the car had no damage. He had no damage. He had no physical.
Right. So he had
that's what I
a
thought.
wound to the back of his head.
I knew it was one of them.
Yeah. And he had 2 black eyes. One was his right eye was super swollen, cut above the eye. There was blood and like mucus and stuff from his mouth.
Well, maybe he was laying on the ground and she hit him.
But there were no like tire marks or marks in anything.
Sometimes that's just weird how it happens. Probably maybe even trying to crawl away or something.
But she
and ran
reversed
right over
into him.
What?
She reversed into him.
Oh, her back headlight?
Yes.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
never
Her
mind.
brake light.
Oh,
Yes.
that's the
Her
front.
passenger brake light.
Oh,
She
well,
allegedly pulled forward. This is what
oh, that
prosecution is
doesn't
saying.
make any sense.
And then she put it in reverse, stepped on the gas, went like 24 miles an hour and backed into him
In this guy's front yard.
in this guy's front
And
yard.
there's no tire marks in the snow or anything.
Well, I mean, it was a couple of hours. So imagine like you leave tire marks and then the tire marks
Well,
are
it's so
gone
cute,
because the
the tire
snow is
marks.
falling.
Yeah.
They did get like
Oh.
18 inches within like that, like 8, like they got like an inch an hour for a good chunk of time.
I don't know.
But he wasn't fully covered. It's not like he was fully covered in snow. You could see a mound.
Right.
So
Definitely seems suspicious.
it's very suspicious. That's why we're in the second trial.
Very cute.
Sorry. We had to have that. They had to have that conversation. Let me go back through all of Victoria's text messages. The fucking group chat is such a stupid idea. These idiots didn't consume any true crime. They could have planned this much better. If they were planning this, it could have been planned much better. Yes. Prove it. I'm not dog bites. Stop. I'm deceased. You can't run away from the fact that they have manipulated evidence. Red Solo cups. We will get to the red Solo cups. And the Stop and Shop paper bag, and the clothing from John O'Keefe laying out on a butcher paper for like 6 days that anyone had access to. Yes. Yes,
That is forfeit.
and then the tens and tens of pieces of glass that were obtained like within the month after the accident, but never even it's a whole thing. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slowly
455.
but surely.
And what does that text read?
Slowly but surely.
Okay.
We're getting there.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt. Me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text? And
I wrote you listening.
what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
My hair's
sorry,
starting to dry.
It would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come
Vicky, don't
over.
make me
Just
block
to be
you.
clear, and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically. Correct.
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah. Earlier in the day, he had called me, and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing of the phone.
Yes.
Then later, a couple hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Michael Proctor came over and interviewed her at your home.
No,
I'm sorry,
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter. There
So of
was-
the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt McCabe.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please.
And I think Matt McCabe was listening a lot.
Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt, Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text
Cops
stream
here
that the
again?
police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie, that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Speaking of annoying,
Next
I hate
text,
that we
please.
have to like eat food. You know, I'd like to not
Who's
have
this from
to
and who's
do
it to?
that.
This is from my sister. Sorry, Nicole, to myself, Brian, and Matt. And Nicole says, call us after.
And what time was this?
This was 5:23.
Did you take this to mean that she wanted you to call the group after Carrie Roberts' interview and update them about that interview?
I took it as that she just wanted, to call and see what the cops said and if there was any update, any information.
Next
I
text,
love
please.
food too, but
Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt, and it's to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
tomorrow.
What time is this?
This is at 5:31.
I
At
think
5:31.
so.
What
I
does
think I
Mr.
can.
McCabe write to the group?
This girl could write a book nonstop.
Where should we?
Was that in reference to Carrie Roberts having her interview with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, it was.
And this girl is Carrie, correct?
Yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, Brian, and Matt.
What time is this text?
5:32.
And what do you write to the group?
I love it.
And this is in direct response to Matt McCabe's, your husband's text about Carrie Roberts could write a book, correct?
Yes.
Suggesting that both you and Mr. McCabe were listening to her interview, correct?
We could hear different parts of it, correct?
Next text, please. And who's this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What did you write?
I wrote, she is telling them everything.
Similar to the text that we earlier saw, that was in all caps when you indicated she's telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
On the phone. That was in reference to what she was saying on the phone. This
Yes.
is in reference to the live interview, correct?
Yes.
Also indicating that you were listening to and were privy to the content of her conversation with the police.
I could hear bits and pieces of it, yes.
Enough to say that she's telling them everything.
When I used the word everything, I meant it in not only was she telling them what had happened, but she was also telling them opinions and different things.
Okay, so you could hear it that much.
I could hear her saying some opinions.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from my sister Nicole to myself, to Matt, to Brian.
And this is in response to she is telling them everything, correct?
Yes.
And the text reads what?
Good.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt to myself, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does it read?
He says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
You mean Matt says,
Oh, sorry. Matt says, going to miss the basketball game at this rate.
indicating that he was still in the house and still privy to the conversation between Carrie Roberts and the Massachusetts State Police.
He was waiting for them to talk, but Carrie kept talking, was, as he said, she could write a book. So he felt he was going to miss the game because she just kept talking.
Next text, please.
So what? Finding justice for a deceased friend might make you miss a basketball game. Oh, boo-hoo. Oh my God, boo-hoo. Oh, you poor thing. Life is so tough for you. Oh my God, the struggle. Oh, boo-hoo. No one cares. No one cares. Girl. It's some next level shit. I'm telling you, because boo-hoo. But speaking of basketball games, have you guys been watching the Knicks? The Knicks have been crushing it. First game, game one, double overtime, snatched it right out from these guys. This might be an issue moving forward in the trial. So the New York Knicks plays the Celtics for I think 6 games. The first 2 games, they have snatched up the wins. It was tight. It was close. But they did it. So these Massachusettsers, Massheads, might be going through it. So we might honestly see, you know how like people who are really into sports, their emotions get all messed up when their team loses. We might see some of that. if the Boston Celtics keep losing. We might. But the Knicks are killing it. Towns is like just crushing it. He is just a beast on the court, and I'm loving it.
That may be the end of it.
He's
Yeah, it is.
incredible.
Is that the last text on the page?
Yes, it is.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Do you want both of them? Okay, there you go.
Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
these text messages were on a private chat, both the one between you and your sister, as well as the group chat.
Damn.
Correct?
Damn. Look at that. Damn. Look at this. Y'all seeing this? Would you come look at this? Damn. That's the biggest ring I've ever seen. That's insane. That's crazy. All right, moving on.
Correct? Those are private chats, not open to the public.
Correct.
You never intended, obviously, for any of those texts to become public, correct?
Those I handed my phone over, so I knew all my texts would be seen.
Nope.
When you were writing the text, when the
Nope. Stop it. Stop it right now. Well, I handed my phone over. I don't care. Cool. Good. Well done. When you were writing those text messages, you did not have it in your brain. I am writing this text message knowing that a police officer is going to read it.
the group was chatting back and forth or texting back and forth, those were intended to be private texts between and among just the people on the text string, correct?
I just was texting my family. I wasn't thinking anymore of who was going to see it.
You certainly did not expect when you were writing those texts
Right.
that the
You
defense,
didn't think
Karen
that it
Reed's
was going to
representatives would ever
become
get a hold of those
public
texts. That was not in your mind, correct?
when you were
Would never have
writing
been
the
in my mind,
text.
no.
That is a textbook example, what we've just seen, of witnesses colluding with one another about the subject matter that's under investigation, correct?
All right, jurors, disregard that comment completely. Disregard that question.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
But it was. I just put a mini wheat in my mouth, but it was. He's not lying. Y'all were saying, tell them use this.
May I,
Make
Your
sure they
Honor?
know
Thank
this.
you. In the
Put
text that we
together and
just
make
saw,
a timeline that.
you were colluding with other witnesses, recipient witnesses in this case, through those text messages, were you not?
I was not.
You were organizing your statements to the police based on what you overheard and what you heard during Kerry Roberts' interview with the Massachusetts State Police, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You were reporting back to other recipient witnesses what you heard and saw during other witnesses' statements to the police, to wit, Kerry Roberts, correct?
I was telling them Carrie was speaking with the police.
And you told them she's telling them, quote, everything, correct?
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
And when Mr. McCabe said,
Hold on. And I just need to go back for this reason. I love Karen in this white turtleneck with the tweed jacket. I think that's a it's great. It's so different than every other look within this courtroom. Everyone has like that typical like blouse situation and a blazer. I think that tweed jacket is fantastic. She needs to wear that more
other
moving
recipient,
forward.
Yes, I told them some of the opinions that she stated.
and when Mr. McCabe said she could write a book, she's going on, in other words, she's going on and on, your statement was, I love it, correct?
Yes,
And you reported that back to other witnesses who were not privy to Ms. Roberts' statements to the police, correct?
to my sister and to my brother-in-law, yes.
And then your sister asked for updates when Kerry Roberts was done, correct?
I don't know if it was in regard to updates when she was done or updates like, did they tell us anything? Is there anything new? We were still all trying to figure out what had happened.
The four of you were discussing the facts surrounding this case, not only with each other, but discussing interviews, formal police interviews that you heard or overheard with another witness, weren't you?
I told them some of the things that Carrie Roberts said, yes.
And you were happy about what she said after you had created this timeline with her, correct?
The timeline had nothing to do with it.
But it was certainly chronologically. Her interview with the police was after this timeline had already been created between you and Kerry Roberts.
Yes, we both put down what had happened so we would remember.
And then once she was interviewed, you were responding to the rest of the group. She's telling them everything, meaning everything we just crafted in this timeline, right?
No, I meant she was telling them everything. She was telling her personal opinions about Miss Reed.
I want to change gears for a second, Ms. McCabe, and ask you about that visit that you took to Michael Lang's house. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just don't want to keep these at the podium. This is fine. Thank you, Your Honor. Have you and Ms. Roberts discussed that visit to Michael Lank's house before your testimony, before you testified to it for the first time in May of 2024, about a year ago? Did y'all discuss that at all?
I don't recall.
You testified under oath in that proceeding that you went, and I want to be very clear about this, that you went from One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence, John O'Keefe's residence, directly to Michael Lank's residence, which is in another neighborhood in the same town, correct?
Yes, we went.
And
Correct.
you indicated that you were there to drop off one of Carrie's daughters. Is that right?
Yes.
That's how you testified in May of 2024, about a year ago.
Yes.
Just a moment.
Yes.
You spoke to Lieutenant Tully about this very same visit on May 10th, 2024, before your actual testimony in that other proceeding a year ago, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what y'all talked about was your visit and your travels over to Sergeant Lank's, by the way, Sergeant Michael Lank of Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
The same Michael Lank that we've talked about.
Yes.
You talked to Lieutenant Tully about that trip over to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that in that interview with Lieutenant Tully that you went over to the Lank residence with Carrie Roberts to pick up her daughter at the residence, correct? Not to drop her off, but to pick her up.
She was with us at Meadows, so we dropped her off.
Right. I know that's what your testimony was a couple days ago.
Mhm.
I'm asking when you talked to Lieutenant Tully on May 10th.
Oh my
2024,
God.
Before your testimony last year, did you tell Lieutenant Tully we were actually there to pick up her daughter? That's why we went to Michael Lank's house. That's why you went to Michael Lank's house.
I went to Michael Lank's to drop her daughter off.
What did you tell Lieutenant Tully?
That I went to drop her off.
So you didn't say pick her up to him.
I don't believe so,
So
no.
if he said that, that would be another example of an incorrect report.
Sustained.
Do you remember exactly what it was that you told him during that interview?
I know that Lexi was with us at Meadows Ave and we dropped her off at Mike Lank. So if he mixed up pick up and drop off, that could have happened. But we had Lexi with us and we dropped her off there.
Okay, so
Blame it
that
on-
may have been his mix-up, not yours. Okay.
Sustained.
Blame it on everyone else.
Do you remember
I said the
exactly
right
what you
thing.
told
I said the truth.
Lieutenant Tully during that interview?
Not
I
my
know I
fault
said
we
that
got
we
it
dropped her
wrong.
off.
That's crazy.
It was 11 days later that you actually testified, correct?
11 days later from
After the interview, about 10, 11 days after the interview with Lieutenant Tully, that you actually testified in court about in a proceeding about this issue.
then. I don't know the exact dates of when I testified.
If you testified, say, May 21st versus May 10th, it's about 11 days.
Yeah.
All right. When you testified in that other proceeding, you did testify that you had dropped off Carrie Roberts' daughter, not picked her daughter up. Is that right?
I know I dropped her off, yes.
Did you also talk to Carrie Roberts about her testimony and what she was going to say about dropping off or picking up her daughter?
No.
Okay. You never talked to her about it before you testified or before she testified last year?
We both know what happened, so I
I'm
don't.
just asking if you had a discussion. That's all I'm asking.
I have no idea if we discussed that.
Just
So you might
answer
have.
the question.
I have no idea.
And in the last year, let's clock it around all the way to now,
Mhm.
you've probably discussed it additionally with her, correct?
Probably not that detailed, no.
Now, you also indicated, by the way, the reason that this subject matter came up with Lieutenant Tully is you were confronted with certain location data records indicating that you were at
What's going
Michael
on
Lank's
to
house
this
for a
town?
period of time, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Were you provided any records and asked about records that showed that you were at Michael Lank's house on January 30th, 2022?
I was asked if I had gone to Michael Lank's house, and I had, to be honest, I had completely forgotten because those days were just a complete blur. But then I
There's
remembered.
so much you have forgotten, like calling your sister and so many other things. You've forgotten so much because you only remember the important things, supposedly.
that after we left Meadows Ave, we did drop her daughter off at Michael Lank's.
All right.
Oh,
Do you
stop dropping names.
recall ever seeing a document, seeing something that indicated that you were actually a piece of paper, a document, a record, anything indicating that you were seen at Michael Lank's house through GPS location data forms?
Did I ever see a record of that?
Correct. The lieutenant showed,
He didn't show me a record.
he just asked you about
He
it.
just asked me.
Did he tell you during that course of that interview that he had been provided with GPS data records indicating that you went to Michael Lank's house?
I don't remember the specifics of what he asked, but I know that he did ask me if I had been there.
Did he tell you that he had received those GPS data records from the defense?
Sustained.
Did he tell you anything about receiving any documents from the defense that prompted the question where you were on January 3rd?
I don't recall.
Before that interview on May 10th with Lieutenant Tully,
Mhm.
this is preceding your testimony last year.
Okay.
Had you ever reported that you went to Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, on January 30th to anybody?
No, to be honest, I completely forgot about it.
It wasn't
You indicated
important. She
that
forgot.
During that visit,
She pushed it out of her
you sat
brain.
outside in a car, in Carrie's car, correct?
Yes,
Basically for the entire visit. Is that right?
yes.
Because obviously it wouldn't look bad right? Like, it wouldn't look bad going to a trooper's house who's investigating the death of your friend, John O'Keefe, and going to his house and having a conversation with them, right? Or having your daughter ask questions for a thing, you know, like you're that, because I mean, obviously you should spend non-business time with the person, one of the people who's investigating you, the death of John O'Keefe, your friends and family, into the death of John O'Keefe. Obviously, that's like super normal to do. Like, you know, what do you want me to do? Tell my daughter she can't hang out with her friend because their dad is running reports on me and taking my phone and reading everything and scrolling through pictures and getting phone records? What? That's crazy.
You indicated that you did not go in the house except to use the restroom possibly, correct?
I have a faint memory that I ran in to use the bathroom.
You indicated that you did not see
That
Sergeant
seems
Blank
normal
at
and
his home,
fine.
correct?
I don't believe I did, no.
What time of night was this?
I don't know. We had been at Meadows for a while, and then we left, dropped Lexi off, and then I went home. I don't know what time, maybe afternoon. I'm not sure. I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I have a
House-like.
10-page document that I'd like to have marked as identification with the court's permission.
Sure. Show Mr. Brennan on your way up.
How many bathrooms do they have in the house? Which one did you use? What type of toilet paper do they buy?
I have no problem with that. Thank you.
Been marked yet?
I'm sorry, I asked that it be marked for identification at this point, just only for identification. Sorry.
So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Once you get the document back, I'll ask you a couple of quick questions about it.
Okay.
Each of that document, just to orient yourself, do you see that that appears to be a map, generally?
all right. So I'm just going to ask you to take a look at the document and don't describe it.
Sure. Take a look at the first page and tell me if you recognize anything on that page.
I do, yes.
What do you recognize generally about that document?
I'll see you, counsel at sidebar. May I have that, please, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Okay, sidebar time.
Yes.
What is,
You went too far.
may I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Taking a look at that first page, do you recognize a location that's pinpointed on that page?
I do.
Okay, without telling me the address, what do you recognize that as being?
My house.
Okay, and do you see in the call-out box in the middle
This is my
of the
house.
page,
Yes.
do you see a date and time?
Yes.
What is the date and time?
It is January 30th at 12:13.
Take a look at page 2 on what's been marked for identification.
Okay.
Do you see a location pinpointed on that page?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that location as being?
John O'Keefe's home.
Is that what we talked about on Meadows?
Yes, Meadows.
Do you see a time and date for that location?
Yes, 1/30/2022 at 12:19.
At 12:19 p.m.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If you could turn to page, pardon me, 4, skip over page 3 and just go straight to page 4.
Mhm.
Do you recognize something that's been pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes.
What is that? Again, don't give me the full address. What is that location that's pinpointed?
That is my house.
Okay, and do you see a date and time for that?
Yes,
location?
that's 1:30 at 5:21.
When you say 1:30, January 30th.
Sorry, January 30th, 2022 at 5:21.
Okay. Looking at page 5, do you see a location
Yes.
pinpointed on that map as well?
Yes, I do.
And what's the date and time of that location?
That is also 1/30/2022, and that is at 5:28.
Got it. Taking a look at page 6, do you see a location pinpointed on that map?
Yes,
What is that again? What is that location?
that is 1/30/2022.
The location, the
Oh,
address?
I'm sorry. That is Fairview.
Appear to be 34 Fairview.
Yes,
And what's the date and time?
5:36.
Taking a look at page 7, do you see anything located on that, a pinpoint location on that page?
Yes,
What's the date? I'm sorry, what is that location?
that's Fairview again.
And what's the date and time?
That is 1/30/22 at 5:40.
So just to be clear, the page before was 5:36 and this page is 5:40.
Yes,
Okay, take a look at page 8. Do you see what's pinpointed on that page?
I like what he's doing here.
yes.
What is that location without giving me the address?
I believe that's Mike Link's.
What's the date and time?
1/30/2022,
January 30th, 2022. And
Yes.
the time, please.
5:43.
Is you're familiar with Canton, obviously?
Yes.
Much more than we are. Is
Yes.
driving time from 34 Fairview to Michael Link's house consistent with about 3-4 minutes?
Oh
It could
yeah,
be with, like, they have
for
multiple
sure
stop
is a
signs.
good color on her.
And due to the weather.
Taking a look at page 9, do
Yes.
you see another pinpointed address?
Yes. I believe it's the same one
Okay, the same address on,
as
Up there?
Michael Lank.
okay. And what's the time, what's the date of that?
1/30/2022, and that is 6:28.
And 6:28 is about 45 minutes after 5:43, give or take, correct?
Yeah.
Finally, the last page, page 10. Do you see yet another pinpointed?
We'll talk.
Address.
Well, I'm going to talk
I
about
do. Yes.
Is that your address?
what's happening.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's the date and time of that pinpoint?
That is 1/30/22 as well, and that is at 6:34.
And would it be safe to say that your address from Mike Lank's address, maybe 6 or 7 minute drive?
Yeah, depending. Mhm.
What are you looking at, Jen?
We were talking about,
What are you looking at? Are you just a little shocked that you don't remember spending from at least 5:43 to 6:28? That is what? 45 minutes? No. Yeah. About 45 minutes. At Link's house? Really? Seems like a little concern on the face, little worry. I just cannot comprehend how that might be something that you have forgotten or didn't seem important for everyone to know.
what
Everything's
happened when
important.
you were at Mike Lank's that evening.
Right.
By the way, does any of that refresh your recollection about the time that you went to Mike Lank's house?
Yes, I knew it was after Meadows and later in the day. Yes.
So closer to 5:45, 6:30, correct?
Yes.
This is in January in Boston, is that right? The greater Boston area.
Yes.
It gets dark really early.
Yes.
It was a blizzard.
The night before. Yes.
It's safe to say that it was dark out.
Yeah. I
Safe to
assume.
say it was cold out.
Yes.
The blizzard was still brewing, correct?
I think it had stopped snowing by then.
Still freezing cold.
I believe so.
Yeah.
And your testimony is that you sat outside in a car with Carrie Roberts and Michael Lank's wife for 45 minutes.
Yes.
You actually, and I'm assuming the car was running.
Yes.
He had to be on full blast.
Yes.
You're dressed in winter gear
Yes.
because it's freezing out, correct?
Correct.
Very
You
cool.
actually got out of the car and went into the house with the rest of them at one point.
I have a faint memory. I think I did. Yes.
And the three of you didn't just decide, let's just go in the house.
No, we didn't.
You actually came out of the restroom, came out of the nice warm house, and fought the cold and got back in the car, according to you, correct?
Yes, I went back in the car
Walking
because Carrie was going to bring me home.
You stated on direct examination that, and you stated again today, that you stopped by Michael Lank's house, Sergeant Lank's house, directly from the O'Keefe residence as sort of a, my word, not yours, sort of a pit stop to drop off Carrie Roberts' daughter, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you actually drove from your personal residence to Michael Lank's house as a destination, didn't you?
I don't remember that. This is what this piece of paper says. I remember just leaving Meadows and dropping off Lexi.
In point of fact, it wasn't an errand. It wasn't to drop anybody off. It was a destination that you went to from your house to Sergeant Lank's house on January 30th, 2022, wasn't it?
No, we went to drop off Lexi.
Was Lexi at your house?
She was with us at Meadows, and then we went to drop her off.
Right. She was never with you at your house, was she?
I don't remember going to my house.
So if she wasn't with you at your house, there would be no reason to drop the child off from your house to Michael Lank's house, correct?
Lexi was in the car with us, and we dropped her off at Michael Lank's. That's why we went to Officer Lank's house. Yes.
And in point of fact, you actually went from your house and did make a pit stop to 34th area before you went to Michael Lank's house, didn't you?
We drove by and stopped. Yes. Slowly stopped. Yes.
You went in the house and sold the cell.
No, I never went in the house.
Why did you come by and just stop?
I think Harry and I just went by to take a look at it. We were still trying to figure everything out.
Stay there for 6 minutes.
I have to look at the report, but yeah, we were sitting in the car, kind of just like, oh my God, looking.
Didn't go in the house.
We didn't go in the house. No,
Nobody came outside to talk to you.
No.
You didn't speak to Nicole.
I don't believe so.
Possible.
Like I said, Carrie and I just kind of drove by and were looking at the area.
And that's before you went to
Yeah.
Michael Lank's house. correct?
Memory
That was on the
better
way to Michael
now
Lank's.
So in point of fact,
than it was so long ago.
you didn't go directly from One Meadows to Michael Lank's house.
I thought I had. I truly thought I had.
But now your memory is refreshed.
My memory is not. This isn't refreshing my memory. I do not remember going by my house before Michael Lank's.
Right.
Do
I
you
never
remember
will.
testifying a year ago that, well,
It's
let me ask
all
it this
that
way.
the-
Do you remember denying a year ago that you ever been
That's-
stopped by 34th area?
Why would you just not let me pause? why do you like, what do you think the jury is going to think happened when investigator's wife gets in the car with you and Carrie, who've been working on your timeline since, I don't know, hours after John was found in the snow? 46 minutes. 40 minutes. Let's call it let's call it just a solid 40. Let's work with the GPS, right? 40 minutes of you three women just chatting it up. It's chatty Cathy's. I'm just kidding. Talking in a car by yourself, not inside of a house, not in front of other people. The three of you in a car, heat on full blast, having conversations. Oh no, I gotta pee. Can I run inside and go pee? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. Of course you can. Mikasa e su casa. What are you guys talking about? What are you guys working on? I want to talk to Link's wife. 3 jabbering Jennies. Just stop it. I can't.
Hear you.
I don't remember that now.
We'll refresh your recollection to take a look at your prior testimony.
Sure.
That is the car. Very, very much. There's no one is going to hear
Take a
you.
look at that
Also,
page that's top highlighted.
did we double check the phone records that maybe there wasn't someone on phone, like on the phone with the car? Like, hey, I got my phone plugged into the car. Come into the car and let's talk. No one can hear us. Did we double check phone records? I would have been cross-checking phone records of who's actively on a phone call. Jen, Link's wife, Link, who's currently on a phone call from 5:40 to 6:30. I would have been double checking that. It's not going to refresh my recollection.
On May 21st of last year, you were asked about this very thing in a prior proceeding, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, you denied altogether ever going by 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I believe the paper says I never stopped by, but we drove by.
And now you're saying that you did stop.
Never stopped by, but we drove by. But
Stopping by and
GPS
driving by meant
has
something
me
different to me.
there for
Stopping by, I look at it as like
many
getting up in the
minutes.
house. Driving by is you just drive by. So we just drove by slowly and kind of looked at the scene.
And Ms. McCabe, I think you just
Okay.
said that you maybe even spoke with Nicole.
I didn't speak with Nicole, no. We were in the car, Carrie and I and Lexi.
You were denying that you ever spoke with Nicole or any other member of the Albert family or anybody at 34 Fairview. Did you say it today?
As I sit here today, I'm telling you that we slowly drove by.
What?
So again,
That's so
last question was-
dumb. That's such a dumb response. That's a dumb thing to say. You're already on record having the whole sit downs. We're making a timeline. Everyone's talking and making sure everyone knows every single thing that happened. So whenever anyone answers a question, it will be the exact same for everyone. Will say the exact same thing, even if they actually didn't see it happen. Why not just say you pulled over and you talked to someone? Why do you not want to say that? How slowly did you drive by? You were there for a long time. You were there for like 4 to 10 minutes. At least. What were you doing? Just looking? I don't understand. I
On this
don't get
point, you did not, you now admit, drive from One Meadows over to Michael Lank's house directly to drop off Carrie's daughter.
My memory is we did drive from One Meadows. I know what this piece of paper says. I'm telling you that just my memory is we left Meadows and went down Fairview and then went to Michael Lank's. But this paper is saying we stopped at my house first. I don't remember that. But
And all
again,
of
I was in shock.
Sorry.
So a
All
lot
of
of things from that day are foggy. Certain things, certain details I may have forgotten.
And all of your testimony of the last several days is based on that memory that you just described to these jurors, correct?
There are certain things I'll
Amazing. That was really good. I don't have memory of going home. I just have the memory of going from Meadows, driving by Fairview to Link's house. I don't have the memory of going home, which you did. You did go home because it's there. Well, your phone went home. You may not have gone home, but your phone did. Does someone ever just have your phone? And then for Jackson to play so this is how your entire testimony works with your memory. This is how trustworthy it is. Because you can't even remember going home on this very important day, moments before you have a 45-minute conversation with an investigator's wife in your car in secret with Carrie.
Things I'll never
That's
forget,
great.
correct.
I was in shock.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. You may, depending upon your answer, depending upon what you just answered, you may or may not remember. But let's see.
Okay.
Isn't it true that at 12:13 p.m. you
shouldn't be
left
driving.
12 Country Lane on January 30th, 2022?
Yes, according to this, yes.
Isn't it true that at 12:19 you arrived at One Meadows, the O'Keefe residence?
According to this, yes.
Are you asking her regarding?
I'm asking her memory, not according to the document.
My
Your
memory.
Your
I don't
memory.
remember exact times.
Thank you. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that at 5:12 p.m. you left One Meadows, which is the O'Keefe residence, 5:12 in the evening?
That I don't remember the times that I left.
Isn't it true that at 5:21 you arrived back at your address on Country Lane?
I do not remember that.
Isn't it true that at 5:28, 7 minutes later, you actually left your address on Country Lane?
Again, I don't remember going by my house.
Isn't it true that at 5:36 you arrived at 34 Fairview and stayed for at least 4 minutes?
I know we drove by.
Isn't it true that at 5:40, just thereafter, you left 34 Fairview?
I know we left and went to Mike Lank's.
And isn't it true at 5:43 you arrived on that Oakdale Road address at Sergeant Lank's house?
I'm not sure of the exact time, but yes, we did go to Sergeant Lank's house.
And isn't it true that at 6:28, almost 45 minutes later, actually a little better than 45 minutes later, you left that address at Michael Lank's house and drove back to your house directly?
After leaving Mike Lank's, I went home, correct?
And you arrived
This
at
is
your house at
non-contested
6:34,
data.
correct?
According to the paper.
What about according to your memory?
I don't remember exact times.
Mr. Jackson, is this a good place to take a
It
break?
is.
Do you
I'm
have a
about to
while
shift
more? Okay. All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
Perfect.
15, 20 minutes. We'll see you back. And then we'll meet again if we just go home.
Right this way, Jurors.
Questions? If you can you
Thank
tell
you.
me, Ms. McCabe, if you recognize those documents that I just handed you?
Yes, this first one looks like a Verizon record of my phone.
Okay, and what about the second document?
She uses Verizon.
A phone bill. And yes, more records from my phone.
Okay.
How much is
I wanna
the
ask you a couple
monthly
of questions. If you- Before I do, I'd like to have
How
both of
many
those
people are
documents
on your
checked
plan?
just for
That's
identification. I
what I
don't
need
anticipate
to know.
hearing.
Thank you.
May I continue? Thank you. Ms. McCabe, you had a number of phone calls with Michael Proctor on January 29th, moving into January 30th and on to 31st, correct?
Are you asking her to read the records or?
Not yet. I will in just a
All right,
second.
so turn the records over, see if you can answer the questions. Okay.
You had a number of phone calls
I
with
love
Michael
that.
Proctor in the
So Judge Canoni just said, stop looking, use your memory. We've been through this. This is your third day here, plus your like third time testifying in front of a jury, maybe even fourth, because I think there were a couple of grand juries. Stop looking at it. Use your memory. I think you should be able to remember these conversations in front of the
in the
jury.
days and
I think that's
hours
great.
following the incident, correct?
Yes, I know I had some phone calls. Yes,
I'm assuming you don't remember exactly the time and duration of those phone calls as you sit here.
correct.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at your phone records that you supplied for this time period?
Sure.
There's two different documents, Ms. McCabe. One of them starts with January 29th. Can you grab that document, please?
Sure. Okay.
You should see some highlights on that document.
I do.
Did you receive a phone call from Michael Proctor at about 10:54
Still
a.m.
don't like
on
to-
January
no,
29th?
I never will.
A couple of minutes in length.
I never will.
Right back to the form.
So you asked her if this would refresh her recollection. You need to ask her if this refreshes her recollection.
Sure. Do you remember, as you sit here, a phone call at 10:54 a.m.?
I remember getting a call. I don't remember the exact time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document that you're holding as to the time of that phone call, time and date?
I see what the document says, but I just, in my head, if you ask me what time did he call you, I don't remember.
Do you have any quarrel with the accuracy of that document?
No, it looks pretty accurate.
Okay.
It looks right. It looks possible. Yeah.
All right. Did you receive, as you sit here,
Why-
your call, does that refresh your recollection that you received a phone call from Michael?
Do you think that they're forging Verizon call records? Do you really think that Alan Jackson, Mr. Yannetti, Mr. Alessi, and Miss Little are going to forge Verizon phone records. Seriously? That's insane.
Call from Michael
That's
Proctor about
absolutely
10:54 in
insane.
the morning.
Does that refresh your memory now?
I know I did receive a phone call from him. Yes.
At that time?
I don't know the exact time.
All right, so the answer is no.
Was it mid-morning?
Yes.
Did you receive another phone call on the 29th around?
Without looking, so this is again,
right.
we're being asked.
I'm going to go through this with each one of these calls. There's not that many, but a few.
Okay.
Right? On the 29th, did you receive a phone call at around 12:49?
She knows.
I know I received a phone call.
She knows how this works. She's making it hurt. No spoilers for people who haven't watched ahead. But yes, there's a shoe incident. Yes, there is a shoe incident. I don't remember. Got to say it 3 times. Got to say it in 3s.
I again don't remember the time.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at the document, the next line down, or the next phone call from with that number?
Yes, I see that there's a call.
The shoe incident is also when we learn that Trooper Buchanan does not know his left from right, and that also makes this entire thing quite concerning. Because he is asked, we'll get there, but okay, we'll really spoil it, so let's spoil it. He's asked, is this the left or right shoe? And he takes his time answering that question. He does not know. It's so embarrassing.
Call on this record.
Okay. Is your recollection refreshed that you did
But
receive
he
another
was
phone
in the
call on the 29th from
military.
Michael Proctor?
Is your recollection reflect you now remember independently that?
Not the I don't remember the specific times, no, but I do remember that he did call me. Yes.
Okay, so there's 2 phone
Make
calls.
it easy.
Excuse me?
They only object to form. I don't object to the record.
So I guess the record is fine, but if you're asking it whether she remembers, you're not going to get anywhere, Mr. Jackson.
Well, then I'll just
I'm being told that there's no objection
Fine.
to the record, just the question where you're incorporating several things from the record.
fine. Then that'll speed things along. I
The
appreciate
nature of
that.
the objection, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, I have no objection to the data coming in.
Thank you. I'm just going to speed things along, and I appreciate Mr. Brennan's assistance with that. January 29th, you see the record indicates a phone call from Michael Proctor.
I do honestly think that he took that objection really well, because it was just it solidified that this was prepped. She had been, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if Brennan himself said, does it refresh your recollection? No is a fine answer. But this is very clear that she was reminded in some way that these documents do not need to refresh your recollection on what happened the day you find a dead man in your sister's front yard. Crazy, I know, wild. It does not need to refresh your memory. You don't need to remember these things. They'll show you documents, and if they can't get you to remember, then oh my gosh, the documents just may not work. And so that's something that she either figured out from last trial, or something someone had slipped into all of the conversations that she's had with literally everybody in this case.
10:54 a.m.
Yes.
You also see on that same record a phone call on January 29th coming in from Michael Proctor at 12:49 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Moving on down to January 30th, you see a record of a call at 9:51 a.m. from you to Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
January 30th, about a minute later, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor lasting about 22 minutes, correct?
Yes.
January 30th at approximately 4:45 p.m., you see a call from Michael Proctor to you, call lasting about 10 minutes.
Correct.
Going on to the next day, January 31st, you see a phone call from you to Michael Proctor at 11:51 a.m., just before noon, lasting about 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Take a look at the second document, if you will. That covers that document, or that time frame. The second document, you should see some highlights, and I'm going to ask you to start where there's a tab at February 14, 2022.
Am I looking at the second one or
May I approach one?
Yes.
this one? Yes.
She's so confused. I think that was legitimate confusion. She has no idea what she's looking at. She does not know how to understand
This one has the
any
February
of these
14th.
documents. She doesn't know what the hell's
Thank you,
going
Mr. Cade.
on.
Taking a look at that document, and by the way,
Well, that's the thing. She's looked at so many documents. She's had so many conversations.
for the record, which one is that, M or N?
This is M.
M as in Mary.
Mary, yes.
Thank you. Do you see a record of a phone call on February
'Cause, I mean,
14th
with
at
that
about
accent.
3:55 p.m., lasting about 17 minutes between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
February 17th at about 5:19 p.m. Is there a record of call between you and Michael Proctor at that time?
Yes.
February.
Yes. So the Michael Proctor, Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor nonsense is going to become even more apparent once Jen McCabe is off the stand and they sort of move forward with some more experts. The Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor, Michael Proctor, Mr. Proctor, it's how they have to. He's not a trooper. He's not a trooper. The Commonwealth is going to find it more easier to say Trooper Proctor, then Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor, or just kind of stick to a Trooper Proctor situation. But the defense is going to make it very clear when they say Proctor's name that he is, sorry, I'm getting distracted, that he is no longer a trooper. Michael Proctor, Mr. Proctor. It's kind of, I mean, even if, and so here's the thing, even if the jury does not even realize what they're doing it. So it's like a subliminal message that it's hard to miss for us, it's hard to miss. We know why, we know when, we know how, we know what happened. There's all these things, but the jury has no idea. They have not, at this moment, they have no clue why Proctor, the name Proctor means anything to them or should mean anything to them. So him never being referred to as Trooper Proctor by the defense, it's just sort of laying this sneaky little foundation for when it comes up with Buchnick, that he is no longer a trooper. It'll go, oh, I get it. Interesting. And then with Buchnick, there's a whole conversation of, well, what happened to you and the punishments, et cetera, et cetera. And then we'll have a conversation when we get there. But that's days away.
February 28th, about 12:48 p.m. Is there a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
On the same date, February 28th, do you see a call at 4:34 p.m. with you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
March 1st at 10:16 a.m. Do you see a record of a call between you and Michael Proctor lasting 10 minutes?
Yes.
March 1st, you should see two calls, one at 4:51 p.m. and one at 5:06 p.m. Do you see those two calls between you and Michael Proctor?
Yes.
Her and Proctor
One was
were
1
really
minute and the
good
other was 2.
Thank you. And staying on that same
Really
date,
good friends.
at 5:50 p.m., do you see a call on March 1st between you and Michael Proctor lasting about 12 minutes?
Yes.
Do you
And then
think
finally on
her
March 29th,
husband got pissed
2022, do
at
you see
how
a
much
call
her
at
and
about
Proctor were
3:27
talking?
p.m. lasting about 4 minutes?
I'm sorry, what was the date?
March 29th?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. And that's about a 4-minute call at 3:27 in the afternoon.
Yes.
Okay. And you had, in fact, and that's all I have on those records. Thank you for
Okay.
that, Ms. McCabe. You had, in fact, met Michael Proctor in person on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
He was actually in your home and personally interviewed you, correct?
Yes.
Not only did you have him in your home, it was for the purpose of a formal interview between the two of you in person. Is that right?
Yes.
That was the time that Brian Albert was there
Yes.
in your home as well.
Yes.
And you had at least, I think we went through about 14 phone calls with Michael Proctor in just the next days and weeks, going all the way up through February and March. We've just gone over those, correct?
Yes. There are calls, but you're right about the number of calls, but some of them, I don't even know if they were answered.
And of course, that may be true.
They
You're
weren't
communicating back and forth,
friends.
sir,
Right.
Yes.
in the weeks and months
Exactly.
following.
Yes.
And that doesn't include those records, just for brevity's sake, those records stop in March. But there were more communications in April, May, June, July, August, correct?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know. I think initially
Right. Well,
we communicated, but I'm not sure how long it
She doesn't
went.
have the documents, so she can't remember. There's no documents in front of her telling her that it happened, so she just can't remember. She can't remember if she continued to have conversations with Michael Proctor anytime after March.
So,
And then I know we started communicating again in the summer of 23, I believe, or April of 23.
so you had spoken with Michael Proctor on the phone many times. We've just gone over those records, correct?
Yes.
You met him in person on the 29th.
It's just
Yes. When
this
he
whole-
came to interview
the
me at my house.
Proctor thing
Correct.
is
You just took
just
the words
so
out of my mouth.
annoying.
That was for a formal interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And it was in your house that you met him for that formal interview.
Yes.
And that was probably for some time. It wasn't a 2-minute conversation.
An interview in someone's house is not a formal interview. It will never be a formal interview. If you are interviewing someone because they found a dying Boston police officer in the front yard of another Boston police officer's house, and you have an interview with them inside their house, and there are 7 other people in that home, that is not a formal interview. You're hanging out at that point.
No,
Then in September or October of 2023, you were interviewed by Lieutenant Tully, correct?
I have been interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. I don't recall the date.
And you indicated just now that you began picking up conversations with Michael Proctor again in the summer of 2023, correct?
Do you think it would have been helpful if Carrie and Jen went over their timeline again before this trial? Maybe they would be able to remember some more things.
Yes.
So there were many more communications
So,
at that
yeah,
time,
that's
just
so
before
annoying.
the September-October timeframe of 2023.
Yes, but that was in regards to something different than this case.
Not the subject matter, but you had met him and talked to him more times in the summer of 2023, correct?
I never met with him. I just spoke with him.
Okay. In that interview with Trooper Tully, you were specifically asked about your relationship with Michael Proctor when Trooper Tully sat down with you in that, I think it was a September, maybe it was an October interview, correct?
I don't remember the specifics of the interview.
He asked you specifically whether or not you had met Michael Proctor, whether or not you had any sort of relationship with Michael Proctor. Is that right?
I'm not sure the specifics of the interview.
Isn't it true that you told Lieutenant Tully that you had, quote, never met Trooper Proctor prior to September of 2023?
No, because Michael Proctor was in my house in January of 2022.
Exactly. The interview with Trooper Tully. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Take your time, Jackson. I think it's really interesting that it was so there. She's not going to be charged with perjury, right? Carrie is not going to be charged with perjury. Did she commit to perjury on the stand? Yes, kind of. She did make it audibly clear to Judge Cannoni that she didn't mean to. She didn't mean to. So with perjury comes the necessity of lying on purpose, like telling an untruth with a specific purpose to trick, to get, to point fingers at someone else, to point fingers away from you, you have to have a reason. And if you can sit there and believably say, I didn't mean to, not on purpose. I didn't hear I didn't hear that part of the question. She's gonna sort of get missed by anybody trying to press perjury charges against her. It's not going to happen. Do we want it to happen? Not necessarily, but I think having the public shame of it all, she has to live in this community. She has to continue on with her life knowing that she is contributing to someone being on trial for murder based on conspiracy.
I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Trooper Tully that you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023?
No.
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of Lieutenant Tully's report?
I don't need to see the report because I know I told him that I met him on January 29th when he came to my house.
So your memory's solid on that.
You never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023. That would be an error by them, correct?
You have to ask for instructions.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that you had never met Trooper Proctor before September of 2023, would that have been a truthful or an untruthful statement?
I exactly like to be seen.
Okay, come to sidebar, please.
Man. Jackson's fighting. He's fighting. Is he putting pressure on things that I don't feel needs to have that much pressure? Yes, but that's okay.
Did you tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote?
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not the
Proctor
question.
prior. Well,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
My
this has been
question is
asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny,
What?
as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully
No,
Been asked
no,
and answered.
no,
That's
that's
not
Dr.
garbage.
Pryor. Well, there was a-
Did you tell Juror Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two parts.
No, you can't.
So
My-
this
my
has been
question is
asked and answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? You deny it.
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Can I break that up as not an answer to a yes or no question? Oh. What's happening here?
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
Not bad.
Thanks.
Wow. I
You indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had.
I know that a lot of people see Judge Cannoni have some bias against the defense and some positive bias towards the Commonwealth. A lot of people talk about how biased and how big of a gap it is. I don't think it's that big of a gap. I think what they're interpreting is that she's just more vocal towards the defense. She chimes in more with the defense. She will put her foot down on a lot of things. And I think Brennan is just a kiss ass, so that's not necessary. And I think that the defense needs to start objecting way more when Brennan is leading a witness, like just over and over and over again. And then we might actually see the fire lit under Judge Cannoni to have the same energy towards the Commonwealth when they are asking bad questions, just like the defense.
Had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The calls
I
were between,
apologize.
That's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
I can't hear anything in there. I wonder if the air
Yes.
conditioning's on.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein you call, I'm sorry,
Have a
John
good
O'Keefe
rest
calls
of
your
your day.
phone, lasting about 36 seconds, is that right?
Virtual there?
Yes.
Is that what's going on?
You know that that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth column over? That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving up to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There's a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone, lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed. Correct?
Correct.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16
All
seconds.
of these phone calls
You called John O'Keefe's phone
to John
and that
O'Keefe.
was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47, 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls that you indicated
Okay.
you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And that,
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is,
Just
that comports with
answer
your
the
memory
question.
that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes,
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did,
Not inadvertently called him once. 7 times, correct? According to you.
according to the record.
And we only know about
I want to hear the voicemails that were left on John's phone. Was his voicemail box full? How many of those calls went to voicemail? I want to hear those voicemails from John's phone. I want to hear those voicemails from John's phone. Because unless you end the call, it continues to go. So were you butt dialing and also butt call ending? I want to hear the voicemails that you inadvertently left on John O'Keefe's phone. Was there anyone else you were accidentally butt dialing? Or was it a very specific, very narrow butt dial situation happening? You just so happened to, if you had a text screen open, so if you were in iMessage and you had a conversation open, and then you, instead of physically manually closing your phone screen and locking your phone screen, you put it in your pocket, and then it just very, very delicately hit the call, the either the FaceTime button, which is in the top right, or the info button underneath the contact's name, and then the call button, which is to the left underneath the contact name on a brand new screen, which you then would probably have to get out of when you go back to then text that person as well, even though the phone call ended. And how did the phone call end? How did the phone call end? How did all of those 7 phone calls that were missed, not picked up by John O'Keefe, how did they end? How did they physically stop happening? I have so many questions about your inadvertent butt dials. Miss Jen McCabe, it doesn't make any sense. It's not 2004. Like, you don't just butt dial people anymore.
know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John
How many?
O'Keefe's phone,
No,
correct?
don't me. How many butt dials have you done in the last 2 years?
I've been lucky not to have any, but I know a lot of people who do. I've been recipient of a lot of butt dials.
How?
On my phone rings and then
What?
I answer it.
No, how did the butt dial happen from their end?
Oh, I couldn't tell you that. What was going on the other side of that phone call? I couldn't tell you.
Right. So you've butt dialed people before, right?
No, I think I have. I'm normally pretty good with my phone. I've left my phone open before, not realizing that I probably could have, but
Right.
I've never had any embarrassing moments. I go, oops, sorry.
Well, Jen McCabe was claiming that she
I would just hang up on someone. I wouldn't even talk to you. If I butt dialed you by mistake and I heard you on the phone,
like,
I just
hang
hang
up.
I wouldn't even say sorry, Lily. No. I'd be too embarrassed.
And then I'd be like, did you just butt dial me? No. So Jen McCabe is claiming that there were 9 phone calls between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. from her to John O'Keefe. John answered the 12:14 call and the 12:18 call, and then all 7 phone calls from Jen McCabe to John O'Keefe after were butt dials. She butt dialed him allegedly 7 times. He never answered any of them. 7 times. Do you think that's too much for the jury to be like, that makes sense? 7?
That's a lot. The whole process of a butt dial is you call, then it rings. Then when you leave a voicemail,
Goes to voicemail. It
you
continues.
can leave like a 10-minute voicemail.
Yes.
It's not like they just disconnected. Was it a repeated?
Right. So he either had to have had a completely full voicemail box, right? Or a voicemail box not set up, which doesn't make any sense because Karen Reed was leaving him voicemails after these phone calls. After these phone calls, there's multiple voicemails from John O'Keefe's phone from Karen Reed. So she was leaving him voicemails unless she was ending the phone calls herself and kept calling him. Now, why would someone,
A lot of situations coming up that just say, oh, well, okay.
why would she need to call John so many times
Yeah, sure.
when he was allegedly sitting in a car outside of the house where she is? I mean, she could have just walked out and said, John, why are you not coming inside? We're celebrating a birthday now. Yards from her. She called him multiple times. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Side note, I love shredded mini wheats dry.
I know. They're the best.
They're very good.
They're the best. And these ones are just from Aldi and they're like $2 and they're really good. They're really good. But these ones, all
Correct,
the
but I
left
also
in
turned
here
over my
are
phone, so you
the
could have
no
gotten all of
sugar
that off of
ones.
my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was
It's not enough sugar. I'm not going to eat it. I want a coat. I want a coating.
done on your phone, and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction. Correct.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Once you confronted with that
My phone is
extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
correct, but I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone, and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction. Correct.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Once you confronted with that
Okay, so on her, this is where things get like crazy confusing when it comes to phone records from the phone company versus the Cellbrite extraction of someone's physical phone. Jen McCabe's phone, and they're going to get into it, but Jen McCabe's phone for the extraction only showed 200 of her most recent phone calls, either made or received. And so, to be fair, by the time she gave her phone for the extraction, she had made, I don't know, let's say thousands. So it was the 200 most recent. So it can see, the defense can play, well, that's not on your phone records. Well, that's not on your physical Cellbrite extraction of the phone, because all of it, it will continue to delete. If you have 200 phone calls, you make another one. The bottom one, the from the longest time ago, is going to get removed from the stored phone data. Now, if they had the physical phone records from the phone company that can go back years and see every phone call, text message, time, the tower that it bounced off of, all of that information, you need a really hefty warrant for that. Then they could probably see all of that information. But off of her Cellbrite extraction, there's only so many phone calls that are going to show up because they will continually just get deleted from bottom up. So that's where it's a problem. So and clearly she makes a lot of phone calls. So even if they took her phone, the end of the day on the 29th, they were not going to get all this information, because I'm sure she, at that point, she had made over 200 phone calls in just that day.
a year ago, whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs.
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
It won't exist on her phone extraction from Cellbrite, but I don't know if they were able to or not able to get a warrant from her phone, her actual phone records stored by the service provider.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
I don't think it's that common. I don't think it's that common for her to sit there in front of a jury of everyone who uses a freaking iPhone. I don't think it's that common. I think it's way more common to close your phone. Like it's muscle memory. If you're on your phone, you close your phone. Like it's so easy. You just move your thumb. You just go beep. And your phone is closed. And I think, and it stops. And then it stops. and then it stops all the things. And it was a fantastic cure to the issue of butt dialing when non-folding phones first came out. It was a fantastic cure for that issue. Now, did it still happen? Yes, because people were like, I don't need a passcode on my phone. I'll just throw my phone in the purse, et cetera, et cetera. It was like, remember when non-folding phones had actual physical buttons? It was really easy to butt dial because anything that like physically pressed on the buttons, and then if you hit the call button, you're making a phone call, and you could be calling someone on the other side of the country for all you know. You could be making a long distance phone to Canada, call to Canada. I don't know. It doesn't, but having that, I think, is a great cure all. And for Alan Jackson to right now go through the steps, go through every single step that you need to do to make a butt dial or end the butt dial call that does not result in a long extended voicemail for the jury right now. Do it for them right now, because it's really easy to be like, yeah, I don't have my phone on me, so like I guess butt dials are normal. I had a couple butt dials, but do the steps so the jury can go, oh my god, yeah, you're right. Oh right, it's just second nature. I don't even think about them being steps, but they are steps.
So
I hate this butt dial nonsense.
I do, yes.
and that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into the phone. It's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct.
And your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID, or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also requires you to
Gross.
open the phone app.
Stop
correct?
it.
For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text
Oh my
app.
god.
Is that right?
If that happens to you all the time, stop it. Grow up. Learn how to use a phone. Because that's annoying for other people.
Actually, I have
Sorry.
to sit and look at
Let me
it.
just go back.
Called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also
I'm so
requires you
mad.
to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Okay,
Actually,
Boomer.
I'd have to.
Oh no, he could have done this so much better. Okay, Boomer. It feels the battle of the boomers right now. I'm so sorry, Alan Jackson. And they're not boomers, but it's giving boomer vibe. The text app. No, bro, chill. Bro, chill out. No, this is the battle of the boomers happening. Oh, it could have been so much better. It could have been so much smoother. We're not even done with this moment, and I hate it already.
I have to sit
hit
and look
such
at
high
it.
hopes.
Make phone calls.
Every day.
You don't need to go to the phone app out of the text app to make a phone call. No, Boomer, no. No, don't make me side with Jen on this.
Every day.
No.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Ah,
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right?
yes, you can. I hate this so much. I am like the title says, losing my mind, because yes, you can. Yes, you can. It's just it's a couple extra buttons. I could FaceTime someone from texting them right now. So I'm going to need you. Oh God, Alan Jackson, where's Miss Little when we need her? Come on, Miss Little. I'm gonna need you to send a post-it to Mr. Jackson right now, because that is too. I'm sure she's probably like, oh my Jesus Christ. She's like, I'm surrounded by these old men. Oh my God. She's Miss Little's like, I'm too hot for this. Miss Little's like, I'm too stunning and good at my job. But this is probably the one moment where Miss Little's like, oh my God, I hate these boys. Oh my God. No, you can make a phone call.
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
Miss Little, we
So
need
listen, apps at the
you.
bottom of the phone,
Yes.
messages,
Mhm.
phone, right?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and
Miss
maybe
Little, we
I
need
accidentally hit the
So-
last thing, the last call. Like since I had talked to John,
However, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
Oh,
Okay.
she's not. Okay. All right. So I need. Can we? I hate that. I hated every minute of that. That was terrible. You can, and you have been able to
Ms.
for a
McCabe.
long time.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're
Oh, okay. All right. So whatever happened at sidebar, Judge Canoni was like, I get it. Okay, let me tell her. Okay, yeah, for sure. Look at this. Oh my God, look at that. Look at this. Look at him.
I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
They're both rocking a turtleneck. Oh, that's so
So
good.
let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
No, you don't. Oh,
Correct.
God. You don't need to open the phone app to make a fucking call. Why is he having this conversation? Why is he trying this? Why has no one corrected him? They had time. He could have been corrected. You don't need to do that.
That's the phone, is that right?
Yes,
That would open a separate app, correct?
correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you can choose the person to call.
And of all
correct?
times to fight, she knows of all times to fight, she's not fighting him. She's not correcting him. She could totally, if she stood there and said, actually, you're wrong, and you can make a phone call from the text app, sir. If she did that, she would look so good in front of this jury. But she's just letting him say these boomer things and just letting it go. Of all the times to fight, she's not fighting.
Yes, sometimes the last dialed.
Right,
Yeah.
and that happens to be the last dial. Scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person, and then she gets the call, correct?
That is one way, yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If
No,
you,
also
hit the
wrong.
button to lock it, yes.
Right.
Can't
So
you
indicated
alternate the button?
These are all missed calls. Is that
Maybe
right?
those
That's
those
what the
weren't an
records show,
option.
yes.
In addition to a missed
A
call,
couple
you had
years
missed calls
ago.
before. You both received a missed call and you made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes,
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
it does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Siri was a thing just a couple years ago. So couldn't she have I want to know. Oh, we don't have the cell right. I want to know how the phone calls were initiated. I feel like it would tell you. No? I wonder if Cellbrite would tell you how the phone calls were initiated, if they went through like the iMessage app, or if it went through the contacts, or if it went through the phone app, or if she like initiated it with like a Siri, like if everyone was talking about him and her and it activated her Siri to call so and so in her contacts. I don't know. There's so many ways that she could have battled this in front of the jury to not make it seem really weird and odd that she called him 9 times in a row,
Just go on forever. Actually, they go on for 4
but
minutes.
never
Right.
went outside to check.
I don't know
on
how long
him.
voicemails go for.
So if you had missed calls, 7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it. You got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call.
One
I'm sorry,
missed
for
call.
7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
You have to end the call.
And your testimony is you don't remember
should have
making a single one
sat
of those
that
calls
in
to John
one
O'Keefe
singular
between
question.
12:29 and 12:50. Correct?
He should have asked her, what happens when you call somebody and you do not end the call? What happens when you call somebody and they don't answer? Well, it rings and rings and rings and goes to voicemail. And if they have voicemail set up and it's not full, you can leave a voicemail. Do you know how long a voicemail can be? I don't know. They should have that information for whatever phone John O'Keefe had at the time. And then they could have compared it to the time difference between when the next phone call started. Well, you didn't leave a voicemail. And so you had to have ended the phone call to then butt dial him yet again because you called him because it's been 2 minutes. Like, give me something to sticker to you knew what your phone was doing within that hour time frame.
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
Because
I'd like to ask you a
remember
few
making
questions
those
about
phone calls.
January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What
Okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes.
You began to engage with your phone at
Yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hawk.
If Alan Jackson handled the butt dial situation better, this search moment would have been so solid for the jury to be like, she sucks, she's lying, she is trying to get one over on us. Everything she says could be, we just can't even think about this. She's bad, right? Bad witness, we don't like. Says bad things. But he fudged up, and not, I don't think on purpose. I think maybe he just may not fully understand that you can make a phone call from not the contacts or the phone app. You know, like maybe he just doesn't know that. But he should have. There should have been but you called at this time. But you never ended the phone call that started 2.5 minutes earlier. So where is the voicemail? Like where he should have given the jury a little bit more to be like, so how did the phone call end? And if she says I called him and ended a call, then the jury is going to go, what? That's weird. That's odd. That's strange. I don't like how that feels. And then go into so when you were at home and you're making the search, how long to die in the cold, whatever, at so-and-so time in the morning, on top of you making these crazy calls and not ending them, but they somehow ended, but they were never answered by John, and no voicemails were ever left. It would have been a perfect storm of, she's not telling us the truth. But now it's like, that was weird, and now we're going to get into another weird thing.
In Hockomock Sports?
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine.
Turned into a colloquial
possibly. I mean, that's just an
term.
expression, but
Not necessarily. I don't think she Googled. Right? So she opened up Safari, and let's say we have a new tab, right? So she's opened up Safari. There's a new tab. I don't think she's Googled. I think she has just simply typed into the bar that is available. You know, it has become such a colloquial term. Oh, I'm just going to Google it. No, you're just going to type it into the bar, and it's just going to turn up with Google search results. It's not going, you're not typing in google.com and then putting in the Google search bar the thing. I don't think that's what she did. I think she just typed it into the Safari bar.
I'm not, if you can show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this
search
record
results.
many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about Ozone?
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball?
Yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top of
certainly
my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term.
How do you learn about something that you did afterwards? How does that make any sense? Oh, I learned that afterwards. Afterwards, what? After you turned your phone over to the state troopers to pull every little bit of information off of it, that's when you learned that you did something, but you did it. Then it's such a cop-out.
Right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. The record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the
Tony's
morning.
not gonna like
you know
that.
that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
And
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report,
Sure.
okay.
You don't remember, as you say, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27? I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
You're well aware that your records have been.
Where was this fire from her when she was making butt dials? Did she just not know that there's other ways to make phone calls from the phone as well? I don't get it. I don't get it. And why is Judge Canoni not stepping in and telling her to answer the question? It's like the most simple question.
Correct.
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes,
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally,
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
and every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
Wow. That was intense. Why is she getting so mad? Why is she getting so mad? Does she not understand that the implication of 7 non-ended butt dials that restarted within 3 minutes of each other without any voicemails left look just as bad as a maybe misunderstood Google search done at 2:27 a.m.? Like, they can be on the same level of bad. And in my opinion, they are. So why not fight like hell during the butt dial nonsense as well? Why did you just take it? It makes this look way more nefarious. I know it's nefarious. Golly.
I need a quick minute to find the record that I dropped at your desk. That's fine. Can we take a brief recess? About 5 minutes.
I'll sit down to the side. I will. So if Ms. Little wants to keep looking, we'll come to side.
Karen's outfit is killer. She looks so good. So does Miss Little. They look fantastic. They look so good.
We're just going to get something done fairly quickly so that we can continue up into the luncheon list.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that. Can you zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay. Take it down. That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of the column.
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the
House of
record.
Counsel, it's side back.
Yikes. We'll skip back ahead.
down.
Let me just wait. Oh, no, go back.
I object to the way it's presented here.
I object to the way it's presented here, and I don't. Why? Why? This is the report that. This is. Why would they reject this? Why would this be? Why? Okay.
Okay. Take it down.
That's the
House of
record.
Counsel, it's side back.
Reject. Object. I'm like trying to look and dog it, and it's not. Why? That's if that's the report that you. If that is the same exact report that you sent to Ian Whiffen to make sense of, then why would you object to it? All right, let's see what happened.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Found the paper. Thank you for your patience, Your Honor, and Ms. McCabe. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe. Did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms.
Ms.
Reed.
McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
I just want to say, did you hear Judge Canoni prepare her microphone for Brennan to object? Did you hear that? So you can hear when she moves her microphone because it's wonky. So you can hear her prepare to respond to an objection from Brennan. He's the only one who would object.
Of the Google search.
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Ms. Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold?
I object to recovering the record. I'll look both.
So was there a search on that at some point?
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay.
Why
Now let
is
me ask you a different question.
why is it so hard for her to answer? Does she legitimately just not comprehend the question? Like, does she just not understand the question? Is she just an idiot? I just don't understand. It is a super simple question. She does not want to be here and say, I Googled Hoslong to die in the cold at 2:27 a.m. I get it. But it doesn't matter what you want. Karen Reed doesn't want to go to jail for the rest of her life. So it doesn't matter what you want. You have to answer the question.
You Google searched the phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now you claim
Okay, settle
that
down.
was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of how long to die in the cold. Hoslong to die in cold. How long TI die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve. Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following.
no? You discussed it?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or
So,
anything like
but
that.
You
3
do
months
talk
between
about
this
what
incident
you're going to say
and
because you
the-
talk about the timeline. You combine data into one piece of information. Like you do talk about what you're going to say before you testify because you have talked about everything that happened before you testify.
Testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you to discuss it every day. I asked you, did you ever discuss it?
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way. Have you and Carrie Roberts ever discussed the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia? She
No.
told you that.
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you two discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you been told, have you been updated that
Did
last
you
week
watch
Carrie
Carrie's
Roberts
testimony?
denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
He wants to get her on a couple things there. He wants to get her to say, yes, I learned that. And then while saying, yes, I learned that, also say, so why were you listening to someone else's testimony when there's a sequestration order for y'all to not?
Just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Judge.
Have you become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
No,
You've
how
seen-
does that
reviewed
make you
the
feel?
Video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it. Yes.
You're aware that there is no video showing my client demanding a Google search anywhere in this case, correct?
I'm not sure what what cameras were where.
You're aware that there's no audio of my client demanding a Google search, correct?
Correct.
You're unaware of any witness who can corroborate your statement that my client demanded a Google search. Any witness at all.
It was just the two of us. She had sent Carrie off.
So, of course, Carrie Roberts is not such corroborating witness. Is that right? At least you understand that?
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Carrie Roberts is not a corroborating witness for you. You understand that? You just said that.
Yes, Carrie, I don't believe heard it. She
So
was
it's-
sent off.
So it's your word and your word only, Ms. McCabe, that my client demanded a Google search. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
She's like, Carrie was sent off, whatever that means. That's a weird thing to say. But Carrie didn't hear it. Carrie only knows because we went together. We came together. We made a timeline. I told her everything that happened. She told me everything that happened. So we know everything that happened. And so Carrie went on this. She took the stand in front of a grand jury. She took the stand in front of a grand jury and said, Karen asked Jen to Google how long to die in the cold. Hypothermia. Karen asked Jen to do that. And apparently there was no follow-up question of who did you hear that from, or did you hear her say that, or whatever. But this trial, there was follow-up questions. There was more information. And it came out that, no, Jen told me that Karen asked her. So that's how I know it happened. I wasn't there. I did not hear it. I did not see it. I was not in that conversation. I was not part of that. Hello? What do you mean? That's dumb, bro. You sitting in front of a grand jury and saying that is so dumb.
Ms. McCabe, you were with Carrie Roberts just before her grand jury testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
You had been with her to create a timeline of a version of events that occurred, correct?
I wouldn't say a version of events. We each put down what we remembered.
She saw what you put down. You saw what she put down.
Yes.
And you compared and contrasted those with each other to create that timeline, correct?
No, we
Yes.
didn't compare and contrast.
What do you
I said
mean?
she
Yes,
called
you
me and she
did.
said this. Then Carrie and someone was writing it down for us.
No.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister. Yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here. Yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure. She's over there in the back with a striped shirt on.
I swear to God, if this camera pans over, I
Yes.
swear to God, if that camera pans over, I will lose it. I will absolutely lose it. I swear to God, that is crazy. Okay, wait. I need this whole thing.
Create that timeline, correct?
No, we didn't compare and contrast. I said she called me. She said this. Then Carrie and someone was writing it down for us.
It is.
That would be your sister. Who?
It was my sister. Yes.
Which sister?
My sister Denise
What's your last name?
Galvin.
Is she here?
She is here. Yes.
Where is she?
She's sitting over there.
Can you point to her and describe what she's wearing?
Sure. She's over there in the back with a striped shirt on.
Between the gentleman in the purple and the
What
gentleman in the
striped
black.
shirt?
Yes.
I would put money on there being 17 striped shirts in this room actively right now. Could you give us a color, hair color? Where is she sitting? How many seats in what row? Because when this camera pans, I want to know
So she
who you're
witnessed
talking about.
this timeline being prepared, correct?
She wrote the timeline. Yes.
And then you've spoken to Ms. Roberts.
So you had a third party. Oh my God, this is so So stupid. So you had a third party with you and Carrie writing the timeline from the night before to the night that John was found to now, and that third party is sitting over there when you testify going, you got this, sis. You got this. You know so much information. You got this. Because we made that timeline. I was there. I wrote it. You were there and and no one had an issue. Everyone in this room was like, this is such a great idea. We should definitely make sure everyone is in communication 24/7 about anything that happened. What a great idea. We've never seen anything on TV, on the news, in movies that would make this look suspicious. This is so normal. This is definitely super, super duper normal. It's okay. We know all of the cops involved. What do you think the jurors are thinking right now?
Roberts,
I just want to get into their
several times
heads.
about this case.
Yes.
I know
about
so
your
much,
perceptions
so
of
I'm
this case,
losing my
correct?
mind. Are they just like,
We talk about
weird?
what happened and the aftermath of this case. We don't talk about the specific details as much as we talk about the aftermath of everything.
Mr. McCabe, the
Liars.
fact is, you instructed
Of course you talk about specific details. You had someone else write it down. Of course you talk about specific details. Of course you talk about specific details. You might not talk about specific details anymore because this happened in 2022 and it's now 2025 and it's the second goddamn trial. But of course you talked about specific details. You made a timeline. You made the specific detail of Karen Reed told me, asked me, pulling on my sleeve to Google hypothermia. That's a very specific detail that you did not need to share with anybody. That might be important, right? That if it only comes from you, yeah, it may look weird, but if it comes from Carrie, also, who was also there, we can both sit in front of the grand jury and say, she for sure told me to Google this. She for sure told me to Google hypothermia. It's going to look so much more believable if it comes from two of us instead of just me. Was that the intention going into having the conversations? I don't know. Maybe. But you have to know what the outcome's going to look like. It was within hours of John O'Keefe having passed away from whatever happened, because to be fair, we cannot solidify what freaking happened, right? We can't solidify. There's no cameras, nothing caught it. It's super weird. I don't think this should not be in trial because I don't think they can prove it, right? But within hours of this event happening, you finding this happen, you having this very traumatic experience, you are reaching out to Carrie, someone you have never spoken to before, except getting those discounts on sneaks. And you're like, let's sit down and let's go through everything. Chill. Give it a minute. I get that Mrs. O'Keefe might have asked, but you are allowed to say no, which we know you can say no. You've been saying it a lot today.
you instructed Carrie Roberts to say that she heard that Google hypothermia statement from my client before she testified.
Crazy
at the
nonsense.
grand jury, didn't you?
No, absolutely not. I never instructed her to do anything.
You wanted some witness to back up your story about this Google search, correct?
No, absolutely not. I don't
Mr.
need.
McCabe,
It was said. Karen said it. It's that simple.
so you're the only person saying that, though.
Yes, and I stand by that 110%.
And the reason that you wanted another witness to back up that statement is because you
Okay, but why did Carrie say it too? Why did Carrie say it too? That's where the problem is. That's where the problem is, right? And that's where it shows that y'all talk too much. Y'all say too much to each other. And all I have seen is Carrie saying things that you've said. Carrie saying things that you've done. I haven't seen anything that you are saying about Carrie and what she did and what she's done. I'm hearing a lot from Carrie about what you said and what you've done. So what?
because you knew that Google search for Hossalong to die in cold points a very uncomfortable finger right toward you, correct?
I never did that search at 227. I never needed to instruct somebody. No, I'm sorry.
There's an apology again. Has someone told you that you need to apologize?
Thank
There's
you.
an uncomfortable question.
Thank you. I brought it up last stream. Why is she saying I'm sorry so much? Oh, I'm sorry. 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 Shut up. Stop. Grow up. Oh my God. Like, ma'am, if you just stop and listen to the question, you might get through this without looking like a complete idiot. And I'm not saying that she's dumb. I'm not calling her an idiot. But there are moments where, goodness gracious, you're looking it. You're looking it.
Question that you don't want to answer?
No.
Have you discussed this with anybody?
No, and that's not an uncomfortable question. I'm fine to answer it.
How many times did you say, I apologize yesterday in cross-examination?
I didn't count.
Probably more than 15, right?
I have no idea. I'm just trying to answer the questions and be truthful as I can.
And you're aware that the Celebrite extraction that was done on your phone determined that of the 3 searches, 2:27 a.m., 6:23 a.m., 6:24 a.m.,
Demeanor
only
from
one of
last
them
trial is
was recorded as
so
deleted,
crazy.
correct?
It's so wild.
Have you ever been confronted with having deleted a Google search off your phone? You ever been asked that?
Yes, by you.
Do you deny that you deleted a Google search off your phone?
I never deleted a Google search off my phone.
So you
I
deny
never did that. I deny it, yes.
that you ever deleted a Google search?
Yes. I never made the search.
I'd like to move back to the
You
time
did
of
make
about
the search,
6:03
just
in the
not at
morning.
that time.
Ms.
I will
McCabe, when
I will give it to that. I will give it to that. Now, when I think about it and I say it out loud, so here's the thing. So the tab that was open, the tab that she used to Google how long to die in the cold, was originally opened at 2:27 a.m. And so she went into that tab later in the morning when John O'Keefe was getting into the ambulance and Karen Reed was pulling on her sleeve. Can you Google hypothermia? Allegedly, which I don't fucking believe. I mean, I don't think she was in the right mind to even know the word hypothermia. I mean, she thought the blood on her hand was from her period. So I don't think she was in the right mind for all of that, but whatever. And so Jen pulled out her phone, used the last opened tab, which was the one from 2:27, and Googled how long to die in the cold, and then how long to TI die cold or whatever, because she has the MS and it's cold in the fingers. I get that the misspelling, I totally get. Now here's the thing. Do I think that makes sense when they say it? Yes, that makes sense. Do I also think it makes sense that she could have Googled at 2:27 a.m.? Yes. Because what do you mean the data on the phone is stored for the app and not for what has actually been done in that app? I'm going to need better information gathering from phones then, because that's going to make me distrust time, date stamps for other cases involving Google searches, involving cellular searches on the phone through Safari or Google Chrome or DuckDuckGo and whatever have you when it comes to data collection from these phones. I don't like that. So I could go into a tab that I have had open for forever, or let's say from earlier in that day, Google something real quick, get rid of that Google search, Google something else again, and it not even show up essentially as something important because it could have been done earlier in the day or days before an event happened, or what a coinky dink. Well, that was when the tab was opened, not when I did it. That was when the tab was last used or originally created, not when I did. I don't like it. I think there's way too much wiggle room for what is actually true and what is not true when this Google I don't think we can sit there and solidify when this Google search was done, because I don't like it. And that's not why, but I don't like it. And I don't think the jurors are going to like it either. I don't think that they're going to sit there and be like, oh, that makes total sense. Wow. Very cool. Doesn't Google hold information? I don't think they'd be able to get a warrant for Google and the search is done from this phone that resulted in a Google search and the time that those searches happened. But I just feel like that the math of it all is not working for me. You know, the data that adds up to so and so, not working for me. Not comfortable with it. I don't like it. And it's so annoying at this point. And I would have loved to see Jen fight when it comes to these I wanted to say booty calls, these butt dials. I wish you would have fought harder on those and a little less on this. I think it would have worked better.
You, along with Carrie Roberts and Ms. Reed, approached 34 Fairview. This is Exhibit 4. It's been previously entered into evidence. I think you've seen part of this exhibit. Do you recall, before we get to the exhibit, do you recall my client when the first officer on scene, do you know his name, by the way?
I believe it was Officer Seraph.
When Officer Seraph approached,
It was off.
he asked the question,
and he did nothing.
what happened? Something like that. Open-ended question. Do you remember that?
I don't remember what he specifically said.
Do you remember my client a few seconds later saying, my boyfriend, I left him. He never came home.
I don't remember the specifics of what was said.
Your Honor, if we could, I would ask that
play
we
the video.
queue up Exhibit 4 for the jurors at runtime 420.
You know you can't hear it.
Before we play this,
No.
I'm going to play just a second of it and ask if you can hear the volume.
Okay.
We could, Mr. Wolf?
Why is the video in that form? Why does it not fill out the TV screen? What type of equipment was this police department using? I just do not understand.
Could you hear anything?
Oh, I can hear. Yes. Sorry.
Okay. I don't know how loud it's going to be, quite frankly.
Okay.
Ms. McCabe, will you please pay attention to the audio portion of this video as this is played? Did you hear that?
We're not
I
gonna be able
heard
to hear
something.
it.
Did you hear my client? Did it sound like Ms. Reed?
It sounded like a female.
Did it sound like Ms. Reed? You know?
I'm not sure I could. If
Did it sound like Miss Reed and how she sounded outside of your house after she called you and you heard her screaming outside of your house? But just a few minutes later, the owners of 34 Fairview could not hear her plus you and Carrie plus sirens because you said on the stand you could hear her screaming in your driveway outside of your house. But no one heard all of that noise plus all of the other people's noise in 34 Fairview.
could I listen to it again?
With the court permission, one more time.
One more time.
Did you hear it?
I could hear it. Yes.
What did she say?
I have no idea.
Did she say, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
She already
I
said
could not make
she
that out.
doesn't know. It's not going to get in.
You testified on direct examination that you were basically a passenger along in this ride on the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, that you were not the person in charge, correct?
I was in the passenger seat and Miss Roberts was driving.
Oh,
This is a bad question on my
please.
part. Let me see if I can reframe that. You testified that it was Carrie Roberts who was basically the take charge person in the scenario between and among the three of you, Ms. Reed and Ms. Roberts.
Yes. Yes.
Not you, correct?
No.
You were just sort of along for the ride, assisting how you could, correct?
I was
That's
looking. I was trying to help Miss Reed and find John O'Keefe.
If we could play a clip starting at, and I'm going to ask you, Ms. McCabe, to take a look at several clips. The first one starting at 6:21 runtime to 7:41. It's just over a minute. With the court's permission?
Yes.
Can you pause this? Do you recognize the three individuals in the foreground of this video?
I do. Yes.
Can you start from left to right and describe for the jurors who we're looking at?
I believe that's me in the black coat. To the right of me is Miss Roberts, and on the other side of the car is Miss Reed.
Ms. Roberts has, just to distinguish, Ms. Roberts seemed to have fur on her hood where you did not.
Yes.
If you could go ahead and play that, please. Can you pause it, please? Can you see who it appears you're talking to at that point?
I don't know who that is. No.
Go ahead and play it. Pause it. Does it appear that you're engaged in conversation with that person while Ms. Roberts is attending to something in the truck and Ms. Reed is running back and forth?
Yes, I was speaking to whoever that was.
Do you believe that was a police officer?
I believe yes.
Go ahead and play it. Mr. Wolk, if you'll stop it at 7:41, please. Could you see what was depicted in the video about that minute and 10-second runtime?
Yes.
Did it appear that you were engaged in conversation with that other person?
Yes.
When that other person walked away, could you see his jacket?
I couldn't make it out. No.
Did it appear to be he was a police officer?
I'm going to assume it was a police officer. Yes.
Okay. In that video, who looks most like she is taking charge, you or Gary Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in
No,
that video
that's not
that
gonna
you're the
work.
one controlling the narrative, at least with law enforcement at that point?
Objection.
Sustained.
Does it appear in that video that you're the one engaging in conversation with law enforcement, while Gary Roberts and Ms. Reed are otherwise occupied?
I am speaking with law enforcement. Yes.
And you continue to
Move to
speak with
runtime
law
8:56.
enforcement for eternity, I suppose.
Pause it. Can you see yourself in that video?
I can. Yes.
Which person are you?
I'm in the far right.
Speaking to someone?
Yes.
Who's that you're speaking to?
I can't make it out, but it looks like a police officer possibly.
And Ms. Roberts is directly in the middle of the screen, is that right?
I thought that was Miss Reed, but I could be wrong.
Let's go ahead and play it. And at 9:26, you'll stop, please.
Harry's right
In
here
that video
in
clip,
all the
who among
towels.
the three of you appear to be most engaged with law enforcement at that time?
Can you tell? Can you answer that, Ms. Reed? I mean,
Yes.
can you answer that, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, I can. I was speaking to police
Oh, I didn't even catch it at first. Can you answer that, Miss Reed? Come on, Judge. Come on, Judge. Come on. How many times has that been now? How many times? I don't know.
police officers. Yes, I was trying to help them.
Okay. Can we go to runtime 10:49? This will be from 10:49 to 11:55, Mr. Wolk. Can you pause it? Who is it that's just gesticulating in the video?
That is me.
Can we go and play it?
This really is quite an interesting video. Like Jen is like forcefully holding this officer's attention. And Karen's like completely out of frame. I'm assuming at the back of the ambulance.
Did you see yourself in that video, that clip, about a minute-long clip?
Yes, I did.
Who among the three of you appeared to be most engaged with law enforcement
And Carrie is actively cleaning snow off her car.
in that clip?
I was.
Runtime 2022, Mr. Wolk. Stop it. Do you see yourself in that video?
I do. Yes.
You just walked in from frame right?
Yes.
From frame right going left?
Yes. Behind Miss Roberts.
Okay, and that's
Yes.
you right in the middle of the screen?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Roberts had already run through, went to her SUV, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and play. This is about a 2-minute clip for the court's edification.
All right.
And this is the last one. So what, can you pause it? Can you tell who you're speaking to there?
I think it's Mike Lang.
Go ahead and play it.
I don't know. I still just have like a weird. I just have a weird feeling about Carrie going to get the blankets and towels and putting them back in her car.
Yeah, just one more.
I'm not sure why, but I just don't understand. I don't think I would. Dan, would you, if you had pulled blankets or a towel or one of each out of your car to put them, if you pulled a blanket out of your trunk because you saw your friend in John O'Keefe's situation and you put the blanket on him and you used it and like you tried to, get the snow off and it's now covered in snow and blood and mucus and all the things. And then the person gets put into the ambulance drives away. Would you then go retrieve like your blanket actively while there's conversations with police officers happening?
I guess I wouldn't really care. I guess the whole drama or everything would probably make me forget about the blanket.
Right. Like it's kind
of. It was truly a blanket I really wanted, but like.
I think it was just. I mean, she's got kids. They do a lot of sports. It's cold. I think it's just like back there to get dirty.
I mean, to be fair, when I drove down to Florida, and Ash and I stayed at a hotel for one night, and I had his blanket up on the couch. It was a white one. It blended in with the sheets. I forgot about it when I left.
Right.
Got all the way down to Florida, blah, blah, blah. I did make him hold it for 2 weeks when I came back. I did go, and it was probably a $15 blanket at Target. But it was his blanket.
But it's Ash's blanket.
So I wanted that blanket back.
Right. So it had meaning.
Right.
So
Other than that, I normally don't care.
I just
don't care about blankets in general.
Because Carrie went back to the area and pulled the blanket after John O'Keefe is now in the ambulance. She pulled the blanket out of the snow, shook it off. God forbid any snow gets in your trunk, right? Shook it off. Who knows what it's covered with, Like it was used to try to bring warmth back to someone who was dying of hypothermia and a head wound.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
And she had blood on her. Like she had blood. She needed to go get cleaned up. She had it all over her hands, all over her body, all over her coat. I don't know. It just feels weird. I wouldn't give a crap about the blanket. Also, it's not like it's sitting in some random place. It's going to continue to snow. It's going to continue to just be there in that spot in front of your friend's house.
It's a little weird. I wouldn't go back and get it. At the same time,
well,
I probably shouldn't be allowed to go back and get it either.
Right. And so
I'm not quite sure why police officers are allowed them to take the blanket in the first place.
Right. Why is it?
There.
And like wild theory moment. What if there was already taillight pieces, red pieces of plastic in the blanket? Go grab the blanket. It's now being shaken out all over the front yard.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's all just really sketchy, and I would not care about the blanket, and not a single law enforcement officer said leave it there and just let everyone trample all over where they found a dead Boston police officer. So crazy. I can't. Oh, there she is. That's what's her name? Desiree? What's her name? Denise?
Ms. McCabe, who was most engaged in that clip with law enforcement?
I was.
Among you
Just
and
like
Carrie Robertson. Ms. Weed.
exactly
I
the
was.
same.
You noticed when Mr. O'Keefe was placed on the gurney in a prior clip and moved past you, correct?
Yes,
Did you notice what your reaction was when that gurney passed you?
I didn't know.
Did you see you turned your back completely? Mr. O'Keefe? As he passed by?
If that happened, it wasn't on purpose.
Ms. McCabe,
'Twas not intentional.
when you got to the scene, you can take that down. When you got to the scene at 6:03 in the morning, you immediately recognized, did you not, that this was an emergency situation? High intensity emergency situation, correct?
I knew it was an emergency situation. Yes.
As a matter of fact, a man's life was in grave danger. You knew that.
Yes, I did.
And this is someone that was a friend of yours, correct?
Yes, and on the 911 call, you called him a man and the guy. Yeah.
Yes, he was a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention.
She didn't think he was dying. She told 911 that he had already passed, that he is dead. He's gone. She didn't think he was dying. She said he's dead. He's not, there's no coming back. He's not coming back. She told them he's gone. She didn't think he was actively dying.
Attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who were trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that it was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
it this. I wasn't going to give a
Just a yes or
description
no
and say
answer.
my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was
You-
the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially say O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and
And
I
you
wanted
didn't
help
say-
there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No,
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I
I
don't think they
think-
would have.
I think it's a great question. I think it may set off a couple of jurors, maybe, because it shouldn't be a difference. It shouldn't be a difference in response time. Cop, not cop. It shouldn't be a difference. But I think this area, for where they are, I think it's a fantastic question that I think he should underline with a follow-up question as well. That why did you not say a fallen Boston police officer is actively dying in the snow here at this address of another Boston police officer? Why were these words not used?
Do
Why
you
were
think
they
that might
not
have been
used?
something important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, "Does anybody know CPR?" And your answer was no, correct?
Was that I don't know or I don't, comma, NO?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something important
This is such a wild answer because, like, ma'am, no, you don't.
to relay to the 911 officials?
I
What
don't
world
know.
do you live
You
in?
even asked by the 911 operator,
the
"Does anybody know
real one.
CPR?" And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
Didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it
You
was
didn't-
asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No.
None of you were first responders?
No.
None of you were trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any way, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them?
This is great. And like she tried to call her sister who lives in that house earlier, right? And she got no answer. Now there's a dead guy on the yard. I don't know why she didn't go in the house for so many reasons. If I needed to contact my sister for an emergency situation and she didn't answer, and then I end up in front of her house in that emergency situation and there's someone actively dying, I would be inside of that home so quick. I would recognize I'm stepping away from someone who is actively passing away in a terrible situation, but my sister. I would break down multiple doors to go make sure she is okay. I would get bitten by a dog thinking I'm someone trying to break into a home to make sure she is okay. Because it's not a good thing John O'Keefe on the front lawn in this state is not a good thing. That doesn't make me not worry about the people who live in the house, especially if it's my sister.
First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt?
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
Nope.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then.
No.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is that right?
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important. And 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you? Okay.
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away.
And I want him to be like, were you not worried about your family? Were you not concerned about their safety? This man is currently in an unsafe position and about to lose his life. You didn't think that anything happened to your sister and your brother-in-law? You know, I would be like, whoa, how far did this freaking extend? What happened after I left? Right?
Me away from helping John,
man.
getting Kerry
No,
blankets, giving
brother.
him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you say were not answered.
They
Correct?
were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were
They
not
were
important
not
phone calls, but they were important enough for
important
you to make while
phone
John
calls.
is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer. Let's talk about that. She didn't
No.
answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions.
Okay.
And I'll wrap it.
Okay.
Let's talk about that real quick.
Sure.
She didn't answer the phone, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep
They weren't coming outside.
How
were
do
they?
you know?
because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep.
But you didn't know at the time that they were asleep. How did you know at the time they were asleep? There's so many other options in this world that could have been true and a reason why they're not answering the phone.
All you knew was there was a severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe
You
they
had
were
no,
okay. Man
there's
was
a
dead
dead
on their
man
lawn.
on their lawn, and you had no reason to think that they weren't okay. Like there was no worry at all for their safety. I know they're fine. How do you know they're fine? How do you know they're fine? I want to scream. I want
Correct.
to
She didn't
scream.
answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was
Oh,
crying
so-
she hit him. I didn't, but my focus, can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime.
No.
Right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
How did you know at the time it had nothing to do with inside of the house? How did you know at that moment that nothing was wrong past this 4-foot area? How did you know? How did you know? What told you? What told you in that moment that everyone else was fine? What told you? What was it? Was it Brian Albert? Was it a phone call that you had way earlier in the day? What was it? Because at the time you thought they were fine, but they were not answering multiple phone calls.
Worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take 40 to 45. Okay. Follow up on my.
How long?
Oh my God. All right. So I'm going to get this all queued up. I just want to go and listen.
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone, and nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You saw the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about
How
them at
did you
all
know
because
that
you
at the
knew
time?
what really happened, didn't you?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take 40 to 45.
Wait, so I honestly think that Judge Canoni might have really enjoyed that. Because when she was like, all right, jurors, like it felt like that was fun, right? This is why we like lawyers and lawyering and trial, right? How exciting. Like it felt very much like, well, that was fun. Like, well, we're having a good day. We're having a good day. I think she really, I mean, we have to remember Judge Canoni was a lawyer before she was a judge. I think she really enjoyed that. She did not intervene. She very easily could have. And I think she really freaking enjoyed that. I think she enjoyed Alan Jackson getting what he needed out of her at the final moments. Like it's crunch time. And he's slapping his hands. He's his voice, he's speaking faster, he's speaking loud. He backed away from the microphone so it didn't hurt her ears. And she just had to sit there and take it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Let's see. This is outside of the jury's presence, so we're not going to deal with that. And we're going to then jump back into Jen McCabe, but we're gonna take a little break too. So let's see. We'll be back at probably a little before 2. A little before 2 p.m. We'll take a little break. Stretch our legs. Very exciting. So we'll be right back. Okay, so I have to go get some lunch. So I'm going to play this. I'm going to be listening. But this, I believe, this is just the redirect of Jen McCabe. So it's just going to be, oh, you're just so sweet. I'm so happy. I'm so happy you were so honest on the stand. Like they're going to try to correct some things. It does not look like it lasts very long. And yeah, so I think after we do the redirect of Jen McCabe, we're going to get into a different witness. But before we do that, before we switch up the witnesses, we'll talk about Jen McCabe, her testimony, and then we'll continue to move forward. But I'm going to go get some lunch. I will be listening. But here is the redirect.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mrs. McCabe.
Good afternoon.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after 6 a.m.
Okay. When I arrived at Fairview on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more where my husband had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like it was very hard to see.
When you returned the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. Obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes,
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did. Yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars? Do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall. No.
And your sister and brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance and help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying there on the ground. I had no idea what happened. All I wanted to do was to get help for John, and as fast as I could.
You saw her on the dash cam. You spoke to a number of different people in law enforcement.
Yes.
In fact, during that day, a number of different people from law enforcement, did they call you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Move along to Mr. Brennan.
Did a number of people call you from law enforcement that day?
On the day of the 29th,
Yes.
Michael Proctor called me.
Okay. Did you speak to law enforcement after that day?
Yes.
Were you asked to engage in interviews?
Yes.
Were you asked to testify in front of grand juries?
Yes.
Were you asked to come to court and testify?
Yes.
Did you ever once refuse to speak to the police?
No.
Did you ever once refuse to testify?
No.
When you were speaking to the police on that dash cam, it's depicted on the dash cam, why were you speaking to the police?
Well, each officer that arrived had a set of questions of who it was, what happened, etc. So I was answering all the questions because my main focus was John.
Did you ever try to be evasive with the police?
No, I told them everything I knew.
Did you ever try to avoid speaking to them?
Objection.
The form.
Did you ever hold anything back from the police when you spoke to them?
Objection.
I'll allow that, and then let's move on, Mr. Brennan, please.
No, I didn't.
When you interviewed with many different law enforcement and people involved in this case, were you ever given an opportunity to review somebody else's report after it was written and provide edits or your input?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
When you testified, are you testifying from what somebody wrote? They interpreted what you said months or years ago, or are you testifying from your own memory?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I'm testifying from my own memory.
You called 911?
Yes.
And that morning when you called 911, well, let me ask you, do you wear an Apple Watch?
I do have one, yes.
When you were speaking to 911 that morning and during that event, how did you feel?
Extremely nervous, anxious, scared. Uncertain.
Do you think
Panicked.
do you think your heartbeat was up?
Yes.
At 2:27, the night before, or around that time when you were looking up Hockamock before you went to bed, were you in the same state of mind of fear and panic, or were you in a very different state of mind?
Objection.
Strike the fear and panic part. You can answer that though. You're the same mind or different?
Different.
What was your state of mind at that time?
I was relaxed, just playing on my phone, looking up things before I went to bed.
Do you think your heartbeat was as elevated that evening as it was the next morning?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you made a search for how long to die in the cold or how long to die in cold, is that something that you thought of for yourself?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
Why did you do it?
Miss Reed asked me to Google it.
And when was that?
That was in the morning after we found him.
And had you ever attempted either of those searches before Miss Reed asked you to do that?
No, I didn't.
You were asked questions about the next day when you visited the O'Keefe home, and you read some records. You remember those questions?
Yes.
Do you remember going to the O'Keefe home?
I do, yes.
You went with who?
With Carrie and our 2 daughters.
Do you remember how many hours you spent with the O'Keefe family?
I don't remember how many hours, say a few.
Was it over 3 or 4?
Could have been, I'm not sure.
What is the reason that you spend so much time at the O'Keefe home the next day?
We went over to offer support, love, comfort, to be with them.
You weren't avoiding them, were you?
No, no.
Sustained.
After you left the O'Keefe home and reading the records, I don't know if this is your memory, it was suggested it was 5:12. Do you remember going to Fairview?
I remember driving by Fairview on the way to Mike Lank's.
When you went to Fairview, you were asked questions about when you stopped by, whether that meant you went in or were outside. Do you remember whether you went in or were outside?
We never went in.
Have you seen your phone records that there are no calls to your sister when you went by Fairview at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I haven't, no.
And when you went by, you were asked about that. In fact, you had been asked about that before, hadn't you? Whether
Yeah.
you stopped by.
Yes,
And Attorney Jackson showed you part of that statement.
yes,
Did you, when you were saying that's part of the statement, did you read the whole statement to yourself?
I did.
And to put that in completeness, had you, under oath, talked about the fact that you went by that day?
I'm confused by your question.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
You were shown page 181 and then 182?
Yes,
And so when you were asked about that before, had you in fact offered under oath that you did go by Fairview?
yes,
When you stopped by Fairview, according to the questions you were asked, or the records you were asked to read, it was 4 minutes you stopped by Fairview. Does that sound like your memory?
no, I know we drove by, slowed down, and we were looking outside.
Why did you want to go back to the very scene that you had seen that morning?
I think Carrie and I I'm not really sure. I think we just drove down and we,
All right, so your answer is not really sure.
okay.
Next question.
And then according to the records that were read to you, you went to Detective Lank's house
Yes,
and you were at that address for about 40 minutes, 50 minutes.
yes,
You were read or shown certain text messages between you and some of your family.
yes.
Was that a complete listing of the text messages in order that were on your phone?
I had a lot of text messages with them on my phone, yes.
Were some missing from what you were shown?
I'm not sure.
You were asked about your state of mind. I'm going to ask you about some of those text messages in a minute.
Mhm.
You were asked about calls and text messages to John O'Keefe.
Yes,
Have you ever inadvertently called anybody before on your iPhone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
yes, many times.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered or knew that those calls were made to Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you purposely make those calls?
No, I do not believe so.
If you inadvertently called on purpose, it wouldn't be inadvertent, would it?
True.
Did John never answer any of your calls after that 1218 call?
No, he didn't.
And when you were reaching out to him, did you reach out to him the next morning after you heard from the defendant?
I did, yes,
What?
No, next question.
Why were you reaching out to him?
because I was trying to get in touch with him because Miss Reed said he didn't come home.
You were asked about your state of mind over the next couple days,
Yes,
and I'd like to ask you about some of the text messages reflecting your full state of mind over the next couple days.
All right, this has to be really brief. All right, jurors, you're about to hear some evidence. And remember, I told you this morning that before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or created or sent, transmitted this communication was in fact the person alleged to have done so. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the person alleged to have transmitted, created these messages, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding this case. And remember, what you're about to hear, you're not to use for the truth of the statement. It goes simply to the state of mind of Ms. McCabe at the time of the message. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. May I approach with the clock for the witness?
Yes.
I'm here and listening. I'm just having some lunch. But so far it's been like, you've been wanting to say so many more words answering Alan Jackson's questions. Now's your time. Let me just let you explain literally everything. And I don't know if these explanations are actually helping her case. And it's crazy because it's not even her case. This is not about her. It is, but it's, you know. Oh, brother.
When law enforcement asks for your phone, was there any requirement you give that to them?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you voluntarily consent to give your entire phone to law enforcement?
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did.
I handed you a document that reflects your text messages from that morning and the next day. You were asked about some of them on the screen. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked how that affected your state of mind and the decisions that you were making. Correct?
Yes.
I want to read along, and I'll indicate if you look at the number on the left, and then I'll read it, and you can let me know if I read it accurately.
Okay.
Starting at number 17, there's a phone call saying, please answer. Who are you calling?
I'm sorry. Where does it
May I
say?
approach?
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, that's the
man.
number right
This
there.
would be the number.
Let me
This would
help
be the
you.
call.
Here, let me help you.
Okay, so it's John O'Keefe. Okay. Thanks. Sorry.
Number 17, phone call, please answer. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
Do you know at that point where he is?
No.
459-49. Number 18, Karen is worried. We need to find you.
John O'Keefe.
504-40. Number 19, please answer so I know you're okay. Who are you calling?
John O'Keefe.
These are text messages, not phone calls.
Number 26, 515-41, 129.
They may be text messages referring to the reason of a phone call, but these are text messages, not phone calls. You don't have visual words with a phone call. And this is like a voicemail that was transcribed. Is this a transcription of a voicemail or is this a text message? Come on, Brennan. Healthcare data when he refers to Apple Health. Now, phone calls when he's referring to text messages.
29.
What's going on?
Okay, I'm trying to call people. I will be in touch soon. You know who you're calling?
Don't recognize the number.
What are you thinking at this point?
I'm trying to find people. I'm trying to call people so that I can try to find John.
Number 31, 522-57, 129. Okay, I tried to Beatty. Okay, I just talked to her. What are you referring to?
I don't know whose number this is.
Okay.
At
this point in the morning, you're making these phone calls. Do you know where John is?
No, I have no idea where he is.
Turn to number 48, 129-22 at 8:44. You're texting any update. What is your state of mind?
Which number is this?
Number 48.
48. I believe that may be to Kerry Roberts, and I'm trying to get an update from the hospital.
You were asked about your relationship with Kerry Roberts. At that time, before that night, how many times had you met her?
Once.
And you said in the moment, did that relationship change?
Yes, instantly.
Was it for collusion?
No.
Let me ask you, number 160. This is 129 at 2 in that afternoon. Do you have 160?
Sorry.
It's okay.
You should know you gave her the paper if she has that or not.
It's okay, I'm here.
160. You see that?
Mhm.
Okay. I can't stop seeing him in the snow. Jen, this is awful. Who's that from?
Kerry.
Is your state of mind collusion?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Don't ask it again, please, Mr. Green.
168. 129.22 at 2:04:32. You're calling Miss Roberts. Every time I close my eyes, it's all I see. I feel like I'm going to vomit. I just can't even. I know how close you two were. Can't imagine how hard the situation is for you. Does this reflect your state of mind that day?
I'll allow it.
We have the question.
Objections noted. Next question.
Well, we need to approach on this particular text.
Come to sideline. Oh, sorry.
That right there was a little, I don't want to say biased, right? I don't want to say biased, but it was not, it was, she noted the objection. She already said, don't ask it again. He asked it again. He's pushing his boundaries. And Jackson is pissed. Jackson's like, come on. You just said, don't ask it again. He asked it again. Your Honor, we are approaching and having a
This number, I won't read it. This number on top. Whose number is that?
That is 9.
And she's
And
like,
the bottom
okay,
number is
whatever,
going to?
fine.
Yes.
Make
So
it.
this text message, is this what you wrote?
Yes, it is.
It may not actually be bias, but it is coming off as bias. And I think she needs to be aware of that. Not just for the jury, but for the public as well that is also watching this.
2 carry.
Yes, it is.
I won't read that last text message again. However, it is correct that text message was from you to Miss Roberts, number 168.
Yes, it was.
And the response in this text message, number 169, from Miss Roberts to you, you were also, this is awful, Jen, I'm in shock.
Yes.
Number 170, and this one is from Miss Roberts to you, 129.22 at 2:05:45. I literally am having wine. I don't know what to do. Calm down.
Yes.
171 at 2:06:35 on 129.22 from you to Miss Roberts. I know I am definitely in shock and it keeps hitting me. I just feel so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to read one more. 172. And this is from Miss Roberts to you at 2:13:41 on 129.22. I don't know what to even do. I'm so sorry for both of us. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 175. Again to Miss Roberts, 2:14:15, 129.22. Do you text, I talked to Peggy, I am devastated for them?
Yes.
And did you follow up seconds later at 2:14:56 on 129.22? I am so sick to my stomach.
Yes.
Where's the concern for the kids?
That day, did you have to speak to your children about what happened?
I did. Yes.
I'm so sorry for both of us. Spoke to Peggy, blah, blah, blah. Not a single message about these poor kids. I can't believe this is happening to these kids again. I mean, they've lost another parent, a guardian. These poor children. I'm going nothing about. I'm so sorry for. I'm drinking wine. I'm so sorry for both of us. I don't know. I know that I also don't like that Brennan is reading these text messages. I don't know. We are in 1.5 speed, so the tone can be slightly different than what's actually happening. But this, okay, we're going to talk about Jen's kids, but what about John's niece and nephew?
Was that part of your state of mind that day?
Yes.
None of those text messages
allow
were read
Number
into court
208
if they exist.
or 207. You received a text from this number. I don't want to say it out loud, but if you could read it, 207. Do you know who that's from?
I don't.
Okay, we'll move to the next one then. 208, 129.22, 342.06. I've never felt so sick. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Number 210, 433.40, 129.22. You text messaging somebody?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I don't, just off of the number.
Okay. And this text message, is this from you to somebody?
Yes.
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut, like I'm about.
I'll allow it. sent by this witness allegedly?
My mind is racing. I have that awful feeling in my gut like I am about to puke, besides seeing the awful image, trying to wrap my head around what happened to him. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Why are the numbers not associated with a name on this document? No one knows anyone's numbers.
213. This is on 12922 at 43820. Do you know who was texting you?
Yes.
Who?
My friend.
Once things settle, you need to talk to someone and process the trauma. And then 214, you respond. 12922, 44038. I've been shaking since this AM. I feel so sick. Everything started to be a blur and all run into each other.
Yes.
And this is at 44038 at 12922.
Yes.
And during that day, you've spoken to law enforcement
Yes.
and the days that follow.
Yes.
I'm going to move to 12922, 752. If you look at number 289, please.
Okay.
At 289, is this a text from your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
Any update? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And you were shown this text at 292,
Yes.
and you texted your sister, Kerry talked to cops, kept it simple.
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, the cops had gone to her house, but she had had a long day and been drinking some wine, so she said she just made it quick.
And you were sharing that with your sister?
Yes.
And was your sister part of many of these texts as part of your support group?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you that you shouldn't rely on your family and have a conversation about what you went through? Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, no one did.
And during that,
Man, if only Alan Jackson could jump in and be like, did anyone, I mean, just reassure the jury, did anyone tell you to not talk about this event with anybody else, to compare notes, to make a timeline? Did any law enforcement officials say anything about that? No, they're super cool with everyone just sharing information and getting everything all jumbled up. Awesome. Lovely.
text time, the one I just read to you, was at 7:54:38. If you turn to 296, 129:22 at 7:56:50. Did your sister text you, okay, try to get some sleep, talk tomorrow?
Yes.
And did you text back at 7:57? Yes, but don't feel pressure.
Yes.
And the next one, 298 at 7:57:07. Was your sister asking you for any updates?
Yes.
And at 7:57:13, did she text you, I love you, don't beat yourself up, you did the best you could?
Yes.
Objectively, no, you didn't. You did not do the best you could.
And just a few minutes later, number 308, please, 129:20.
You objectively did not do the best you could. It is very clear that you could have done more. Not to save John's life, but to try to save John's life, right? You could have done more. You could have ran into the home that you are so absolutely familiar with, because it's your sister's house, and said, CPR, now, downstairs, John, Snow, dying. Come on, hop to it. Like, I gotta pee, don't care. Once you get outside, piss on yourself. I don't care. Go save this man's life. You know how. You have been trained. You are officer. You are Boston Popo. Get it together.
22 at 8:01 p.m.
Mhm.
Did your sister again write to you, okay, text me in the AM if you hear anything later?
Yes.
And you continue texting with her?
Yes.
You were asked about timeline?
Yes.
You turn to number 761, please.
I did the best that I could do.
761.
761, please.
What page is that on?
248.
I'm missing page 248.
You don't have a two-page 48?
No,
Why
it stops at
missing
212 and picks up at 253.
May I stand up for witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Peggy?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
2 days later, January 31st, 2022, and this is at 10:26:29 a.m. Are you texting Ms. Roberts?
I am.
I have spent the AM trying to process that he is really gone and try to piece together all the events. Is that part of the process of the timeline?
Yes.
I hate this.
At some point on the 31st, was something happening around Fairview Road that you learned?
I believe there was police presence.
Was there any presence from the media, the press?
Oh, yes, there was.
Was that causing any concern?
I believe I talked to Peggy, and she was.
So on January 31st, 2022, we're at number 864.
She was so mad
Did
she
you see
couldn't
any
finish that
information who this
answer.
number is that's calling you?
She's like, well, I'm on
That's my
redirect.
sister.
I can
Nicole.
answer.
And she's texting you, news people came by and knocked on the door again. They're all leaving now, Peggy, and then left about 15 minutes ago.
Yes.
And then at 1 o'clock, 18 seconds on 1:32:22, you text back, did you answer the door?
Correct.
Was this part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few more.
No more. Judge Canoni, did you see? Did you see her face? No, did you see her face?
Part of your state of mind on the 31st, what was going on around the house?
Yes.
Just a few
Watch
more.
her face. Watch her face. I think she's waiting for defense to object. She's pissed. Why does she look so upset? Ma'am, you're the one who declared a mistrial.
In trying to recount for people who asked you that
You're the
morning
one who declared
and
a
over the next
mistrial.
couple days,
I'm just kidding. It's not
some
her
of what's
fault, but-
reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any way affecting the way you were remembering and
are.
thinking about what had
Yet
happened?
again.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would seek to introduce all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that. Wait. Is there an objection? We'll deal with that later.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. McCabe, a couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on,
I saw a spotlight. Yes. And I do believe they had lights on. Yes.
flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely. Yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been. Yes.
Certainly, you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview. Although no
Not the
sirens, correct?
cacophony.
I wouldn't exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah's cruiser, correct?
Yes.
And Mulaney's cruiser was on the other side of Terry Roberts' vehicle, correct?
Yes, I don't believe lights were on. His lights were on.
And there was an ambulance just to the left and behind Sarah's vehicle, correct?
Yes, which would have been in front of 32 Fairview.
Lights on that as well?
Yes.
All facing in the direction of 34 Fairview, correct?
Facing, but out front of 32.
So
Okay, and when Karen was outside of your house, just by herself, you heard her hollering. Just her. You heard crazy Karen Reed outside of your house, hooting and hollering, screaming your name, screaming John's name, screaming Carrie's name, screaming a bunch of nonsense, right? You heard that when you were inside of your house and Karen was outside of the house. You heard it. Now, Karen, Carrie, you, police officers, EMTs, paramedics, firefighters, multiple vehicles, multiple lights. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say a couple of them used sirens pulling up to the, I don't know, there's someone dying scene, and no one heard anything. Not the police officer or his wife who lived in 34 Fairview. Not the dog of the police officer and his wife who lived in 34 Fairview. Not the neighbor across the street who just so happens to be law enforcement as well. And I'm pretty sure there's another neighbor on the other side who's also law enforcement as well. Jen knew everyone in this neighborhood. Jen knew where officers, people who know how to do CPR, some first responder type shit lived in this neighborhood. Jen knew that she does not know how to do CPR. She could clearly tell that Carrie might know, but it's not working. Karen, losing her ever living mind. Go get someone else. If I'm calling 911 and no one is showing up in, I don't know, 3 seconds, I'm in a rush. I'm in a hurry. I'm in a big hurry. Massive hurry. That's crazy.
So is there a reason that you're so resistant
For her to say,
admit that there was a cacophony of sound and noise
I did
outside
everything I
34
could.
Fairview?
No.
Okay, so there was, correct?
Outside on the front lawn, yes, side lawn.
And there was also some
Side
people yelling
lawn.
and screaming at a high pitch, right?
Yes,
Both Miss Reed, who was yelling and screaming, correct?
correct,
And Miss Roberts, who at least at some point told her to shut the fuck up, correct?
correct.
Wow. Screaming. The screaming.
You were asked about the stop.
The lights
at
would not
34
wake me
Fairview on the way to
The noise would.
Sergeant Lang's house on redirect examination.
I just want, during a rainstorm, yes, I'm not on the second story, and yes, it's not exactly the same, but during a rainstorm, I heard someone talking to someone else on the other side of my home. I was on one far side, they were on the other far side. Woke me up out of a dead sleep. Woke me up out of a dead sleep. I'm a hard sleeper, especially when it's raining. Count me out. Count me out. I don't want to wake up. I don't want to move. I am in dreamland and nothing's getting me out. I heard two people talking outside. Woke me up out of a dead sleep. To the point where I need to look out the window to see what's going on. I see nothing. I went to the second window to see what's going on. I see something. What do? I sneak my nosy little ass right out to my front porch. No lights. Open a door. No one knew I was there. Not a soul knew I was looking because I did not turn no lights on. I snuck under windows. I looked out and lo and behold, just as I was about to call the police showed up. It was someone already called. But that was in a rainstorm. And also very windy. It was like raining sideways. Why is she so adamant that they just could not hear anything? People were screaming bloody murder outside their bedroom window. Nothing. Lights, not going to wake me up. Not going to bother me. Noise, going to bother me.
Correct?
I was, yes.
He showed you a couple of pages of your transcript from that question and answer, correct?
I believe he showed me a page, yes.
And you noted that this was a question and answer from a hearing last year in this courtroom.
Yes,
And you admitted that you stopped. Actually, let me rephrase that. You were confronted with the fact that you stopped at 34 Fairview on the way to Officer Lang's house, Sergeant Lang's house, by me on cross-examination, correct?
yes, you asked me.
You also indicated that you have never refused to speak to the police, any law enforcement officer in this case, correct?
I've spoken when but asked to, yes.
But in point of fact, when you were approached by the two law enforcement
I'm
agents
talking to the
who were not
FBI.
connected to Massachusetts State Police or to Kansas
Definitely
you
not the
suspended
FBI.
that interview and refused to
The
answer further
FBI.
questions, correct?
I welcomed them in my house, sat with them, and then I stopped. And then I met with them a few times after, and I
Ma'am, this is just answer them. Like this is day 3 of you sitting here. Answer the question. Just answer the question and get going home, right? I'm sure you have a basketball game to get to.
answered all their questions that they asked. I helped clear up some misconceptions that they had been told. And as you know, I know they're no longer investigating. So I think I helped them well.
And you're obviously well aware that in that first
I
interview,
don't think that's
you
necessarily
stopped the
true.
interview cold and refused to answer further questions, correct?
I said, I'm going to stop and I'm going to seek some counsel. Yes.
The text messages.
Which is something you should have said
You
a
just read a
very
series of
long
text
time
messages
before.
that Mr. Brennan actually read for you and you agreed with, correct?
Correct.
or any of the text messages that you just read in the group chat that I showed you in cross-examination?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
And that group chat included you, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And that was a private chat among the four of you. Is that right?
That's just a chat with them. Yes.
But it's
You read some text messages to and from Carrie Roberts, correct?
Yes.
You had just met Carrie Roberts. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She's not a McCabe. Is that right?
Correct.
She's not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
You even read some text messages with your minor children, correct?
Just now?
Yeah.
I don't believe any with my children.
Mr. Brennan asked you about a couple of text messages, or at least one text message with your children.
No, he didn't.
Objection.
She can answer that question. Is that what happened?
Did I misunderstand?
No, I honestly didn't read anything from my children. I think one, I said a friend. Another time, I didn't know who it was. But I do know my children's phone numbers, and no, it was
Okay.
none of my kids.
Obviously, the kids are not on that group chat, that private group chat that we went over, correct?
Oh, yes, correct. They're not.
Well, let's talk about those unidentified numbers. You said this is a number I don't recognize, and Mr. Brennan read to you a text to that person, correct?
Yes,
Whoever that is, that person's not a McCabe, correct?
they're not correct.
And that person's not an Albert.
They could be. Again, it could have been Crystal, but Julie, I don't. One of the numbers I didn't recognize because I have everybody in my phone with the name, so I don't recognize every number.
And that person certainly was not in that group chat with you,
I think
Brian
by
Albert, Nicole
now-
Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Wouldn't you like start to remember numbers though? Like you have been asked about messages, people, phone calls, numbers for the last 3 years, ma'am. Did you really not start saving any of those in your little memory, in your little memory card called your brain? Or is it so full up
And then
of
there's a friend.
everything
You
else?
said this is a friend, and I don't need you to identify the friend. But whoever this unidentified friend is, that friend is not a McCabe and is not an Albert, correct?
Correct.
And that friend was also not in that group chat that we went over in cross-examination. Is that right?
Correct.
These are all people outside of that group, among whom you engaged in the chat that we saw, correct?
Correct.
And that includes Carrie Roberts. She was not included in that group chat where you talked about the case and talked about what she was and wasn't doing with law enforcement, right?
Correct. It was just my sister, my brother-in-law, and husband.
Now, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, that's all I have.
All right. Ms. McCabe, you are all set. Thank you very much.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I'd like to play clip 12, please.
There was a woman who was a mother to kids that were close to John's kids, who lived very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating. There was a woman.
Hold on. Hold on before you play it
We've
again.
already played that one. We don't need to play it again.
Okay.
12A, please.
Two things. Either he's hurt himself and is incapacitated. He could be passed out on someone's couch, which is just weird. We're not on campus. Everyone lives in their own home with children, or he's sleeping with someone. And there were multiple women in the neighborhood of Fairview that John had been with. And one of them very recently, before I started dating John.
Clip 16, please.
We'll back up later. Let's start with so who are you with? I'm with Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts, and Carrie Roberts is Ford Explorer. And I'm in the back, leaning over the front two seats. Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him. And the fear of what I was going to see is the worst feeling I've ever experienced. The anticipation of what is awaiting me was as extreme a feeling. I wouldn't say it was as extreme a feeling as the grief of realizing what happened to him.
And finally, clip 17, please.
Your Honor, we need to see the court for this one's playing.
All right, hold that, please.
And Knowles to the stand.
Well, that clip got taken out. Oh, Brother Lally's up. Oh, gosh. Oh, my gosh. Okay, so we will.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself?
We'll find out who this is, and then we'll boot Scoot and Boogie through some of their background, just because we get. I'm not to be mean or cut them off or anything, but we get it. We can continue on to the next day. So as they're doing maybe some background into them, we'll just kind of skip ahead through some questions.
Yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court.
Certainly. My name is Hannah Knowles. My last name is spelled Knowles.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And prior to working at the lab, where did you go to school?
I have a Bachelor of Science from Simmons University in Boston and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from the George Washington University.
And how long have you worked at the state police
I'm currently
that you were initially hired for?
was initially hired as a Chemist 1 in the Drug Identification or Narcotics Unit. After about a year in that position, I was promoted to a Chemist 2 position. After about a year, there was a position available in the Toxicology Unit, so I applied for that available position, transferred to the Tox Unit in about August of 2007, and have been in the Toxicology Unit ever since.
Chemist 2.
At the time, the job series for folks that worked at the crime lab was the Chemist series. A Chemist 1 was an entry-level or trainee type position where the individual was responsible for progressing through the training program, assisting with casework as they are authorized on different modules. Chemist 2 was a bench-level analyst, someone who had completed training or had a significant amount of authorizations and could work on casework and worked independently from that point forward.
And similarly, what is sort of the difference between?
Was a first-level supervisory role. It was somebody who oversaw the day-to-day operations and the work of forensic. In 2014, those chemist classifications that I was describing got changed to forensic scientists. Forensic scientist 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is the series. Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 4, and so my role is overseeing training and validation for the Toxicology Unit.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
As part of our accreditation, analysts are required to participation can consist of literature review of new journal articles as they're published.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is something that we use as the process of accreditation requires testing at least once per year. Materials that are purchased by the laboratory from a third-party vendor. Those materials are analyzed as if they were casework, but the results are compared to the expected results, and we have to.
The course of your years at the lab, have you undergone proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed each of those respective proficiency tests that you've taken?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Now, is the State Police Lab accredited?
Is she waiting for a response?
The Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is currently accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And what does that accreditation process consist of?
The accreditation process consists of on-site assessments as well as remote or virtual assessments to evaluate our policies and to ensure that we are meeting different aspects of our processes to ensure that we are meeting the standards set out.
Is that accreditation up to date at this point?
Yes, we're currently accredited to that standard.
Now, just in general terms, Ms. Knowles, if you could explain to the jury, what is forensic science?
Okay.
Now,
right.
At visual and measure.
Different types of alcohol?
Yes, there are.
And what are those types?
Generally, alcohols are a family or a group of drugs or chemicals that have a specific functional group or specific structure. The types of alcohols that are analyzed in the laboratory that I work include methanol, ethanol, and isopropanol.
And what are the differences between those different types?
They all have similar but slightly different structures. Methanol is a solvent. Sometimes it's called wood grain alcohol. Isopropanol is rubbing alcohol or 2-propanol, and that is typically used as a disinfectant. And ethanol is a type of alcohol that we typically are referring to when we talk about alcoholic beverages. It's what's present in those types of liquids.
Now, Ms. Knowles, through your training and experience, are you familiar with the term known as a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain that term to the jury?
Sure. A central nervous system depressant is a drug or a substance that works to slow down the reactions of nerves in your body. So it makes nerve cells slower or less likely to respond to stimulus.
Now, is alcohol a central nervous system depressant?
Yes, it is.
And how would that central nervous system depressant affect the human body?
The effects depend on the concentration or the amount that's present in the body. Effects range, depending on that concentration, from slowing reaction time, reducing heart rate or respiration rate in an individual. That slower respiration rate can also result in drowsiness or unconsciousness. Slower reaction time and more limited muscle control can also result in outward appearances like a staggering gait or slurred speech. It can impair balance and motor coordination. Because nerves are responding more slowly, alcohol can also, or ethanol specifically, can impact your brain's ability to form new memories. It can impact your body's ability to perceive and apply critical thinking. Again, all of those effects that I just described, they can be present depending on the concentration and the individual and how they're responding to that particular concentration of ethanol at any particular time.
Now, how is work assigned within the state police lab, specifically within the toxicology unit?
Generally, supervisors will come up with a monthly schedule or rotation where the different types of work in the unit are divided amongst authorized analysts. And then casework is assigned according to that rotation. If an individual has previously been assigned work for that case or has previously issued a report for that case, then sometimes we go off rotation and assign a case according to that previous involvement or previous report that was issued for the case.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-06576 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what is it that you were asked to do?
I was asked to prepare a serum conversion report and a retrograde extrapolation report relative to this case.
Now, how many serum conversions have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I've prepared over 100 serum conversion reports since I was authorized in 2008.
And how many retrograde analyses have you conducted during your years at the lab?
I would say approximately 15.
Now, starting with the serum conversion,
that's not a
can you
lot.
please explain to the jury what a serum conversion is and how it is that it's conducted?
Certainly. A serum conversion is a service that the laboratory offers when a blood or a serum ethanol concentration has been determined, and it would be helpful or relevant for us to approximate what a corresponding whole blood alcohol concentration would be. When we're talking about blood alcohol concentrations or blood ethanol concentrations and serum ethanol concentrations are always higher than a blood alcohol concentration. If you had a blood and a serum sample that were collected from the same person at the same time, you would always expect the serum alcohol to be between 13 and 19% higher than the whole blood. So for that reason, that difference between the two, this service that we offer can assist to approximate what a corresponding whole blood ethanol concentration would be based on testing on a serum ethanol concentration.
And did you have occasion to perform a serum conversion with respect to this
13 to
defendant?
19%
Yes, I did.
higher?
And what materials or
With the
documents did you
serum?
receive in order to perform that analysis?
For the serum conversion, I referred to medical records that were provided with the request.
May I approach and retrieve what's been previously marked as Exhibit 37?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that document? May I approach, General?
Yes.
Yes, sure.
Bring your attention to a previously tabbed portion of those records. It's the 52nd page of those records. Do you recognize that?
Yes, the flagged page is consistent with the portion of the medical records that I had reviewed in preparation for doing the serum conversion calculations for this report.
And those medical records pertain to a Ms. Karen Reed from the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Is that correct?
Yes, they do.
And in those records on that 52nd page, what was reported as the defendant's ethanol level?
The results are recorded as an alcohol result with a value of 93 milligrams per deciliter.
And pursuant to those records, at what time was that sample taken from the defendant at the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
The collection time listed on the medical records is January 29th, 2022 at 9:08 a.m.
Now, that recording and a measurement of milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you see ethanol measured by hospital labs?
Yes.
And did you conduct the serum conversion for this defendant's reading consistently with how you do in every case that's assigned to you?
Yes.
Now, please explain to the jury how you're able to convert that serum level reading to a blood alcohol concentration.
So the way that the calculation is performed is kind of in two steps. So the results are listed in milligrams per deciliter, which is common in clinical testing. And to convert it to the type of units that are typically used for blood alcohol concentrations, we just divide by 1,000 to get that into the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion or to get this serum ethanol concentration to the right units. So 93 milligrams per deciliter converts to 0.093 grams per cent. And then to perform the serum conversion, or to get this serum ethanol concentration into what we would estimate to be a blood alcohol concentration, we applied two conversion factors, a low and a high conversion factor, to account for the range that we see in the typical population. I'd mentioned earlier that serum is usually between 13 to 19% higher. So we divided that 0.093 by 1.13 and by 1.19 to get a low and a high blood alcohol concentration for that range.
And those conversion factors that you just mentioned, where do those come from?
The conversion factors come from literature where they've performed experiments similar to how I described. They have individuals that have ingested ethanol. They collect samples from them and test their whole blood and test their serum alcohol concentrations, and then compare them and see what the ratio is between them. The current ratios that are used by the laboratory, the 13 and 19%, those are also consistent with consensus body documents, or sort of industry standards that we utilize and base our protocols upon.
Now, that 13 to 19%, how long have those conversion factors been in place?
There was a consensus body document published in 2024, and so we adjusted the serum conversion factors that had previously been in use to those new published, or those new recommendations, in September of 2024.
Now, does the change in conversion factors recently adopted by your lab, does that benefit the patient or the person for whom you're converting the ethanol to blood alcohol concentration?
I'll allow it. Does it?
Yeah, the previous factors we used between 12 and 18%. And so when you perform that conversion, it typically ends up with a equivalent or lower blood alcohol concentration. And so it could be interpreted as being favorable to a defendant.
Now, why are they presented in a range?
We don't use just one.
We don't want to be favorable to the defendant. We use a different number, so we're not favorable to the defendant, is what the jury heard. Not the facts behind that, but that's what the jury just heard. They're hearing all of these numbers. They have some notes, but they don't have like a little calculator or anything. They have notes. They can write down all these notes. They can say, oh, ethanol, alcohol, drunk. You drink that, you get drunk. They are humans living in the world, and they're going through all these numbers, and they just heard, we use a different number because we don't want to be favorable to the defendant.
Conversion factor, because in the studies that we base our procedures on, it demonstrates that.
Even though that's not exactly what she said, but that's what the jury heard. Like, I would put money on at least half the jury taking that away from this last couple of minutes of conversation they just had.
The general population does not have one consistent conversion factor or ratio between their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations. And so to ensure that the conversion that we're utilizing applies to most of the general population, we use sort of the extremes of what we see in that literature, like a high and a low, to make sure that our approximation falls, that the true value would fall somewhere in between that low and that high value.
And what did you calculate as a low and a high range for this defendant's blood alcohol concentration from that alcohol reading from the Good Samaritan Medical Center?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092% or grams percent.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation.
Did I do my math wrong? Because hold please. She said it was 0.093 divided by 1.13. We need to go back. Right? This is what I got. My calculation says, now I'm not like legitimately battling her, but my calculation says 0.082 and then 30 blah 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 blah, but round to 0.082. And then we have 0.093 divided by 1.19, and that gives us the 0.078, which is what she said. So what else do you need to do? What number was being used?
So the 93 milligrams per deciliter serum ethanol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.092%.
Why? Why the 0.092? Why that? Because I didn't get that. I got 0.08. Where did we get 0.09? What are we doing? How did we do that? I'm fairly good at math. I'm not scientific forensic scientist good at math, but what number did you use to get that? Is there anything divided by? I'm just I am feeling confusion. So you have to divide 0.093. You have to divide that by a completely different number than what she said to get 0.092. And she said 1.13 to 1.19 to get is that just like a miss? Did she just misspeak? I don't know. This is important stuff, though.
And again, Ms. Knowles, that's at the time that the blood is drawn at approximately 9:08 a.m. on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to retrograde extrapolation, can you explain to the jury what a retrograde extrapolation is?
Sure. A retrograde extrapolation is another service that the laboratory offers where it's a calculation that we can perform when we have a alcohol concentration that was measured at a particular time, and it would be helpful or relevant to know what that person's blood alcohol concentration was at some point prior to that sample having been collected. What we're doing with this calculation is taking what we know about how quickly the human body is capable of breaking down alcohol and applying that rate of elimination to the time interval between when the sample was collected and tested and when there might be a particular time of interest, a car accident or some interaction where that person's blood alcohol concentration might be relevant.
And how is that done?
Similar to the range of conversion factors that we were looking at with the serum conversion, we know that the rate of elimination in alcohol in humans varies from person to person. And so based on studies where they're looking at rates of elimination in large groups of people, we know that alcohol can break down at a rate of between 0.010 and 0.025% per hour. And so we take when we're looking at a serum conversion and then being combined with a retrograde, we take the smaller of the serum conversion range and we add that to the slowest elimination rate multiplied by a time interval. And then we also take the larger of the serum conversion values, and then we add that to the fastest elimination rate multiplied by the time interval. We use a smaller time interval for that sort of minimum calculation to account for the fact that we don't want to overshoot that estimate of blood alcohol concentration. If there was some unabsorbed alcohol, we don't necessarily always know when we perform these calculations, the drinking history or like when the person had stopped drinking that day. And so we usually subtract 2 hours from the time interval when we're doing that minimum calculation to have a more conservative estimate. So we're applying the time interval, the rates of elimination, and looking at what we have for blood alcohol concentrations, all to be considered when we're performing the calculation.
Now, what categories of information do you need in order to perform a retrograde analysis?
We need to know what the blood alcohol concentration was at the time that the sample was collected. We need to know the time the sample was collected, and we need to know the incident time or the time of interest that we're sort of calculating back to. There's a couple of requirements to be able to perform this calculation that we have to ensure. We have to make sure that there's at least been 2 hours in that time interval between the time of collection and the time of interest that we're looking at. We can't calculate backwards with that very narrow window because we can't be sure that the person is entirely in the elimination phase, that their body has reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and they're just breaking down alcohol at that point. And we also know that this simple rate of elimination calculation can't be accurately modeled once we get down below between 0.02 and 0.03. So we have to make sure that the starting blood alcohol concentration is at least an 0.03 or higher in order to be able to apply that math.
Now, how is it that alcohol is metabolized within the body?
Generally, after someone stops drinking alcohol, their body reaches a maximum blood alcohol concentration. And then after that maximum is reached, for most folks, that's between 30 and 90 minutes after they stop drinking. And then the body breaks the alcohol down over time in a very predictable linear fashion, down until it gets down into about 0.02 and 0.03. The mechanism that the body uses to metabolize, some alcohol is excreted in urine, some alcohol is evaporated and removed from the body through your breath, but the vast majority is broken down with enzymes in your body that convert the ethanol structure into water and carbon dioxide.
What are the phases of metabolism for alcohol in the body?
So alcohol, once it's ingested, moves through the body in a couple of different phases. One, initially, the body is absorbing alcohol. Then
I have a
alcohol
hard
is distributed.
time. I have a hard time with the retrograde extrapolation of someone's blood alcohol content. I have a hard time with it. I think there's just too many unknowns. Too many unknowns based on witness testimony. I think there's too many unknowns. I do. I don't think this is as cut and dry as a simple, they were at the bar, they drove drunk home. I don't think it is. I think there's way too many unknowns. On top of this blood being drawn due to the Section 12 that happened. So this was the only reason Karen had her blood drawn. The only reason. Not because they thought this was a DUI, not because they had one suspect and they wanted to make sure it wasn't a DUI. That's not it. It's because she was Section 12. She was Section 12, and at the hospital they have to take your blood. That's what they have to do. They gotta take your blood. That's what's happening. They need to take your blood. And so it of course is available to be used for this case, for this trial. It of course it's there. She was in a Section 12 because of this case. Do I think that there should be some punishment for drinking and driving? Yes, I do. I hate it so much. I think there's a massive issue in this town with drinking and driving. But I also would hate to see her be the only one punished with drinking and driving. You know, that would really grind my gears if she was the only one punished. Now, no one else can be punished because no one else was charged with a DUI. No one else needed to have their blood taken. No one else needed to do a breathalyzer test. No one else did any of that. No one else was Section 12 and their blood needed to be drawn by mandate. That didn't happen to anybody. But I think it would really, really suck for everyone who drove from that bar, do not get a DUI or some sort of slap on the wrist, and she does, especially if she's found not guilty on everything else. If Karen Reed is only found guilty of a DUI, I will have a really hard time. Do I think that the DUI might be a solid they got a solid case on her for that DUI? From her own words. I was drinking and driving.
Distributed throughout the body where it can have its effects. There's a metabolism phase and then elimination. Most drugs and alcohol all kind of follow that same pattern in these different phases. And so I mentioned elimination phase earlier. That's after you've reached a maximum blood alcohol concentration and your body is no longer absorbing. It's fully distributed in your body, and then you're just breaking it down and your body's removing the alcohol or the ethanol from your system.
Now, in a retrograde analysis, are you calculating for a single number or something else?
So because we don't know an individual's particular rate of elimination, we use a maximum and a minimum, a fast and a slow elimination rate. And so our results for this calculation are always expressed in a range to ensure that that individual's actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between the range that we provide.
And can you please explain sort of that range in the size of it?
The range that's provided as part of these calculations, the size of the range depends on the facts of the case and the amount of time that's passed between the time of the incident and the time of the sample collection. The more time that's elapsed, there's a greater difference between the faster and the slower rates of elimination, the 0.01 per hour and the 0.025 per hour.
And what do those minimum and maximum blood alcohol concentration numbers signify?
They signify the smallest and the largest concentration that could be reasonably expected based on the blood alcohol concentration and the rates of elimination that are being applied in the calculation.
Now, were you able to perform a retrograde analysis from this defendant's alcohol blood testing from the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I was.
And similarly, did you perform that in conformity with how you performed prior retrograde extrapolation analyses in other cases?
Yes, I did.
And what time was utilized in your analysis as the time of vehicle operation or of incident?
12:45 a.m., January 29th, 2022.
And do you know where that time came from?
I believe it was the time specified in the request from the district attorney's office.
And why is time of operation or time of incident important?
Because the time interval that we use in the calculation depends on the starting and the ending point of that calculation. So
Karen Reed was already home at 12:45. And by home, I mean at John O'Keefe's house. So
the time of incident is important because that's what we're basing the math on.
And what was the resulting minimum and maximum numbers that you calculated for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration from her?
So they are calculating blood alcohol. That's my arm on the glass. They are calculating blood alcohol content from the serum, whatever, the serum blood down to blood alcohol, and then retrograding blood alcohol, BAC, all the way back in time. Now, Karen's blood was taken, what? Maybe, say, 7:30 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., like very, early morn, not before the sun rises. After sun rises, she went to the thing and took her blood. That's when they took her blood. Now, that is a long time frame. Karen Reed was home in John O'Keefe's house. And then she woke up a few hours later. What we don't know is how much did Karen Reed, if any, drink when she went back to John O'Keefe's house. Right? That could really change information about BAC from blood alcohol content that's taken at, let's say, 9 a.m. when at 1 a.m. she's having a couple more drinks. But then they are going to say, before you had those couple more drinks, you were still ingesting alcohol from those drinks. I think there's too many variables. To say, yep, makes sense. We're going with that. Too much can happen.
From her blood testing.
I'm not saying she drank it all at John O'Keefe's house, but she could.
The Good Samaritan
She could have.
That based on the 93 milligrams per deciliter value that was obtained at Good Samaritan, that the blood alcohol concentration for that individual at 12:45 a.m. Could be between 0.14 and 0.28 grams per cent.
And so you calculated the defendant's blood alcohol concentration to be between 0.14 and 0.28 at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th, 2020.
0.14 to 0.28 is the range of Karen Reed's presumed blood alcohol content at 12:45 a.m. when she's back at John O'Keefe's house. Even though they have that as the time of incident. Do you see this? Right? It's too much. I cannot get behind this. She might be really drunk or completely blackout drunk, on the verge of alcohol poisoning. She is very slender. She is very petite. I think height-wise, she's pretty tall, but she's very petite. And she was back then. She's very, I don't want to say skinny, but she was very petite, She did not have a lot of extra weight on her. And by a lot, I mean at all, any. And I feel her stature at 0.28. I don't think that could exist. unless she's like a super duper alcoholic, you know, like hasn't gone a day without liquor, hasn't gone a day in the past 20 years without having at least 4 or 5 drinks. 0.28 is really high, but this is the range. This is what the Commonwealth is telling the jury. Well, she was at least really, really drunk. She was at least, look at the sign, she was at least really, really drunk. 0.14 is crazy high. Crazy high. That's almost twice the legal limit, you know, which is 0.08. We all know 0.08. That's really high. I don't know how drunk she was. I don't know how much she drinks on a normal basis to get to that point of 0.14 is fine and she can drive. And no one said anything. Now I want to know how drunk everyone fucking else was, because what if Karen Reed was at 0.14? What was everyone else at? What was everyone else at?
2022, is that correct?
Yes.
May I approach this
Just a
Retrial?
hard
Yes.
sell for me. It's a hard sell. Could they make it work? They could. Commonwealth could
Thank you.
Lally make it work? I don't think so.
Mr. Nitty? At this point, I'm only going to give you about 5 minutes.
I was going to ask her to cut me off so that
Okay,
nobody's late today.
thank you.
He said I was gonna
Good
ask
afternoon,
him.
ma'am.
You
Good
cut
afternoon.
me off.
The Mass State Police Crime Lab you mentioned is an accredited forensic lab, correct?
That's correct.
That means that your lab has met specific internationally recognized standards for both quality and competence, correct?
There are aspects of quality and analyst competence that are addressed in the accreditation standards. Yes.
It also means that your lab has demonstrated a commitment to best practices and to ensuring the reliability and accuracy of its forensic work, correct?
Yes.
And there are several requirements in order to become accredited, right?
Yes.
One of the most important requirements is an independent external review of your lab's quality management system, correct?
Yes. That's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
That independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its procedures.
Yes.
And an external review means
Even at 1.5, I love Yannetti and how I love Yannetti's voice. I love how big it is. Like it's always so like it's so up and down. Like he rides the sentence like vocally. He's like just listen to this one.
Yes. That's definitely one important component of the accreditation process.
that independent external review also evaluates your lab's technical systems, correct?
Yes.
And its
Like
procedures.
there's the questions. It's not like and the lab's technical systems. Like it's like a fun, like he's like almost makes it like vocally fun for him to talk. I love it. I think it's really great. Comparing him to Alan Jackson and Alessi, they're so different. Like they lawyer so differently, but man, are they some good lawyers?
procedures.
I mean,
Yes.
And an external review means
Are
that
they
experts
best?
from outside your lab come into your lab to review your work,
not
right?
necessarily.
Yes. The
Really
review
good.
includes the procedures and the operating protocols. And there is some element of case file and specific work review.
Within your lab.
Correct.
And they make sure that you're following established and proper protocols, correct?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic scientist 4, is one of your responsibilities to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements to make sure that you're complying with accreditation standards?
Yes.
And you take pride in your lab's accreditation status, correct?
Yes. It's an achievement that's obtained by the hard work of a lot of folks at the lab working together.
You make sure, or you do your best to make sure that the lab is in compliance because you don't want to lose that accreditation status, correct?
Correct. It's important to ensure confidence in our results to maintain the quality and maintain the accreditation.
And jobs.
In contrast to the accreditation standards for a forensic
Also
lab like yours, the standards for a hospital lab may be different, correct?
Correct. Typically, accrediting bodies for clinical chemistry or hospital systems are different accrediting bodies or different standards than forensic standards.
Okay. And a forensic lab exists for a different purpose than a hospital lab. Is that right?
Correct. They have different customers and sort of different scope or intention for the use of their results.
Sure. A hospital lab tests and analyzes blood for its use in diagnosing medical illnesses and for medical purposes, correct?
That's consistent with my understanding. Yes.
Sure. And it's not for meeting court admissibility standards like your lab, right?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Your lab follows strict procedures that an expert from your lab can have confidence in the lab results when they come to testify in court like you're doing today, correct?
Yes.
As you testify here today, you have no information that the lab at Good Samaritan Hospital is an accredited lab, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, Good Samaritan Hospital is an external party in terms of its relationship to your lab, right?
Yes, and for that reason, the type of calculations that we performed based on medical records from Good Samaritan are outside of the scope of accreditation in the crime laboratory system.
Right. It has no relationship to your crime lab, the Good Samaritan lab, right?
Correct. The same policies and procedures are applied when our laboratory analyzes serum, or if we needed to do a retrograde extrapolation on testing that was performed internally that's covered by the scope of accreditation. But as you're mentioning, the testing was not performed in my laboratory. I don't have any direct knowledge or understanding of their QC procedures, of their accreditation requirements, or their testing procedures at all.
You anticipated my next question. So basically, you cannot personally vouch for the ethanol testing that was performed at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's accurate. The reliability of the results that my calculations were based on, my calculations are only as good as the numbers that I was provided. And like I said, the same math that I did here, I would do to my own internal standard or my own internal testing, anything that I performed testing on in the lab myself. But the results that I started from, I don't have any direct knowledge on their accuracy or reliability.
Right, Ms. Giannetti,
Wonderful. I love this for her so much. She's like, I know what my lab does on a daily basis for years. We started with something from a different place. So the accuracy of that, the thing that we started with, the sample that we had from the hospital, don't know. All we know is what we got from our calculations and our testing from that sample that we cannot attest to and be certain positive that it was handled and completed accurately. But with that being said, what we did was, but the test from the hospital, I don't know. It came to us, we did our job. I love it. I love that.
we can bring Ms. Knowles back on Monday if you want. I don't want to cut you short. That was the time frame.
And I'm perfectly fine with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Lally, you're done? Okay. Ms. Knowles, thank you very much. You're all set. You can step down. Ms. Giannetti, I think everybody appreciates it. So. All right, jurors, that's it for us for this week. I'll have to give you those cautions in a minute. I can tell you that it looks like next week we're full days every day. We don't expect as long a gap in between as we've had to do. So I think everybody should work really hard to make sure that doesn't happen. The cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use, and we'll see you on Monday. Have a good
All right, let's go. Let's start day 9. Let's start day 9. I got a couple hours. Let's start day 9.
Ms. Knowles, I'll remind you you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Good morning, Ms. Knowles.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this jury about the fact that the Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist 4, you helped to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present, and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, nor this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Excuse me. You can't vouch for the tubes and vials that Good Samaritan uses?
Correct. I cannot.
Are you aware that there was a recall on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
You can't vouch for how Good Samaritan stores, preserves, and assures the integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of those topics.
Now, excuse me. At your lab, you do both a screening test and a confirmatory test, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
The confirmatory test is a second and separate test. You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court. You want to make sure
It feels robotic, right? It feels robotic. She feels robotic. Yep, we do that for that, and then accuracy. It feels robotic, but it's the true reason as to why. And she's gonna tell you every time. It feels robotic. We will in the future see someone take the stand and say things that feel robotic, and it will feel robotic in a different way. She is, I wake up, I do this job. I know this job. Their lives are on the line if we mess our job up. And so if we don't mess our job up, we may have started with something bad, but we did the job that was asked of us with the thing that we had that was given to us. We have no control on the original item and the retrieval of it and the accuracy of it. But we did what we did. And this is why. And this is why we do this. And this is why we do this. And we work in science. And here is this information, point blank, period. There's no question. There's no doubt. Now, do I think it's a good thing to be able to do these retrograde things and not basically tell the jury, even though they can't right now, but they can with like other witnesses, that, you know, there's a lot of variables, way more than just the difference in between numbers, but it could be wrong on so many levels. It could be wrong because of this, it could be wrong because of this. We'll get to that. But when we get to the other witness in a couple of days and they're very robotic, it will feel very robotic in a completely different way. And you can feel that. It feels rehearsed. It feels rehearsed. It feels prepped, I guess is the right word. It feels like there was outside prep for their roboticness. This witness does not feel robotic due to prep, just due to necessity of the science career that they have.
make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes.
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
Correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not do any confirmatory testing, correct?
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are, and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just had to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did do, correct?
I used the results that were reported on the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing...
She's not assuming accuracy of anything. She's just saying, this is what we got. These numbers match. This file matches this number on this document. And we now are being requested to run these tests and get a number from 12:45 a.m. on this day. That's it. That's it.
Done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that this type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritans, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to translate the Good Samaritan results into a more accurate reading of blood alcohol content, you need to convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19% and not just one single value is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for somebody, you'd first need to precisely know the amount of water in that person's blood, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Ms. Tierney.
I don't think Yannetti needs to be tough on this witness. I think he needs to solidify, like, you were just doing your job with a sample that you can't even vouch for the accuracy of. Thank you for your idea of what might have existed as blood alcohol content, but if you can't be sure of the accuracy of the thing, how can we be sure of the accuracy of the outcome? Like, if you can't be sure of the accuracy of the sample that you're now testing, how are we supposed to be sure that the accuracy of the outcome of your tests is true, like is proper, fits the case? I think he just needs to be like, cool. So could have been wrong from the get-go. Great. Next witness. It's not up to him to call next witness, but you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't need to be a whole thing. She doesn't need to be in the hot seat. He just needs to tell the jury, like, so we're going to trust a hospital sample over, we're going to trust a hospital sample and then run it through this great lab, which I'm not talking crap about the lab. I'm just saying this hospital sample could very easily be extremely inaccurate. I don't think he needs to press her too much.
Is it scientifically possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes.
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
There is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry. I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no questions, and then if there's an explanation, Mr. Lally can stand up afterward and have you explain, but
So
this will go more quickly.
No comments. Just go ahead and ask a question.
Sure. Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes.
And there are a number of factors that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
Yes.
What is hematocrit?
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you aware that individual hematocrit can vary and that it affects the water content in blood?
Sustained.
I think it was perfectly fine for Mr. Yannetti to say, please just answer my questions. And my questions require a yes or no answer. I don't think the judge needed to be, she's not going to say it. She's more than happy to let these people just continue to yap. Yep. This is not your time to explain. I don't want him to be like this to this witness. That's not what I want. But it's that if that's how he's going to be, answer the damn question. Just answer the question. Just answer the question. And Judge Canoni should support that. I can understand, hey, no, blah, 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 but please just answer the question that is asked. Like, give the witness a note to just answer the question. We had just had the same witness on the stand for like 2.5 days. Just answer the goddamn question. The jury is champing at the bit to just move on. They want more. They want more info. Just answer the question. But now she's pissed. Now she's mad. She's like, bet.
Would somebody's age be a factor in determining the amount of water in their blood?
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes.
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
It's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors vary significantly between individuals, but they can also vary within the same individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the factors that we've discussed that you've adopted can impact the conversion factor that is used, correct?
Yes.
And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
Correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right. And the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes.
How did you
recognize, however, that
0.9,
with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
Yes.
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
Yes.
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
Correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Can you repeat the question?
Let's move on. The conversion from serum to whole blood did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole blood only translated what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
It's unnecessary.
You were
Not that
asked
it's
to try to find
bad,
out
it's
what
just
her blood alcohol
unnecessary.
level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
Which was an imprecise calculation?
Which was intending to cover the majority of population.
Or was it
and
imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my
What
laboratory.
was the precise number then? Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
The range,
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that. Was there a precise number, ma'am?
The results of my report was not a single number. It is a range of numbers.
Let's move on, Ms. Tina.
Yes. Then once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been.
What? But why? But why can't we just? Why can't he just try? Like it's Judge Canoni was so fast, to be like she tried to interject, but Yannetti was not letting her. She tried to interject. She tried.
Been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
yes,
But in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
yes,
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes,
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
yes. If you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, the calculation assumed for the maximum calculation that no alcohol had been consumed between 1.5 and 2 hours prior to that time interval start at 12:45 a.m.
Okay. And the test wasn't until 9:08 a.m.?
Yes,
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14?
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody had to eat can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
The contents of their stomach or what they had eaten recently
Yes.
does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into the absorption part of the curve and can impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay.
Okay.
Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I use for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination portion that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes.
A person's metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
Yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late evening of January 28th or the early morning of January 29th.
Yes, I was.
Correct?
Correct. I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last drink, correct?
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Sister,
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
sister,
There it
Were
is.
you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
sister.
Do you have any personal knowledge of whether Ms. Reed poured herself a drink during the hours of 12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Assume that Ms. Reed did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would
I'm going to go out. Whoa. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the majority of the cases that they do these sort of tests on are people who are currently under, like, I was going to say police possession. They're currently, getting booked. They get the blood. They get they're in an area. They're in a space where they are not going to just be free to ingest more liquor, right? Or alcohol or drugs, whatever it may be, that they're sort of confined. And they can sort of do you're here now and you're not having any more sort of situation. But the variable of Karen Reed being able to go home, she could have had a couple of beers, had another vodka soda. She could have had so many other things. She could have done more, right? She could have had more. And it would have and could have and definitely might have, in my opinion. I mean, she's already a little tipsy. Well, she's already had some drinks. I'm not going to note her drunkenness because I don't know just how drunk she was. She's already had drinks. There's video footage of that. And now she's home and now she's mad. Is she going to have another one? Who knows? You can't say yes or no unless she gets on the stand and says, I went to John's house and I drank half a bottle of vodka.
What would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with a over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, that adjustment in the calculation intending to avoid overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
Oh, Lord.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sustained.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
Thank you.
To the best of my knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Nice deep breath. Cross-examination's over. These chairs suck.
Morning, Ms. Mills.
Good morning.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week, what was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
And specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have been adjusted since I first started doing these, but the same type of math was performed, and I'd used the approved conversion factors that are published in our protocols with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare.
I like how she explains things. I like her demeanor. She's sitting up straight. She gives the vibe of like, I'm a real person, you know, like I'm real. I know what I'm talking about. I'm good at my job. My job is really cool and I do really cool science things. This is not like a personal thing against her. It's just there's too many variables. There's too much room. There's too much possibility for so many different things that I just don't think it can sit with the jury and say she was either at a 0.14 or a 0.28, because every juror is going to have some experience with alcohol, driving, drinking and driving, a DUI, someone that they know, grew up with, family, friend, something, maybe had an accident with a driver who was drunk, maybe someone was, hit and passed away. Everyone's going to have some sort of relationship to drinking, driving, and drinking and driving. So I don't think the Commonwealth saying, well, at 12:45, knowingly that's not the time, if they were able to adjust the time to like 12:30, 12:25, if that was able to make it onto the report that at 12:25, here's the range of how drunk she could be. At 12:45, it is almost stipulated to that she's home. She is back at John O'Keefe's house. Her phone has connected to the Wi-Fi. So she ain't there. She ain't at 34 because they're not neighbors, right? So I just don't think it's going to sit well. I think it's too much of a hard sell. I think the range is too wide. The possibilities of things that could have happened with Karen alone in John's house for so many hours. There's too many things that she could have had another drink. She could have had 8 shots of vodka. I don't know how alcoholic, these are air quotes, she is. How much does she normally drink? We don't know. We don't know. There's a lot that we don't know. And there's a lot that's not going to come out to go back with this jury and go, oh, wow. Okay, I'm cool with this. I don't think it's good. Will it clear her of all drinking and driving? No. she's not helping. Karen's not helping with that with her own freaking interviews that she's done. But I just don't think think this is solid.
compare a serum alcohol concentration
Not that the
and a whole
science
blood
isn't
alcohol
there, the
concentration,
science is there.
that we have to
The
apply a
outcome
conversion factor
sucks.
to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations of the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
I'll allow it. Or ask it differently, Mr. Chairman.
The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences in different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase with reference to bladder loss?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the...
How much?
So
How
you
many
were asking
drinks do
questions
you
on
piss out?
cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
Right. And do you have any idea from your training experience as far as how much alcohol is typically lost by an individual during the elimination phase through the bladder?
Do you know that?
I do.
Okay, you can answer.
Less than 5%. The vast majority of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how.
So you piss out less than 5% of the amount of alcohol that you drank. God, I wish they didn't have to be so smarty pants lawyery sometime. How much alcohol you piss out? You talked about elimination. I would like to eliminate this alcohol. Like, come on, man.
How much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did in fact have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.?
Assisting.
If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on the calculations?
A blood sample.
It would depend on how much had been consumed. If any alcohol had been consumed, then.
Okay, well, I mean, we're talking about Karen Reed here. She had what? Anywhere between 6 and 30 drinks. I don't know how many they're saying. I think like something 9 or something like that. She had, let's just call it a solid 7 drinks that night. I don't even know if that's right. I can't remember how many they said she had. Within a couple of hours, right? Now she's pissed. She's home alone. It's cold. It's snowy. She's annoyed she had to drive somewhere. She's annoyed she was reminded of your ex-lover, of John's ex-lover. I think if she was gonna have a drink, I don't think it would be one more drink. You know, if she was, I'm not saying she did. This is all in my opinion.
It would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
Okay. I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Why is there such a varying range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination, and because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams percent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were
She
able
might
to
have just
calculate
misspoke
for the
originally.
defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
She did say
Between 0.14
0.014
and 0.28 grams percent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you're all set. Thank you very much. All right, Commonwealth's next witness, please. Or
Commonwealth calls Ryan Nagel.
This is interesting. Okay. This is interesting. We're getting Ryan before Julie. All right. We're going to take a look. Quick break. What is it? 3:50, back at 4 o'clock. Okay. BRB. All right. Let's get into, oh man, Ryan. Let's see. I do have to skedaddle soon. So, oh, Sarah. All right. Let's see how far we can get in to day 9. Let's see.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Ryan Nagel.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Ryan Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in Canton?
Yes, I do.
Hi, Del.
Do you work in the area?
I work in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Ryan Nagel is Julie Nagel's brother. Julie Nagel was at 34 Fairview. Ryan Nagel showed up to pick her up, and allegedly Julie went out and said, "Oh, no. There's more happening. I'll get a ride home." And I'm sure he was pissed because it was a store and late.
Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
Julie's full name is
I want you to
Juliana.
take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Okay. Before you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
Was he supposed to get on a bus? What, Ray? I'm so confused.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying the night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcoholic drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer.
Okay. Do you feel like you had any type of effects from the alcohol?
I mean,
Okay.
Were you driving?
Ray.
no, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave McCarthy's, what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky.
Was anybody else with you too?
My ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxim.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
Okay. Ricky was driving. Ryan was in the passenger seat. His girlfriend was in the back.
In the backseat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
Mr. Brand, slow down a little bit for the
Oh.
record, please.
Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He's a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Oh,
Just
Brennan
through my
is
sister.
booking it.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Right, a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your
He needs to put that microphone in front of his mouth. We can hear Brennan perfectly fine. Ryan, sir, you need to speak up and move that microphone inside of your mouth.
watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
So the estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Actually, give me a second.
I
I can't
get-
think of the name.
Okay. Are you,
I get it. It's just the road. It's just the road. I don't know the name. I sometimes forget the corner of the street that I am on. I know my street name, but sometimes I'm like, because it's just that road. Because it's just that road. You know, it's just that road. We moved, story time. We moved to a new place, right? And we moved to a place where it was where everything is off of an exit. Everything's off of an exit of this one specific highway. So everything's exit 16, exit 17, exit 19. Everything's off of an exit. And we're like, but where? And now, a decade in, we're like, it's off of exit 16. It's off of 17. It's off of 19. I'll keep going to 21, and you can't miss it because it's so true. But like at first, we're like, give me a street name. I need a cross street. I need a landmark. Where is the gas station? Where's the hotel? Like I need more information. It's like, no, it's just right off the exit. And like it's so true. It's just there where it is. It's just where it is. I don't think that proves anything other than you need the microphone in front of your mouth.
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were
Like,
traveling,
yeah,
did you travel on
that's the
Cedar
name of
Crest
the
before
road
you got to
that
Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask
Just
you
no
some
other
questions
road.
about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right.
And
Them to take a right.
that vehicle was going to take a right onto Fairview?
Correct, sir.
And your vehicle coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe he flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
It was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview, and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
Okay. After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive
captions
and
go?
park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind.
I'm so
Always
sorry.
behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you?
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
Where is the Jeep? The Jeep. Brian Higgins' Jeep in front of the mailbox. Where is it?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
Okay. The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
Behind, I was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights are on. They released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're gonna go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her.
So we're just gonna let all of these words from someone else in. I know it's not necessarily contested, but like, hello, but now it's okay. Now it's okay to say what someone else said. Now it's okay.
To give her a ride home? You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
Roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Probably closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were two doors.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her,
Open the door. You didn't roll the
were
window
you
down.
watching anything else, or was your attention directed
Pause.
to your sister?
No, just on.
Pause. Hush. 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 We might have to slow this down a little bit. I'm gonna put this on 1.25. I'm sorry. I know. I need it fast, but you opened the door. Does the window not work? Was it frozen? What? Why did you open the door? Is it a 2-door? Is that why you opened the door? Because you're like, all right, get in. Like you were about to get out, pull the thing. So either you get in the back seat with your girlfriend or Julie gets in the back seat. Is it a 2-door? What's going on? I'm not getting enough information, but I'm getting told what multiple other people said in a conversation.
Or down the driveway toward us.
Backed up.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were
Why? So it's a truck. Okay, I'm trying to imagine all the possibilities because I don't know what truck that. Wait, are you guys cool if I go back? Hi, everybody. If you're new here, hi. My name's Lily. We're behind trial day, normal day, but we're still working our way through. This is day 9. We're like currently on like day 13 or something like that, but we'll get there. I have a day job. So can I go back? Would you guys hate me if I just went back to where he says what type of truck it was, and then we can skip right back to 118? Don't hate me. I want to know. I think it was after. No. Don't hate me.
My sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
How long did it take you after you? Is that a general
estimate, sir?
You estimate that you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Maybe I may not be able to find it.
Any road Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
At some is Fairview. Did you travel? You turned on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest before.
Yes, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
Okay, I
where
can't
was
find
that
it. That's okay.
vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then
Came up. When she reached you, how did you have a
figure it out.
conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger.
Brings me back to what do you mean you open the door? Is it a 2-door? Do you need to open the door so you can open the side door? Like, is it okay? So here's what I'm thinking is what it is. It's a truck that you can't open, like the back seat door from like the outside. Maybe it's one that has like the hinge on the inside, right? Because it's like she's coming out, she's gonna get in. Maybe that type of situation. Or maybe it's like a 2-door truck and you have to like fold the seat down and then they crawl in, something like that. I get that maybe you wouldn't roll the window down. If you needed to get out or open the door, or you're just a gentleman and you open the door for your sister, like that's super nice. I just want more information on the truck. I'm so sorry. I thought it was the window too, because I thought it was
As you were
having
speaking
the
with her,
conversation, but
were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your
Chairs
sister went back in the house, did you
loud and
see any
annoying.
lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway, did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway and kind of just glancing back over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located?
Sorry to pause, but where is Brian Higgins's Jeep? I thought it was parked in front of the mailbox just past the driveway. Right? Am I wrong? Was that not part of Jen McCabe's testimony this entire time? Was that not what it is? Where did the Jeep go?
was it located in relation to the house,
Am I
flagpole?
missing something? Did I miss something?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV,
A car length from the flagpole? In which direction? Was the car a car length down the road away from the house from the flagpole? Or was the car a car length towards the house away from the flagpole? You know, like here I keep doing the here's the church, here's the steeple, open the doors and tell the people type of shit. But like, here's the flagpole, here's the house. Was the car here in front of the house, or was it here away from the house? I need more information. These questions aren't doing it for me, Brennan.
what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Okay.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to
It
identify the
was
person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you
Yes and
had
no.
the glance or the glimpse
Not always
of
if there's
the
a door
woman
open.
in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
Wee woo, wee woo.
I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show.
Wait, Ryan is a full vibe right now. Can we just talk about it? Him and his button up, his tie, and his like 3/4 or 1/3 zip or quarter zip, whatever they're called. His thumb up, total Massachusetts vibe. He's probably so pissed that the Celtics lost the game 1 and game 2. just my opinion. I know nothing about this kid, but like, oh my God, such a mass vibe. Such a mass vibe.
Show Exhibit 3.
That's so funny.
Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Now, I want to ask you
Save
some
less.
questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point
You're
that you
going
left
like 10
Fairview.
miles an hour, you know?
From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody enter that side door other than your sister?
No, I did not, sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that's not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antano was driving at that time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Unity, thank you.
Yes.
D'Antano, not D'Antono.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night.
I may have had one or two.
Okay. But he appeared to be driving safely?
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150 and the black SUV were basically converging on Fairview at about the same time?
Yes, sir.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed?
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane?
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on his left blinker, or not left blinker, but both his blinker, flashed his lights to signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut in front of it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he actually did have his left blinker on at that time, correct? Prior to doing that? And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating safely, correct?
Correct, sir.
And
Yeah, what the hell is happening in this town?
once the lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
That's a pretty good
And
point.
it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV, in that sense, got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Unity?
May we approach?
Okay.
He's like, I don't know. That's a great question. Judge Beverly Kennedy, not a clue. Wait, pause. Above my head, look at this chair. Someone is sitting in this chair. I have a feeling this is like just like storage space for attorneys and papers and a printer, and like this is like emergency, we need to get something printed off. Look at this chair. It is duct taped together. Duct taped together. Shameful. Shameful.
Okay.
Can you enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview, and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter to.
Sure. All right, we will take care of that. Thank you.
All right,
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
all right, so it will be, go ahead, madam.
It will be 49.
49, thank you. And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Yeah.
When she did come out, you opened the
F-150.
door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of.
I'm looking at pictures of the F-150 actively, currently, right now. I guess there is option to have a 2-door, but the 2-door is a 2-seater, not a 4-seater. I'm getting the vibe that maybe, just maybe, the window was broken. I'm getting the vibe of maybe the window was broken, or is a situation where there was, or you need to open one door to, like, internally, like the side of the door where the other door is, open that latch to get in. Who's this nerd? This is Ryan Nagel, Julie Nagel's brother. Julie Nagel was at 34 Fairview, not an Albert, not a McCabe, but a friend of Brian Albert Jr., celebrating birthday. And she said, hey, Ryan, come pick me up, please and thank you. So Ryan, with his girlfriend in the backseat and Ricky driving his truck, his Ford F-150, went to go pick her up. Julie comes out of the house and is like, I'm gonna stay. We got more partying to do. He was like, whatever. We turned around to come and get you. You suck, loser. Go back inside. It's gonna be a blizzard. Get home safe. Drove away. As he was getting there, Karen Reed's SUV met him at the intersection. Beep boop. Go ahead. Okay. So Karen Reed's SUV in front of Ricky's truck. There is no Jeep to be found. Where's the Jeep? No mention of it. And then as they drive away, they can see a woman in the front seat, 10 and 2. He saw the car, the brake lights let off and then come back on. The car scooted up a little bit. So that's it. You suck, loser. Drove away. I'm pretty sure that's basically what it was, like sister brother relationship. Like, I came to get you in the beginning. Like, it's midnight, like we've already gone out. We want to go home. We came to get you, and now you don't want to come with me. Whatever, loser. Bye.
You stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct. I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance. And how close did she get to you?
I could have popped on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But
I could have popped her. I don't know if it's different in Massachusetts, but popped you in the nose is like a punch. But I think he meant like booped her, almost like touched her. Like, I could have flicked her nose. I could have poked her in the eye type. Like, she was close. Like, she was inside of the car door. And he's like, it's also my sister. Like, she's all up in my face all the damn time. Like siblings are. Like, I'm not touching you. But you're like a hair of an inch away.
in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks, correct?
Yeah, it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
And she called you for a ride, right?
Text you.
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there,
Does she
there was
like
a discussion
Ricky?
about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
That was a weird answer to a pretty normal question. She called you for a ride. Yeah, she knew Ricky was driving. Ricky? When I catch you, Ricky? When I catch you, Ricky is all that I can think of when I hear
She was
that
just
name.
going to come out and take the
I'm
ride. There
sorry.
would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But do you recall previously testifying that you were out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes?
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Okay.
It's not about what you would
do you deny
think,
that it
about
was
what
about
you
5
did
minutes?
say.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was about 5 minutes?
Could have been.
Okay.
I'm not.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
Right,
There was
you
a
wanna
back
come
and
in?
forth that you really felt was unnecessary, correct?
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back
All siblings
inside
can
and
be.
you decide to
Yeah.
leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
Gross.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You noticed that the interior dome light was on, correct?
That is correct, sir.
That lit up the whole front compartment of the SUV, did it not?
Yes.
It lit up the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood. But the light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they.
To be fair, there are a bunch of cars out there that have dome lights that are separated where you could even like manipulate them where they point. To be fair, she could have turned on maybe only hers. Directionally, just on her. She's in a Lexus. I don't know what they got in there. I don't know what they got. I don't drive a Lexus. Who drives a Lexus? Who here drives a Lexus? And I swear I need proof. I need proof. If you say yes, I need proof.
They were both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay. So you could see both seats in the front driver's compartment.
I couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one.
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry.
Yannetti, let him have this answer. There's no need to go hard on him. Bro had nothing, in my opinion, he had nothing to do with it. He was annoyed he had to go pick up his sister, and he was even more annoyed. And not like, oh my God, I'm so mad. It was like, oh my God, you're being annoying. Like, we're leaving. Goodbye. Don't stop trying to mess with our night. Not everything's about you, Julie.
Sorry
I
to
don't know.
interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw
There we
one
go.
person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman.
I think Yannetti had a much easier time. I want to just go back like 10 seconds so we can hear the tension start to build in Yannetti's voice. And then him saying, I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting you or something like that. Like, I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt you, whatever he literally just said and I forgot. I think it brought Yannetti back down to earth and was like, oh my God, you are not Jen McCabe. We're kind of stuck in like Jen McCabe mode right now. I'm so sorry. Let me... Right. You could see it. Yes, I could see it. I didn't see anything else other than the woman, but I could see it. Listen to how this happens. He's not being feisty. He's not playing the sides game. Ryan does not, he's just here to answer a couple of questions and go back home. He is not on trial. He's not withholding information that could make or break this case that we are aware of or could even think of. There's no conspiracy necessarily that I'm aware of where he's more involved than this very specific scenario. So I think it's really good for this defense team to make sure they see these witnesses I also have some questions. That's it. I also have some questions. Just like Brennan, I too have some questions for you. If that's cool, sweet. Thank you so much for coming in. Have a great rest of your day. Compared to what you get from a Jen McCabe, from a Carrie Roberts, that type of almost hostile energy. I demand you to answer this question, yes or no. I need to catch you in this lie. I need to impeach you. I need to have this energy. I need the jury to see just how corrupt and awful and dumb and stupid and idiotic and ugly and your face sucks and everything about you is terrible and you make poor decisions and you sold a dog or whatever. It's completely different. And I the defense, they're really eager to go on the defense. They're really eager to go on the defense, but I think it's really important for a specific set of witnesses for that not to happen.
Both lights that go down at both seats, correct? They were on.
Just because it will emphasize when it does need to happen for very specific witnesses to the jury. It's all for the jury. It's a show for the jury. It's all for the jury. So that's what.
Yes. Okay. So you could see both seats.
So listen
in
to
the
this.
Front driver's compartment.
I couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one.
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that.
Did you see that? No problem. It's okay. We'll fix it. It's okay. We can fix it. Let me just ask a better question, because I immediately in that instant realized that I don't desperately need you to answer that original question that we were having a little tug of war on. It doesn't matter. The words you have said has made it very clear. You could see in, but you saw no one else because you could not see past the person. It does not mean that there is nobody else in there. Could be. Just didn't see it.
At that time.
Correct, sir.
Okay. It was a woman with
That's
long
really
hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else in the SUV.
No, I did not, sir.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
Okay. He did
The
not
woman
want
in
to
the
answer that
passenger
like
seat
that.
Was staring straight ahead, correct?
Not in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was in
sorry.
the driver's seat.
Thank you for catching that. The woman in the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct,
Good
sir.
giggle.
You didn't see her lip move.
Good giggle, Yannetti. Good giggle. Keep them comfy. Good giggle. That was good.
Her lips moving as if she were talking, correct?
Wasn't looking for that.
So
Just
you
happened to see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Okay. Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music down when Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming?
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all?
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
Nice. Good. Good.
Sir, you mentioned you were at that address around 12:30,
That is correct, sir.
and you offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Do you know the exact time you left?
No, not off the top of my head right now. No.
That is what a natural reaction to a question that I have no idea the answer on. Couldn't tell you. That was one of the most natural reactions we've seen on the stand, in my opinion. I'm gonna pop this into normal speed. We're just gonna go back 10 seconds.
Offered us that you were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Do you know the exact time you left?
No, not off the top of my
He said, not a damn clue. Not a damn clue.
head right now. No.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground given the weather?
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to fall?
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
In the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was?
Say that again,
The
sir?
ground.
Ground,
Oh.
yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard?
Action.
Like the road?
The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it was a cold night, so I mean, I assume it's hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you left.
That's what happens when you ask someone who is there. Why would you? That's a dumb question, bro. Dumb witness to get that question in. That was a dumb question for a witness. What do you mean? Was the ground hard? I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Was there inches of snow?
I am not a
No, there was no inches of
ground
snow.
hardness
I could still see the
professional.
grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever?
That
you
was
said that
my
you saw brake lights
chair
at times.
rubbing on the
Did you
TV.
ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir. I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't see anybody else?
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
Get the big ass SUV.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open?
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir. It was closed.
Can I have exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've never
Walking?
seen- Oh, sorry.
walking across the yard, going to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
16.
No, sir. I've never seen
That
that.
means you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Can you take that down, please? And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Oh, you're not changing that testimony?
No, I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Heather Mason.
Okay. Like I said, he's just a guy. Witness 16. He's just a little guy. Not little because he's like short or anything. I don't know his height. But comparatively into the case. Is it the vibe? Can we talk about the hair for like 2 seconds? I feel like Karen Reed, I know Miss Little isn't from this area, but like her hair is giving like California version of this. And then Heather, her witness sitting down right now, such similar vibe hair. She's got the money pieces. Isn't that what they're called? The money pieces. They could all like be related. Karen, Miss Little, and this witness Heather could like be related. They could all be like cousins. And Miss Little just like fits right in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
When are we gonna hear from Miss Little again? Like, hello? So underrated, you know?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
More
Could you
Miss
please
Little,
introduce
please.
yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, M-A-X-O-N.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 29, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's, and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, were there other plans that you were?
No.
Yeah. Okay. That was just the plan to go get her.
Yeah.
Do you remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late midnight.
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily. No.
So is
No,
that a
she's like, I was
generalization
drunk.
or a guess?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to pick up
This is my boyfriend.
Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
We got drunk.
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was driving?
Our friend Ricky
Where were you sitting?
in the backseat.
When I catch
What kind of vehicle was it?
It was a truck.
Are you familiar with the area?
Not necessarily. No.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road
Yes.
that had the house where you were going to arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Just a visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking a right onto the same street. So we had somewhat yielded to the car coming from the opposite direction to have let them take a turn onto the street before us.
Did you see if the driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's okay if you don't recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when the SUV turned, did you get to see inside the vehicle?
Oh no,
I
she's
did
got
see
a
inside the vehicle, yes.
Could you describe for the
she's got a Band-Aid on her finger.
jury what you remember
I hate
seeing?
when I get
I
on my
saw
finger.
a male and a female
Eat it.
inside the car.
Where was the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
Was
Like
the
a
male
broken
in the front
nail, like a
passenger seat?
hangnail?
Yes.
Were you able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the
But did
question.
you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of Ricky were they?
Maybe 100 feet.
Could you see them the entire time?
No.
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
She was drunk.
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
No.
Did you see whether the interior light, the dome light, was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
Before you left?
No.
Did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck in front of you or behind your truck and walk on the driveway?
No. Well, besides Julie, sorry.
Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night.
Yes.
And then you left?
Yes.
When you left, did you drive by the SUV?
We did.
When you drove by, what were you looking at?
My surroundings.
What did you see?
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car,
Where did you see her?
in the driver's side.
Was there at that point any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The
light?
dome lights.
Was the driver's side door open?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else inside the SUV?
I did not.
Was there anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the driver, no.
Next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No.
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
She's like, I didn't see anything. She hates that she's there. She hates this. She hates that she has to answer these questions. She's like, I don't know anything. I'm sorry. I was drunk in the back seat of a truck. And I did not want to go in that house. She's probably thinking her lucky stars that she was not in that house. Like, I'm going to read my vibes. Always. Because honestly, if this is a community where 12:30, it ain't late, the party's still going, right? There's still drinks to be drank. And she was in her 20s I mean, she's 31. So this was what, 3 years ago? She's what, 20, anywhere between 28, maybe 27, depending on when her birthday is. I don't know. But like 27, 28 years old, party time, right? Like you're young, you're partying, and she's like, I want to go home. I want to go home. Good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any webpage or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how
Where
long
you going,
if
Yannetti?
you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
Where you going, Yannetti?
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway, you weren't thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so, yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Mhm.
You did not want to continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
And so you were more focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, connection with witness. Okay, connection with witness. She's like, yeah, I just
Then
want to
Julie
go
came out,
home.
and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be
And it
a
pissed me
discussion,
off.
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Bryan?
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation, yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house and the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
Sidebar. So I guess she was done.
The Commonwealth calls.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Yep, they finished with her. Let me see. So they're actually going to go on recess. And I'm probably going to call it a day.
All rise, please. Just close your notebooks and follow me.
Okay, let me see here. So all right. We'll do Sarah Levinson, and then I'm going to call it a day. How's that?
Please hold the evidence to the court and jury in the case of hearing truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Ms. Levinson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my
Did you say she
bachelor's
was
at
26?
Regis College.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel?
Yes.
To this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie were going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house to celebrate his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere. But we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
There was
Do you know the
impending
address
doom
where
of a
Brian Albert Jr.
snowstorm.
Yes.
Can you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road?
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings, I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother, I had met, a good amount of times. And then his father, too, I would say.
How many times would you estimate you had been over 34 Fairview prior to the night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you walk in the front door, what's the weather like outside?
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing or anything.
No snow on the ground?
No.
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
The side door.
Take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen / dining room. And then there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front
Call
of
it
you?
a library.
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe the back, but the side.
Okay. You mentioned you walked in the side door near the garage. When you walk in the side door, you're in a living room, did you say?
Yeah, their family room, they call it. Yeah.
Can you walk into the garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would have to go back outside.
So there's no door in that family room that leads directly to the garage?
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you
Is
stay
there
there?
any
or did you
door
go
that
somewhere?
leads directly to the garage?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive, or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When
Cleared
his
out.
sister and mother and aunt left, was it just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Nope.
Yes.
Do it.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food.
What did you order and when?
Tell us what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Nope. We
Are
gotta
those
go
friends
back.
of Brian
Sorry.
Jr.?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
I need to write all these names
So
down.
Courtney Alba came by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light, joyful. It was fine.
Were people drinking alcohol?
Yes.
And at some point, did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
What food did you order? Where did it come from? How did you order it? What were you drinking specifically? How many drinks do you think you had? I would love more information, Brennan. What the fuck?
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
God, he's just
Later on,
you
yes.
know?
Okay, about what time?
Around midnight.
So before midnight, it's a group of young people having a party?
Yes.
Any trouble?
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the 4 women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The 3 girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where were you spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party?
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but later on, yes, I had a seat at the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen, seated at the
I mean, dude's got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 girls over? 6 girls that ain't related to him over for his birthday? Ain't no dudes? Ain't no other dudes? Ain't no other dudes around? Ain't no other dudes? Hello? Hello? Any other dudes? No other dudes. Bro's got 6 girls that are not related to him over to celebrate his birthday. And his family said, see ya. Have fun.
at the table. Can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain, I don't know what it's called, thing on it. So I could see above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it? Did you say the half window?
The dining room?
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway?
Yes.
Flagpole?
Yes.
Street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned
So
that
many places.
the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After
many
they left, did
places.
somebody else come to arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins.
So annoying.
Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back just a little time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left?
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Half
Did
an
the
hour,
mood change at all
45 minutes.
in the
Colin was
house?
home for half an hour, 45 minutes.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said? Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes, and then his sister.
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before. No.
Anybody else? Any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together. Caitlin, Nicole, Jennifer, and Matt.
Other than you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr., had the young group left at that point?
Yes.
The young group.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday.
Okay, can I just say, in my opinion, Brennan is making this whole night way more confusing than it actually is, right? Like, showed up, left, showed up, left, left, showed up, left, showed up, left, showed up, left. Come on. I know there could have been, I know that it's like, maybe I'm just distracted. There's some things going on, but I just feel like it's giving Lally and making a very simple situation very confusing. There's so much happening here. It's giving Lally, and it doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be confusing. It doesn't need to be, It doesn't need to be that. It just needs to be, and then what? And then what happened? And then what happened? And then what happened? And then what happened? So we have boom, 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 boom. And before the young people, and then the old people, and then the young people, and then the cousin, and it's not helping. And then what happened? Okay, so, and is so-and-so Brian Jr.'s cousin? Yes, they're cousins. We're friends. We went to school. Give me, here's the header. Here's some details. Here's the header. Here's some details. It's I don't know. I maybe it's just me. It might just be me. It might just be I'm tired and my brain's not working. But I just feel like it's always
so
giving
again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers.
Doesn't need to be.
And we're all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like
I'm bringing
70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point. No.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with Julie?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, we're talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
you weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out?
Yes.
Whatever. She can't say what someone else said, but Ryan can say what someone else said. Anywho, so they had the conversation with Jen before. The way Brennan asked the question was she went outside and she just decided that you guys are staying. No. Sarah, Julie, Jen, they were all chatting. We're celebrating. You know, it's after midnight. It's another birthday. We're celebrating. We're having a good time. Bring them inside. We got plenty of drinks. Come on, we got plenty of drinks. There's food left over. We're partying. You know, it's not even late. It's not even late. It's not even late. Come on, bring them in, right? And what was her name? Heather was like, no, I want to go home. And so Ryan and Ricky left with Heather. Heather was already in the car. All three of them left. So fine. have your new old people friends give you a ride home. Like these are kids, they're in their 20s, and then you have parents who aren't. I don't know the vibe of the community, but I'm sure it was very community. Like it takes a village. So whatever. But Brennan asked a terrible question, and she's like, "Let me fix your question with my answer, dummy."
Yes.
For about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue
She
after
didn't
Julie
want to
came back
stay.
in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who was already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No.
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
No.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Did they change? The wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know what, dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the side door?
The front.
You remember that?
Yes.
Was there any type of hazard or difficulty with you walking?
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I would say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
What seat did you get in?
The back seat behind the passenger.
And where did Julie Nagel sit?
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then I believe myself and or Julie turned around, just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen was turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment, having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out?
Oh
Yes.
my God, it was
As you
snowing.
drove out of Fairview, you were in, the McCabe vehicle was in the driveway?
Yes.
Did it back out or go out forward?
No, backed out.
When it backed out and began to drive away, what side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes, was I'm sorry, was the passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview up the street is 32 Fairview?
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Have to have the bread and milk. I know. What if you get snowed in for 37 days in Canton, Massachusetts?
You've been longtime friends, as you described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Yes.
You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years. And you've known Brian Albert since high school. I mean, in the last
8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually?
I remember every dog I've ever met. But you've never met their, what, like 6-year-old at the time, German Shepherd named Chloe? You never met that dog? Where is this dog? Sorry, I just need to go back for a quick.
Never met going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good?
How do you not? I swear to God, if she says a blob, I'm going to lose it. How do you not know if you met the German Shepherd that lives in that house? How do you not know if you met that dog or not? How do you not know? You would know if you met that dog. Can I met that dog? Did you meet that dog? Do you know that dog? Have you met that dog? Have you been scared by that dog? Where's the damn dog? What do you mean you've never met the dog? The dog, just every single time you just so happen the dog is not there. Where's the dog then? Because the adults are gone. Where's the dog? Is the dog upstairs? Does the dog not piss anywhere? Does the dog live outside? Was the dog outside the entire time? Where's the dog? Where's the dog? Where's the dog?
Really good with strangers? Objection.
Sustained.
About a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers? Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there?
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before.
Where
Mr. Brennan
is
sat
the
down and
dog?
questioned by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jim McCabe at her invitation to take you home,
We're not talking about a cat. If someone came over to my house 17 to 35 times within the past 5 years and never met my cat, well, if my cat had a different personality and never met my cat, I'd be like, yeah, no, you've never met my cat. I've never met that cat. Why? Because it's hiding under a bed. It's in the bathtub. It's in a cabinet. It's hiding. Cats can disappear, and you could. I mean, there's people who own cats and like sometimes don't see their cats for like 2 days, right? There's people. If it was a cat, I get it. This is a full-grown German Shepherd. I'm losing my mind. You have never once come across this dog. Not once. Not, oh, there it is. There it goes. You've never seen them taking the dog away. Oh, no, there's people here. Got to take the dog away. You never heard it. You know, where's the dog? Why does it feel weird that she has never met the dog? And I'm not saying they need to be best friends. Oh yeah, no, I take the dog on walks all the time. No. Have you seen the dog? You know it's named Chloe. Are there pictures of this dog? Have you driven by this neighborhood and seen Chloe on a walk with one of its owners who live in that house? Where's the dog? You didn't see the dog the entire night you were there. You left
through the front door, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, can we just? I just need to go back. I just need to, because my brain. I'm sorry.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under question by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jim McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door, it's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway, you could see to the right, over toward the flagpole, nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30, 1:45. Yeah.
So you leave at 1:30, there's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground?
Yes.
The yard is flat?
Yes.
You can see all the way out to the flagpole?
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You're looking in that direction. When you walk out the door, obviously you're walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car. Correct?
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out on Miss Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house?
Yes.
You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Is it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He's at the car, at least.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time?
Oh,
Yes.
Jackson
And then he got
sounds
to
like
the car
he's getting
and realized he
sick.
forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
You saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door, down the stoop, looking out over the lawn and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. You're on my head just a moment.
Okay.
I was like, I need a cough drop. I like watching these moments.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you?
Wait. I love that. She says a state trooper, Michael Proctor, and he said, did Mr. Proctor...
Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you? Okay. Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? Objection. May we approach?
May we approach? Sidebar. Are they going on break after this? No. Okay. The chairs are so massive and the space is so small.
May I go?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Briefly, Your Honor. Can I have exhibit 3, please? Do you see the windows on that house?
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house?
Remember that?
from
Yeah,
your
bro,
memory
I was
illuminating
here.
The ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Levinson, you're all set. Thank you. And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie McLaughlin.
No, we cannot start. We cannot. I can't start her. I need to. We are not going to start her. We're not going to start her. We have, what's that? So 3. So there's like an hour and a half of Katie McLaughlin. There's a lot of video watching. And then there is, like an hour and a half of another witness to end day 9. And so, oh, Katie, do you want to do Katie? I'm so tired. Do you want to do Katie? If we do Katie, we will stay at 1.5 speed. And she's going to piss me off. Do you not want to do Katie today? We can do Kate. We can start with Katie on the next day. My break hand. Okay, that's fair because Katie's gonna piss me off only because I am actively reliving trial 1, right? Okay, so let me get some things together and we'll talk about okay. All right. I need a new notebook. I need a new pen. Don't worry, I had to buy a pack of like 15 of them. Wow. So today we did day 8, which was finishing up Jen McCabe. And then we started day 9. We're just about halfway through day 9. I feel like we're like halfway through day 9. Even though we stopped before the lunch break, they ended really early on day 9. Jen McCabe. Oh, wow. Jen McCabe was a completely different Jen McCabe than first trial, but we saw some trial 1 Jen McCabe come through in trial 2. But I think Jackson, I think the defense got a good bit of your memory sucks. You cannot be trusted. And you guys made this dumb timeline immediately after all of this went down. And so now we can't believe anything you say. Carrie's over here lying to grand juries. You're over here saying this, that, and the other thing. And you sound crazy. And at points you looked a little crazy. And boy, oh boy, did Brennan try to not get a lot of Jen McCabe in. He tried so hard to just sort of, here's a little bit in direct so that Alan Jackson would not be able to find a way to find moments of impeachment, to find moments of, I don't want to say not truths, but moments of, could you maybe just not explain for right now type of energy to really pinpoint exactly the movements and the power and control that Jen McCabe had during this entire incident. He did a fantastic job, and he was able to sit there and point at her and say, but you were the one talking to police. That was you. But you're the one, it's your sister who's writing this timeline. You're the one who's doing this. You're the one who's doing that. You're the one who's part of all of these group chats. The common denominator is you. You're part of all these group chats. You're talking to this. You're doing this. You're here doing this. You're saying this. You're saying all these crazy, crazy things. You're saying all these crazy damn things. You're saying them all. So are you crazy, or are you just so desperate for attention and you just want to be a little puppet master, puppeteering all these people? And what are you trying to hide? It was fantastic. I think it was great. Do bull? What? Bull on what? Kimmy, love, and stuff. Give me more info. Talk to me. Let's have conversations. I'm not opposed to conversations. But bull referring to what? I don't know. So Jen M is part of a conspiracy with seasoned cops involving dropping a body in frigid temps. And instead of agreeing to radio silence, she goes home and Googles hypothermia before the body's found. Maybe it depends on which side you believe. So I personally, hello and welcome. Kimmy, bull on what? Tell me. Talk. Let's have a conversation. That's why I'm doing this. I want to have a conversation. Because you can be on one side and I'm not on a side. I just prove to me that Karen Reed did this. I just want good proof. If you're new here, that's me. I'm not on any side. I'm just calling it as I see it, as not a lawyer. That's it. So I want to go back to this. So Jen M is part of a conspiracy. Hello and welcome. Feel free to subscribe. With seasoned cops involving dropping a body in frigid temps. And instead of agreeing to radio silence, she goes home and Googles hypothermia before the body's found. Okay, maybe, question mark, maybe. So we're on day 9. We're a couple days behind, but that's because I have a day job. So also the defense has not put their case in chief out yet. And so the defense will come with another expert, but expert for Commonwealth saying that the tab was created at 2:27 and the Google search 2:27 a.m. Let me I just want to clarify, but then they're claiming that she Google searched it later at the scene when Karen Reed's tugging on her sleeve, come on, Google hypothermia, how long? Tell me how long, that type of energy. I am not a cellular analyst. I don't analyze cellular data. But to me, in my opinion, I am just a human, not a lawyer, opinion, it's kind of weird that the tab is dated and marked, but the search is going to go along with the tab and not when the search happened. It feels like that's a new thing that's happening on the phone, right? And it should be marked as when the event happens, not when the tab was first created. So I get a weird, where did Kimmy go? Because that's how the system works. I understand. I completely understand that that's how that works, that the tab is dated and whatever happens in the tab is going to go by the number. It just seems like it shouldn't to me. And I've already said, this might be my first video that you've seen, but I've already said, I'll give it to him. She didn't search it until the morning. That's fine. But it does not negate any of the weird, crazy, obnoxious things that have happened. Other than that, there are so many other things. Let's talk about the phone calls. What about the phone calls? What about the multiple missed dial, or not missed dials, the butt dials, multiple butt dials? Code can be counterintuitive. I totally dig it. And I've said before multiple times that I'll give it to him. That's fine. That can be true. I will accept that is true, that she Googled, and I may not accept the way she, the story as to why she Googled, just because I don't have video or audio proof of it. And it's hard for me to take Jen's word for truth all the time. It's hard for me to listen to her and be like, she's telling the truth. So her saying Karen was pulling on my sleeve and screaming at me to Google hypothermia, to look up hypothermia. Was she? Because this was the same person who you just said she looked down at her hands, saw blood, and thought she was having her period, not remembering that her hands were all over John O'Keefe's body. Right? So like that to me can be like, well, where are we? Where are we? Are we in like a manic situation? Like, I don't know. I can't believe it. And then having the moment of Carrie finally saying, because she's now being cross-examined, that she knows that that Jen Googled how long to die in cold because Karen asked her to, because Jen told her that Karen asked her, not because Carrie was there and heard it all. So those types of things make the validity of these statements quite questionable, especially in front of a jury. She radio silenced when the feds showed up. That's a thing. That's a thing. I don't want to say she radio silenced. She did let them in. She did answer some questions. But she, again, in that very moment, did not answer a couple of those questions truthfully. Hey, who did you call? I called A and B. Well, what about C and D? Because that's on your record. That's there. Not with the code experts. Okay. But the jury's not just taking one person's testimony into consideration. And like I said, sure, code experts for the Commonwealth are saying that she Googled it at 6 something in the morning. Absolutely. Bear McCabe out. What does bear McCabe out mean? Code experts and Katie McLaughlin bear McCabe out. Okay, we're not watching Katie McLaughlin right now. But again, so far, this is just one code expert. You have yet to hear the defense's code expert. The defense still has a case in chief to put on as well. And again, it's down to the jury, battle of the experts. Absolutely. Let's see. Adding to my last comment, after she brushed her teeth for 10 minutes, that's bull. She was calling people. Yeah, no, she was. And when it came to the Fed, she was calling people and they said, what'd you do? And she goes, I made some calls. And she was like, they were like, great, who did you call? And she was like, oh, well, I called my husband and I called, I don't know, someone else. But she did not mention that she also called Brian Albert. Oh, and the DA's office, what do they call it? The witness person. There's a lot of stuff. And this is all for the jury to deliberate on, So I love hearing everyone's opinions. I'm not sitting here and saying anyone did anything. All I'm doing is I'm watching this. Witness advocate. Thank you. I'm not saying one thing is right and one thing is wrong. This entire time I have said, you are doing this again, right? You are now in a second trial. Prove to me that Karen Reed and no one else, not a single other person, could have only been, would have only been, will only be Karen Reed to be the possible suspect, the one who did it. There was no other fingers that could be pointed by anyone else. No, nothing. There's no other option. Prove to me. Prove to me. Prove to me that she did it. Because it was not proven to me in the first trial. Right? I don't care what happened with the jury. I don't care what interviews. There's things that I have to, take with a grain of salt, especially after the first trial. I'm not trying to dig into people's personal lives. I'm not following shit on Twitter. I'm watching a trial. That's it. Prove to me she did it. I'm not digging in and listening to people bitch and whine about so-and-so doing this as a grocery store and this had a thing and someone's got someone bullied this person on the street. I'm not doing all that. That's not what I don't do. I'm not doing that. First of all, I ain't got time. But what I am doing is I'm watching a trial, which is happening again for the second time. And we have to go through the motions. We have to go from the beginning, which is the Commonwealth's case in chief. And then we have to get to the defense's case in chief. So right now we are in the Commonwealth's case in chief. That's what we're doing. So we're getting witnesses that are going to be a battle for the defense. Most of them, not all of them, but a good chunk of them. It's going to be a battle. I want to make sure all of these questions are asked. I want to make sure the jury is able to ask these questions when they are deliberating and try to see it from a different view and right? And you're seeing the Commonwealth sort of, I don't want to say couch. I mean, there were moments where the Commonwealth kind of couched Jen McCabe, but it didn't quite work. But these are witnesses that support the Commonwealth's case in chief. The defense is going to come back with opposing witnesses. So it's down to who the jury feels. Yaha says, well, this case comes down to accident reconstruction and medical testimony versus taillights being by the body. The taillight pieces were planted or there was a collision. And I think, yeah, Yaha, did I say that right? I hope I said that right. Welcome to my stream. It's nice to meet you. I'd love to see you more often. Awesome. I love it. I am going to say that the majority of people, no, I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't want to go out on too much of a limb. Hello. I want to say that the majority of people that I know would find the collection of the evidence that many a folk, many a hands, many a fingers, many a shovel, many a leaf blower had to do in said collection of evidence make the people I know a little weary. The length of time, how many times people went out looking, the inactivity of protection, like that there was no crime scene protection of the space of 34 of the yard of 34 Fairview. Weather is a massive factor. That makes people go, okay, interesting. I get that there's snow. I am so here that there's snow and it makes it extremely difficult. A couple inches of snow, maybe not that big of a deal. A foot, 18 inches of snow, you're dealing with tough situations. Temperatures, winds, you are dealing with tough situations. Totally recognizable from a normal human brain who also lives in the Northeast of the United States of America. And snow happens, and it could literally happen today with how chilly it is in May. I totally get that there is snow and it is causing a problem with this scene. But I think the issue from the very beginning is this scene was never treated as a crime scene. It was treated as something happened. Let me get someone to the hospital and then, I don't know, someone will come back, right? There was no tents. There was nobody parked near. There was no closing off the intersections. The road wasn't closed, only open to residents coming in and out. There was no search of the house. So the collection and seizure of the evidence from the front yard makes people that I know personally that don't really follow this case, because I know a lot of people that don't really care about this case. I try to talk to them about it and they're like, I don't care. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm sorry. Make them go, wait a minute. How many pieces? Wait, like a month after? Is there a curb? Those types of things make them go, what? That's weird, right? Because it feels weird. It goes against like your instincts of crime scene, collect evidence, maybe hold the scene for like a day or two if you need to go back, get more pictures type of stuff, and then open the scene back up. It needs to be cleaned, whatever. But it was just a yard. It was just a yard, and people were living in the house. And they didn't search the house. They didn't look for neighboring surveillance video. I know they go off and have like the Ring camera doorbell versus another brand camera doorbell battle, but like they didn't have any security video from other homes. They didn't look. They didn't ask to look, because why would it all feels, I don't want to say corruption. I don't want to say that these cops are corrupted. I think, and this is my full opinion 100%, that they are just so lazy when it comes to procedure and proper practices that it gets to the level of corruption, because the laziness is a trickle down effect, right? So if your boss is lazy and your manager is lazy, you're going to be lazy. And then rise the ranks. You're now someone else's manager. You're lazy. They're going to be lazy. So it's just like a trickle down waterfall effect of like laziness and just not doing things in the proper way that I think just piled up and piled up and piled up to like just a not good investigation. Reports weren't made. We have a great video of a leaf blower blowing some snow, but I feel like that's the best video in this entire case that we saw last trial, and it's just of a guy walking around the yard with a leaf blower, so it's like, what the hell's going on? Can we get some damn body cams on these cops? They need some body cams. And then on top of what the defense is going to battle them with is former trooper Proctor. That's going to be a major player. It is going to be explosive, in my opinion. It's going to play a massive role in what I think this jury is going to see. And I know I'm speaking ahead because I have currently watched ahead. I've listened ahead to bits and pieces. I know Trooper Buchanan, they have the conversation of the Proctor no longer being a trooper. And did you also get in trouble? And I lost 5 days of, I lost 5 days off PTO, whatever. Okay, well, Trooper lost his job in quite a very official manner. It's not like, oh, turn your badge and belt in, and you're on leave. No. You are also going to be basically on trial privately within the safety of state law enforcement, and we have to go over what the hell happened from beginning to end. Give us this information. I think that's going to be a massive, massive factor with this jury, because if Trooper Buchanan got in trouble for liking a couple of text messages or, whatever the jury is going to end up believing what he got in trouble for and lost 5 days of PTO, what do you have to do? And like, in the grand scheme of things, someone who is so high up in the career, is 5 days of PTO, like losing 5 days of PTO, is it really that dramatic? No. What do you have to do to get fired? What do you got to do to get fired? And I think that conversation is going to really play with the jury, is really going to have a toll on the jury. Let's go back to Raylene's messages. Pretty sure if they were hit and the taillight was broken, would they not be in the street and not in the lawn? I think some would be in the street. I think a problem is also a factor of plows. How close did the plow get? If there was if there was pieces of taillight in the street, how close to the curb does the plow get? Could the plow have brought in, I know it's sort of a wild one, could the plow have brought in other pieces of taillight? And where was the Jeep? Wasn't there a Jeep? Am I losing my mind? I thought there was a Jeep parked in front of the mailbox when the SUV was there, when Jed McCabe was going back and forth to the window. Was there not a Jeep? Because there was no mention of a Jeep. Between Ryan Nagel and Heather's testimony, there was no Jeep in between them. I've been hit by a car and didn't break the taillight. I feel so bad, Raylene. Also backed into a still object pole and it dented my car. Didn't hit it on my taillight part. Okay. Both of my shoes stayed on also when I got hit by the car going almost 30. Damn, how tight did you tie them shoes? There was a Jeep. There's only 2 explanations for a sneaker, broken cocktail glass, and taillight debris by O'Keefe's body, planted or collision. People who feel ARCA is conclusive think it's the former. Yeah. There was quite a battle. I didn't play it on stream because I am trying to stick to stuff that's only in front of the jury for the stream, but quite a battle for the ARCA. just the drama behind the ARCA from trial 1 to trial 2. Oh my gosh, the drama. Y'all had the drama. The drama of ARCA was intense, was it not? Oh my gosh, the screaming of it all. The screaming is crazy. I will be very interested to see how the room handles ARCA. Hi, Crystalline. How are we? Oh my gosh, everyone's coming in and I'm like ending my stream. I'm so sorry. Wolf is very firm in his findings. I, just like last trial, and during their voir dire, I am very much appreciative of ARCA and their professionalism, I think is a good way to put it. I am quite appreciative of their intense professionalism when it comes to what they do. And something that is quite funny is the Commonwealth had a chance to use them too. They were there for the taking, you know? They were there. And the defense said, well, we'll use you. Thanks so much. Now we don't have to go looking for one, you know, for a company or something to handle this reconstruction. That's great. We'll use you. Appreciate it. Appreciate your work. Thank you so much. They were available for the Commonwealth or the defense to utilize. And I think Brendan's just I think Brendan's just pissed. Also the findings aren't really there for Brennan. I do have to say, I do want to give some props where props are due before I go. And please, y'all, if y'all new here, I'm seeing like new names and stuff. Please subscribe, turn on notifications. I might be streaming tomorrow, but I do have a hard stop at 2 p.m. if I stream tomorrow. I know we have to catch up, but it's really difficult for me. It was like a really busy 2 weeks, so I'm just like trying to find the time. So I might, but please turn on notifications. So when I do stream, you guys can pop on and chat with me. I love it so much. I love having the conversations. Like, we're not fighting about anything, you know, and like, if you want to fight, that's fine, but I'm not going to fight with anyone. I just want to talk it out. You know, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a data analyst. I'm just a person who, just like the jurors, you know, I'm just taking it in, but I want to be able to talk about it too, you know, but I want to be a juror, but like talk. I want to be a fun juror. So yeah, please subscribe. That's awesome. I appreciate y'all coming in and checking it out. What was I saying? Oh, props where props are due. Lally handled a witness, and I think he did a fairly good job. I think Lally did a fairly good job today. And I want to say, hey, Lally, I'm proud of you. Did you do a good job last trial? No. And I think that's fair to say. Did you do a bad job? I don't want to say you did a bad job, but you just didn't do a good enough job to get any sort of finite results. Even with the opinions of others, of Judge Beverly Cannoni being biased. And that's what I will say. So I think Lally did a good job with his witness. I think he did a great job. I think Karen Reed looks great in that skirt suit with the white turtleneck, the tweed. I think Miss Little looked fantastic today as well. I like to compliment humans when I feel it. You know, when you just see someone, you're like, oh my God, I love that outfit. That's so good. You tell them, just trust me, it'll make their day better. Sorry, Lally, that I told you that you did a bad job last trial. But I have to go now. I feel bad because everyone's coming in. But if your position is common, understandable, and reasonable, you believe there's a lack of evidence to show he was hit. I believe that there is evidence to show that he was hit. I believe there is a lack of ability so far from trial 1 to now by the Commonwealth to make that evidence be more powerful than what the defense could bring in to go up against it. You know, does that make sense, or was that awful? Please feel free to let me know. I do try to be reasonable. I also do try to have a little fun, so a little negging, in my opinion, is fine. But I don't like to. I don't like to be. Look, I had a hard time. I had a hard time with Jen McCabe. Sorry, you know, I probably said some mean things. Nothing that would top any of the things that she's heard in the past couple. But you know, I tried. I tried with Jen McCabe. She did I do have to say, she did a fantastic job of holding in her temper. Because but there were moments where she let it go a little bit. She dropped that wall, and I think the jury did see. And so having those questions, even if the objection was sustained, you know, you can't put the ship back in the horse. Having those questions, did anyone tell you to act differently? You know, your demeanor is different. Anyone tell you to do that? Because like, your demeanor is fine. What were you, crazy last trial? And then getting a little glimpse of that, the jury might be like, oh my God, maybe she was. But I try to be reasonable. I also try pretty hard to see things from both sides. I do think that there is evidence, and I know that there's more new evidence coming in when it comes to the computer within the SUV, the not the dash, but the console of the SUV, of Karen Reed's SUV coming in. I'm very interested in hearing more of that. Positioning, gas pedal pressure, timing, maybe if there's, and it's probably extremely tough, but like maybe like finite GPS location with timestamps. I'm very interested in hearing that. I would have no issue. I would not walk away from watching this trial and say, wow, she does not deserve to be in jail, if they prove to me with solid evidence. It's their job to prove it to me. And if the defense can ask a couple of questions and the jury go, ooh, good point. It's not strong enough. It's not strong enough evidence, in my opinion, as not a lawyer. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it can be, if someone's case can be dismantled with one witness, or a couple of questions, or you know, one really good question for one really good witness, you know, then it's just not a strong enough case, and probably shouldn't have been brought to trial again, or the charges could have been manipulated in some way. Okay, if there's evidence that he was hit and there's taillight debris, then she hit him, which would not add up to murder, but it does reckless manslaughter. So do you think the let me put that on. Do you think that her current charges are too high or should be less? Also, how do you feel about, I'm directly asking y'all this question. How do you feel about the DUI charge, the drinking and driving charge? Murder is, yes. I don't want to say, like, without watching the trial, or you know, from information outside of the trial that I know of or heard of or read of, I think so far in retrial for us, trial for jury, murder is an overcharge. I think I'm right there with you. I think we, yes, I think the charges, okay, sorry, really, before I get to you, I think before they came into, I think between trial number 1 and trial number 2, there needed to be some manipulation, some change, some alteration to the charges. I think that was made very, very clear by those who did speak up from the jury. I think that was extremely clear. And I think if the Commonwealth really did want to be successful with this trial, they would have listened, but they didn't. Brennan's getting paid for this. Yes, he's not working his normal job, which is defense attorney, but he's getting paid for this. And if the district attorney's office wants these charges, he will stick to these charges because it is up to them to alter the charges before. I mean, I guess they still could, they still could. But I think it would only be if they currently altered the charges. I just want to gather my words. My brain is so tired. If they altered the charges right now within the trial, which they could, drop something, drop the level, whatever, what have you. I think the jury would go, so y'all don't even believe this shit? So you want us to? But y'all don't even believe this shit? Right? That's crazy. So I think at least me, if I was a juror and I went in, I was like, I was told these are the charges. Okay, great. Let's get this going. Let's see what's going on. And we get the jury and they're like, oh, we dropped some what? You don't even believe in it? That's crazy. Even if there was conversations and stipulations to this and that and this and that, what have you, I would just be like, what? They also shouldn't be able to charge her on a DUI. If they do that, they should also be charging all the people on the DUI. Yes, and that is a tough situation. I think this case is seen in an entirely different light if the Commonwealth didn't charge murder, but it may be a tactic to make a manslaughter conviction easier to obtain for a jury. Maybe. See, this is why I love this, because my brain did something and your brain did something else. And then we can freaking talk about it. Like, what the fuck? The internet is so cool. I'm such a dork. But yes. See, my brain was like, y'all can't even stand by the charge, that now we have known this is a retrial. So the first one didn't work in some way. The how and why and the who and all the W's of why the first trial didn't work is unknown. But it has been made very clear to the jury that this is the second trial and that the FBI is involved. They did not do a good job. So that was mainly Alan Jackson's fault, who, when he was like, what did he say? What was the word? Oh my God. My brain is literally at 2%. The word for FBI people. I'm fine. I swear to God, I'm fine. So back to the DUI thing. Yeah, I think it's, I would love, me personally, on a personal note, I would love to see everyone who is drinking and driving, charged with DUI that night. I would love that. We don't have blood. We don't have breathalyzer tests. We can't do that. Karen Reed wasn't even going to be charged with DUI that night because she was not, it was not a DUI. It was not a DUI. It was just there's a man down situation. It wasn't even a car accident. People were ignoring it. If she was screaming, I hit him. People were ignoring it to the point where they can't even remember that ever happening. They can prove every single person who was drinking. They have the proof in the bars, and then the cars all in the driveway. The cars didn't drive themselves there, but they don't necessarily have the video of them driving the cars. Alden, TTV, hello. Murder portrays Reed as a scorned killer. Drunk incident makes the event a tragedy. Thank you. Agents, thank you literally so much. Word, not in there. So that's Alan Jackson kept saying agents. He kept saying agents. He did not try very hard there. He was in the heat of the moment. It was a big moment with Jen McCabe and the agents and the phone calls and the Brian Albert and the district attorney's witness advocate. I remember that moment where she left that information out to the federal agents when they said, hey, if you lie to us, it's a crime, you know, that type of thing. I think you are in traffic police. Ha ha ha. Nope, not in traffic police. Um but I'm just talking about a case, a trial. But welcome. Oh, sorry. I think I'm streaming on Twitch as well, so I can see the comments from YouTube and Twitch. So, but I remembered that you guys can't. No one exactly. They have the blood test through Reed and no one else, only because she was section 12. I don't think section 12, like past tense, is the proper term, but that's just how I like to say it. Because of the section 12, it's a mandate to take blood, to do a blood sample, because maybe the way you're thinking, maybe the unaliving talk is coming from a blood from a drug or alcohol or something like that. So it's a medical workup on top of a psychological workup as well. I wish that everyone was able to sort of have that moment when it comes to being an adult, to realize that maybe I shouldn't have 3, 4, 5, 6 drinks and then drive a vehicle. Did she have a couple at the bar? Did she have a couple at the bar? What she claimed wasn't that many. And literally not one person knows if she drank a bunch when she got home and then passed out. Right. So when it comes to the drinking after she goes like back home to John O'Keefe's house, after she drops him off, and I will do air quotes because I don't know what happened in that moment. After she drops him off and she goes back to John O'Keefe's house and she passes out and all that stuff, and she's at John O'Keefe's house, and then she wakes up in a frantic feeling vibe, and it's like, where's John? I don't know. And everything just shoots into outer space from there. We don't know what happened. We don't know that if she maybe had a drink. Did she have a shot? Did she have some vodka? Does John only have beer? Did she have a beer? We don't know. Do I think she did? Honestly, probably not. I think she probably literally just passed out. But again, I don't know. That's what I would do. And I'm speaking from what I would do, because if I got home from a night of drinking, I am going to pass out. I'm not going to drink more. I'm good. Is it true Reed poured shots into her IV bags at the hospital because she felt the IV was steaming? That's so funny. At one of the interviews that Karen Reed did, she's claiming that the drinks were weak. It's so funny. I love that so much. Because the IV bag was 2 weeks. That's really funny. Like, imagining it is crazy. So like, I'm just gonna put a little ethanol in there. The drinks at the bars, Karen Reed claims, were 2 weak. At what was the first one? CF McCarthy's, and then Waterfall, or was it Waterfall and CF McCarthy's? I don't know which one had the high top tables. Hey Lally, which one had the high top tables at this point of the day? Yes. So the first one that she went to with John and the friends, those drinks were really weak. So she was doing extras, right? So she was like, oh my God, like give me some alcohol, right? Like, come on, give me, like, what the hell? These are way too freaking weak for me. I'm drinking straight water over here. And then she went and had another drink, maybe 2, maybe not. Again, there's footage of her with things, getting things. clear liquid is clear liquid unless we have clear view that someone is pouring, you know, the liquor bottle into the glass. It's safe to, in my opinion, it's safe to say that it's not a new drink if it's just like a cut. Here's a video, she has a drink, and cut to another video, she has a drink. I cannot say that those two clips are two different drinks. They could be the same, unless there's the footage. And I know that we went through it last time, and I know we probably will be going through it again. We're just not there. I don't know if they already did or not, but it just hasn't happened yet for what we're watching. But she claims that they were weak. So she's claiming that the number of drinks that the Commonwealth is saying that she had to be way less than what she actually had. Raylene, yesterday they showed her at the bar. Okay, so when you say yesterday, it was like what, day 12, right? Yeah, we're not there yet. But yes, see, yeah. I wonder if she's an alcoholic to some degree. Yeah, I think she is. I think all of those folks are. I think I can't taste the alcohol in these drinks, John. I think they all are. Yes, to the day 12. Thank you. Yay! I'm having fun. Are you guys having fun? I'm having so much fun. I don't want to end. I have to be done. I need to go home. But I don't want to. I'm having so much fun talking about this. I want to talk about this forever. I don't want to talk about this forever, but I want to do this forever. I want to talk about things forever. I do think she's an alcoholic, and we did talk about that a little earlier today on how I think she is an alcoholic, because we watched the first expert witness when it comes to the alcohol ethanol count. I can't even remember what her name was. Hannah Knowles, the forensic alcohol scientist woman with the nice face. She had a really nice face. She looked just like a nice person. And so we talked about that and the range and stuff like that. And like hearing that range of like 0.14 to 0.28 at 12:45, it's a whole thing. There's the whole numbers of it all can throw the jury for a loop. And they're only, in my opinion, when it comes to experts, they're not really going to take away too much initially from an expert. I feel like expert testimony, it sort of needs to be like a soak-in situation, not a soaking situation, because we don't do that here. Religion, I have this weird thing when it comes to religion. Like, I love finding all these really weird like attributes to like these religions and stuff like that. We also, oh my God, my brain is going a mile a minute. Oh my God. Okay. The alcohol range, tough for me, super tough for me. I personally don't drink. I don't drink alcohol. And that's just because I'll have like 4 drinks a year, right? Sometimes there's something that I really need. I need a drink to get through, like, oh, if I'm going to do this, you know what? I'm going to have a White Claw before. Yep. I'm not driving. I'm going to have a White Claw, or like I'm going to have a drink and then drive 6 hours later type of situation. Because one, I hate people drinking and driving. I think that's terrible and stupid, and you suck. and I hate everything. I hate everything about it. It drives me through the wall. I can't. It makes me sick to my stomach. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve the ability to do. I hate it so much I could scream about it. So this trial like really hits me in like a soft spot where I have such a hatred for people who drink and drive. I also just don't like to drink. I'm too old. I'm old now, and I'm already tired. I don't need to be more tired. So having this blood alcohol range from 0.14 to 0.28, and we're having this testimony of her not driving erratically. She was driving pretty fine. Right? No one said she was driving erratically, other than Jen having these weird, well, she's ahead, she put back, she put those types of moments. Like, that was only like odd thing. Ryan Nagel, Heather just took the stand and said, no, they were driving fine. Everything was fine. So being able to drive fine, fairly fine enough, I guess, in that moment at 0.14 alone, is crazy. Alcoholism for sure. I think everyone here in this situation, for the most part, are alcoholics to the point where they wouldn't even feel drunk after 6 or 7 or 8 drinks. You know, Ryan Nagel himself, he said, yeah, I was drinking, like I had like 1 or 2, and Brennan was like, were you feeling it? No, it's just beer. It's just beer to them. It's not alcohol, it's just beer. Totally different things. And by when I say them, this entire area, apparently, maybe the all of Massachusetts, I don't know. But yeah, I'm a bartender. Many people order clear liquids that are not alcoholic. Many people will order just club sodas, and they so they don't get hammered. Right. And if there's the video footage of just club soda going into the cup, or getting a shot glass and pouring that into your already in possession cup, that's definitely for sure. A Canton cop, they think it's okay, and they're in law enforcement. I know, I hate it so much. I hate it so much. She's an experienced drunk driver, and that's a problem. And that's a problem in and of itself. That is a problem, is it not? Oh, it churns my blood. Like, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. Also, like, I have like 1 drink and I'm like, I have to pee. 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 One drink, I'm like, I need to pee right now. I can't drink. Drinking is not an option for me. And I don't want to drink. It's not like, oh my God, I'm missing out on so much. I don't want to drink. I'd much rather watch a murder trial all day and all night than go to a bar. Is that crazy? That's kind of crazy. All right, I have to go. I'm having so much fun. I don't want to go. And I appreciate you all, like, giving me your input, you know, and like having the conversation and giving me a chance, even if you're not, you know, gonna come back. But like, okay, got a task. Great chat. We'll be back. I love that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm thrilled. Thank you. I am quite grateful to keep finding new folks. I love it. I appreciate it. Have a great day. Thank you for watching. Feel free to subscribe. I don't know the next time I'll stream, but I'm going to try my best for tomorrow, but don't hold me to it. We are going to catch up. I promise. We're going to catch up. There will be a moment where they need to take a day off or something like that, and it just so happens to be the perfect day for us to catch up. There's always that time. We're nowhere near done, but we will catch up before the jury makes that decision. We will just forever be a couple days behind, if not. Other than that, I got to go. I will see you guys next time. Thank you so much for watching. Thanks for chatting with me. I had a great time. And I think this is a great way to just talk about things on the internet. There's so much more than just this trial, you know? There's more than just pie in there. I have to go. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to play my intro as my outro, and I will catch you next time. Bye.